Whoa, hold the phone, guys. Oh my goodness, it's here. Welcome to part 2 of my 1000 subscriber special video series. I'm now at 1,200 subscribers, which is absolutely insane. So once again, a huge thanks to all of you that have subscribed. We're not just marking that milestone though. I've also been uploading videos to YouTube since 2015, which as of this video makes it 10 years on the platform, and this also happens to be my 300th video. I have a lot to celebrate. So, what have I decided to do? Well, you know those Iceberg videos on YouTube, right? They're a tier list of well-known facts about a certain topic, where the further down the iceberg chart you go, the more obscure and weird the info gets. Well, being someone who has a passion for filming railway crossings in the Australian state of Victoria, I like to think I know a bit of info about them. So you know what? I've decided to create one of my own, and here it is. This iceberg chart has 100 different Victorian railway crossing factoids and topics, and I'm going to go through every single one and explain everything I know. So yes, this is essentially a video where I talk about railway crossings for 4.5 hours. Most of the info in this video I've collated from online forums, YouTube videos, and other random sources, and most of the footage and images in this video is my own, though I have used other sources which I have credited where needed. I may have missed things, or given information that isn't 100% accurate, but I've done the best with the info that I've got. I'm also only doing railway crossing information from Victoria, so no other states of Australia. Anyway, without further ado, here is the Victorian railway crossing iceberg explained. Let's kick it off with Tier 1. The Level Crossing Removal Project is a program initially announced by the then opposition Andrews Labor government in 2014 to bring to the state election happening that year. This program was to involve the removal of 50 of Victoria's worst level crossings through means of grade separation. You'd know a crossing was on the removal list from the big yellow signs festooned on fencing promoting their future grade separations. So, why did this project come about? Well, Melbourne is very flat, and when the rail network was built, the population was very sparse, so it was cheaper and easier to build railway crossings instead of bridges and underpasses. Nowadays, as population has grown and train service frequency has increased, level crossings require more time activated, and thus more time blocking traffic, which is not only more dangerous, but also an absolute headache for motorists. At the time of the election, there were over 1,800 level crossings in Victoria, including 170 in Melbourne alone, so this problem was rampant. Previous governments would remove maybe 1 or 2 crossings a year, but this new scheme would increase the numbers 5-fold. These crossings were chosen based on their hazard scores developed by the Australian Level Crossing Assessment Model, and a VicRoads report identifying the most dangerous crossings in Victoria, called the Strategic Framework for the Prioritisation of Level Crossings in Metropolitan Melbourne. This project proved to be popular with the public, as the Andrews government won the election, and the Labor Party has been in power ever since. All 50 crossings on the initial list have since been removed, and the program has been expanded to 110 crossings. As of this video, 87 level crossings have been removed. The first of the program being the Burke Road level crossing in Glen Iris, removed in 2016. Tramway squares are level crossings which intersect with tram tracks and overhead wires. These crossings are unique to Melbourne, and it's easy to understand why they weren't adopted anywhere else. They are an absolutely Frankenstein design, and the more you look into them, the more it baffles the mind why they even exist. So, these crossings come about due to the unfortunate situation where not only was the train line and road not grade separated, but the tram lines weren't either. Luckily, because trains and trams share some similarities, this kind of intersection can work. Train and tram tracks have similar enough specs that they can intersect like a level junction, and the overhead wires are also functionally similar enough to be conjoined together safely with special connectors. How does this work when trams and trains use different voltage? Well, when a train travels through the crossing, the current for the overhead wires has to be switched from 600 volts for trams to 1500 volts for trains. It then gets switched back once the train has passed through. It's an unnecessarily complicated process, but it does work. The Boomgate Arms also usually have folded tips, which extend as the boom gates lower and retract when they rise. This is so they don't interfere with the overhead tram wires. These crossings come with a number of problems. Because of the constantly changing power, the crossing has to be manually operated by a signalman in a signal box next to the crossing. This process is slow and requires a lot of manual working of the lever frames in the signal box. Trains are also speed restricted to 30 km an hour at these crossings, or sometimes even less. This is to avoid any electrical current issues, as well as reduce unnecessary wear to the tracks and overhead wires, and to prevent derailments. They are very inefficient and complicated, and are a major source of delays on the public transport network of Melbourne. But you know, I can't help but love them. They are just so unique and weird, and you will never find them anywhere else in the world. There used to be 4 of these crossings in Melbourne, but now only 2 exist. One at Glenferrie Road in Kooyong, and one at Riversdale Road in Riversdale, with the previously mentioned Burke Road and Glen Iris removed in 2016, and Glen Huntly Road and Glen Huntly removed in 2023. The other 2 haven't been earmarked for removal yet, so now is a good time to go and see them. Boomgates around Victoria have red and white Boomgate Arms. Well, did you know that the standard used to be black and white? I wish I knew more about the history of them. There's really not much online, but from what I can gather, black and white boomgates were a mainstay around Victoria until around the 90s. They were gradually phased out with the introduction of red and white Boomgate Arms. I'm assuming this is because red and white stands out a lot more to car drivers than black and white, and thus is a safer option. Now, I did say most were replaced, but until recently there were a few crossings which actually still had them. Diamond Street in Eltham had 1 black and white arm as recent as December 2016. Oakover Road in Preston had one as recent as December 2018. But the best example is Millers Road in Seaholme, which had 2 black and white arms until June 2020. All of them have since been replaced, so none exist these days. Though if you look carefully at some Boomgate arms, you can spot leftover black paint that has been crudely painted over. So you could say they technically still do exist, but to a very vague degree. The Upfield Railway line is the 3rd fastest growing train line in Melbourne, but this wasn't always the case. During the 80s and 90s, the line suffered from low passenger numbers and serious neglect. The track was falling apart, signalling systems were outdated, service frequency was terrible, but most significantly, the majority of the crossings were still operated by manually interlocking gates. As recent as the late 90s, 13 crossings on the line still required staff members to manually work hand-operated gates for every train, and this was decades after many of Melbourne's other crossings had already been automated. This was outdated, expensive, dangerous, and one of many reasons why service frequency couldn't be increased. To top it off, a short section of the line was in the path of CityLink, a project yet to be built. This line's future was bleak, and in the 90s, there were serious plans to close the line and replace it with light rail. Luckily, this didn't happen. In short, community backlash was massive, and it was later determined through planning experts that an upgraded train line would provide a better return on investment than light rail. In light of this, CityLink was redesigned to be built over the top of the southern section, and $23 million was provided to fix up the line. This included upgrading the signalling system and replacing all hand gates with boom gates, with a couple of crossings permanently closed altogether too. All works were completed by 1998, and at long last the Upfield line finally came into the 21st century. Many of the old heritage gates, gatekeeper cabins, and signals at these crossings have been left in place, just installed in static capacities. This is a great little example of railway preservation, and a cool reminder of what the Upfield line used to be like. Another interesting case of interlocking gates was New Street in Brighton. This crossing is on the Sandringham line, and after the gated crossings on the Upfield line were replaced in the 90s, this crossing became the last one on the metro network to have a set of operational interlocking gates. It was operated by staff members stationed at the gatekeeper's cabin, who would open and close the gates every time a train would pass. They would also do the same for the pedestrian crossing. It was never upgraded, except for some stop signs on the gates, and was kept basically as a novelty of the kind of safe working operations that ran historically on the network. It had a lot of problems. It was cumbersome to control, especially with sea breezes, expensive to run, and subjectively unsafe to operate. It had to function in the 21st century with a high service frequency of trains going through the crossing at fast speeds, which the gates were never initially designed for. This really wasn't sustainable, and its long-term operation was always in doubt. However, it stayed open. In fact, it remained in service for many years. That is, until an inevitable accident happened. In September 2007, one of the gates was blown towards the tracks by wind and got struck by a train. Luckily, no one was seriously injured, but the gate was completely destroyed, and the crossing was immediately closed. Serious questions about the crossing were brought up yet again, and unsurprisingly, it was determined the hand-operated gates were not suitable for this crossing going forward. The gates never reopened, and the road was permanently shut in 2010 while the council figured out what to do with the crossing. What resulted was an absolute farce. The road remained closed at the crossing for years, and commuters had to use South Road or Hampton Street to cross the train line. Metro trains also still had to pay for staff members to operate the pedestrian crossing. Why nothing was done for so long, I don't know. I guess there were heritage issues here. A road underpass was considered as an option, but was eventually dropped due to high costs. Finally, after years of sitting in limbo and multiple complaints from local residents, $4.4 million was provided to install boom gates. And in December 2013, the road was finally reopened to the public with a new level crossing. The cabin and gates were kept, but fully decommissioned. They now sit on the site in a static display to keep the heritage feel of the area while also reflecting the new crossing. I think this was definitely the best solution for this problem. We can't talk about interlocking gates without talking about Lydiard Street. The Lydiard Street level crossing in Ballarat was another crossing with interlocking gates, but after the new street gates were replaced, this became the last set of functional interlocking gates on a level crossing in Victoria. This is the last one I'm going to talk about, I swear. These were originally installed in 1885, and unlike those we've already talked about, these gates did not need a staff member to manually open and close. They used to be operated by a signalman turning a large wheel in the adjacent signal box, but in 2001 it was converted to an automated system. This could be disengaged for manual operation if needed. In 2016, control of the gates was transferred from the signal box to the Central Train Control Facility in Melbourne and operated by a train controller, a one-of-a-kind system. These gates formed part of the largest interlocked railway safe working installation in Victoria, and were rightfully included in the Victorian Heritage Register. Holy cow, what an amazing sight it was! A design from the 1800s that has barely changed from its opening date, operating in the 21st century. I've never actually filmed the gates at this crossing. The reason is because it's heritage listed. There have been many plans in recent decades to replace them, first in 1983 and then in 1990. But none have materialised. It's through the love of the public for the gates as well as petitioning from local councils that have prevented its decommissioning. I literally have no need to film it yet. In fact, I'm confident to say there is no way these gates will ever be replaced. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Yes, I'm aware. Unfortunately, the inevitable happened, and this segues into the next entry. The Lydiard Street accident happened on May the 30th, 2020, when a passenger train failed to stop at Ballarat Station and subsequently crashed through the gates. What happened here was not a mistake on the driver's part, but rather a combination of slippery rail conditions and a sanding system failure on the train. On approach to the area, the train was travelling at a normal speed of 160 km an hour, but the conditions combined prevented it from slowing down properly and in adequate time. As a result, it was travelling at nearly 100 km an hour through the area where the speed limit was 40. The crossing had no chance to open in time for the speeding train, and the gates were smashed. Luckily, due to COVID restrictions, the train and surrounding areas were practically empty, and only minor injuries to 4 people on the train were recorded. The road immediately closed, and the gates were put out of commission. An investigation into the crash identified a lot of issues with the gates. It was found that the signalling system did not have any safety controls or predictive systems installed to identify speeding trains on approach to the gates. In fact, even though the gates posed a unique hazard for rail traffic, the only thing it did have were departure signals set at stop when the gates were closed. It was a ticking time bomb for something like this to happen, and I'm honestly surprised it didn't happen earlier. Boom gates were built at the crossing in 2021 as a temporary solution to reopen the road, and the old gates were put into storage while it was figured out what to do with them. So, what's the story now? As in, will the gates get returned in a functional capacity? Well, unfortunately, I think we all know the answer to that question. Like New Street in Brighton, it was concluded that these gates are not suitable to return to the crossing in any functional way. They can only return as a static display, which they are meant to at some point in the future. Don't get me wrong, there are many compelling arguments why. The old gates were not super reliable and would sometimes fail to open or close on the first attempt. This could sometimes hold up trains and traffic for up to 15 minutes at a time, which is a big problem for a crossing that sees 80 trains per day. Trains were also required to operate at slower speeds, and these additional time allowances restricted extra services from running. So, these gates were not really sustainable on such a busy line. It logically makes sense that the current boom gates will permanently replace them. Though, at the end of the day, you've got to say, it's still devastating that they can't be returned, especially for me as I missed out filming them. As of now, the gates are yet to be installed statically. There are still remains of where the gates used to go, and some of the old signage is still there, but the new boom gates are now a permanent fixture of Lydiard Street. Damn, hindsight is a real nuisance sometimes. I'm trying to keep this less morbid, but if we're going to talk about train crashes at level crossings, we need to talk about the Karang rail disaster. On June the 5th, 2007, a truck hit a V-Line passenger train at the Murray Valley Highway level crossing at Karang. 11 people on the train were killed and 23 were injured in the crash. This was the single deadliest railway accident at a level crossing in Victoria's history. The truck driver survived the crash, and the coroner's findings found that he did not respond in adequate time to the flashing lights of the level crossing. He was eventually charged but found not guilty. Some survivors settled separate claims against the driver out of court. This accident was the catalyst for bringing into focus the dangers of level crossings in Victoria. The Karang crossing had flashing lights, which were determined to be in operational order, but no boom gates. It came to light that almost 10 near misses happened at Karang in the year leading up to the accident. It was also discovered that there were 220 collisions at level crossings in Victoria between 2001 and 2008. This put a spotlight on the government to actively prevent these tragedies from occurring by making level crossings safer. If you see the risky behaviour people show at level crossings, you'll totally understand why safety has become the forefront. A report into the safety of level crossings produced 44 recommendations. This included improving the design of level crossings, such as installing boom gates, rumble strips, line markings, and safety cameras at existing crossings, as well as reducing speed limits to 80 km an hour at regional crossings, and the implementation of level crossing safety education programs. The state government has subsequently invested upwards of $15 billion in the last 20 years to upgrade level crossings through many programs. This includes the Boom Gates for Rail Crossings program, the multiple regional rail revival projects, the state level crossing upgrade program, as well as the level crossing removal project itself. The Karang crossing became one of the first to be upgraded, with boom gates, advanced level crossing warning signs, and rumble strips installed. Nearly 20 years after the accident, pretty much every single level crossing in Victoria has received some sort of safety upgrade. We can expect to see even more in the future as more train services run. Aside from Karang, there have been many level crossing accidents in Victoria, particularly over the last 2 decades. As train line services increase, the risk of accidents increases too, and this further adds attention to the hazardous nature of level crossings. Here are a few notable incidents we can talk about. In 2004, a train and car collided at the Furlong Road level crossing at St Albans when banked up traffic forced the car to stop on the tracks. The 3 occupants of the car were killed. In 2008, a pedestrian was killed at the Springvale Road level crossing in Springvale after getting struck by a train while attempting to cross the tracks. In 2014, another pedestrian was killed at the same crossing and in the same way, being struck by a train while attempting to cross the line. In 2009, a car collided with an express train at the Edithvale Road level crossing in Edithvale, resulting in the death of the car driver. In 2012, a train and car collided at the Charman Road level crossing at Cheltenham during peak hour traffic, causing the death of the car driver. Also in 2012, a car was struck by a freight train at the Cherry Street level crossing in Werribee when a broken down car ahead forced the car to stop on the crossing. The driver survived, but the car's passenger was killed. Finally, in 2012, a truck failed to stop at the Abbots Road level crossing in Dandenong South. It subsequently crashed into the side of a train, causing it to derail. 13 people were injured and 1 person was killed. In 2008, at the same crossing, a car drove through the boom gates into the path of a train, causing the death of the car driver. In 2016, a car got stuck on the tracks at the Union Street level crossing in Surrey Hills. This was due to traffic congestion, and the car was subsequently struck by a train. 2 occupants in the car were killed. Finally, the Centre Road level crossing in Bentley was the site of many pedestrian fatalities after an underpass was filled in and replaced by a pedestrian crossing. There were deaths here in 1998, 2000 and 2004. In light of this, the crossing was upgraded with additional warning lights and extra fences. However, pedestrian fatalities still occurred here, with 1 death in 2011 and 1 death in 2014. This is all really shocking and way too common. However, the good news is all of the level crossings I just mentioned have since been grade separated. This shows just how dangerous level crossings are and how much of a difference removing them can make. There's just one more accident I would like to mention, and this one is on a country crossing that these days confuses me. In 2002, a heritage steam train was running a special service at Benalla when it collided with a truck at the Sales Yards Road level crossing. The train suffered a major derailment. 2 crew members driving the steam train and 1 spectator in the cab were killed. The thing that confuses me here is the crossing where the accident happened only had give-way signs at the time of the accident, but as of today, it still only has give-way signs. It is on a freight-only line, but it baffles me it hasn't been upgraded with at least flashing lights, given how serious this accident was. I really think this needs to change if we want to avoid tragedies like this happening again. The Australian Level Crossing Assessment Model, or ALCAM for short, is a tool that identifies how hazardous a level crossing is. It's used to help prioritise them for upgrades and removals. It produces data of level crossings from all around Australia, so it isn't just isolated to Victoria. In 2008, ALCAM produced a comprehensive list of every single level crossing in Victoria, and ranked them from most dangerous to least dangerous based on their risk score. The score for each crossing was calculated by the likelihood of collisions per year, the potential fatalities at these crossings, and the frequency of trains that pass through. I've put all this data into an Excel spreadsheet, and it makes for an interesting list to go through. All crossings have their location, line, the type of trains and rolling stock that use it, and their road controls, with BB for boom gates, FL for flashing lights, GW for give-way signs, and so on. We get some interesting crossings here, such as New Street in Brighton, with hand for hand gates, Lydiard Street in Ballarat, with ILG for interlocking gates, and even light rail level crossings in South Melbourne and Port Melbourne, with TL for traffic lights. It's also worth noting that as this list was made in 2008, many of the crossings listed have either been removed or upgraded, and so do not accurately reflect where they currently sit. However, a new list hasn't been created since then, so we gotta make do with this one. Okay, so that's all very interesting, but you're not here for that. You're here to find out the most dangerous and least dangerous level crossing in Victoria, right? Why don't we have a look? So, the most dangerous metro crossing in 2008 was Springvale Road in Nunawading, with a score of 14,648. The current number 1 spot is Macaulay Road in Kensington, with a score of 3,686. All crossings above it have been removed. The least dangerous metro crossing is Allendale Road in Eltham, with a score of 14. The most dangerous non-metro crossing in 2008 was Werribee Street in Werribee, with a score of 4,540. The current number 1 spot is Grant Street in Bacchus Marsh, with a score of 748. The least dangerous non-metro crossing is an unnamed road in Bannerton, which I think is this one. It's kinda hard to tell, but it's got give-way signs, so I guess it could be. It's got a score of 0.000065. The most dangerous heritage crossing is Belgrave Gembrook Road in Clematis, with a score of 7. The least dangerous heritage crossing was Church Lane in Musk, with a score of 0.00383, but this crossing has since been bypassed, as in not grade separated, but rather closed after the construction of the nearby Passing Clouds station. The next least dangerous one is meant to be Anderson's Road in Drysdale, but this crossing now has boom gates and sees regular heritage trains, so I honestly think it's a bit more dangerous than it was in 2008. I think this unnamed driveway in Gembrook on the Puffing Billy Railway fits the bill better. It doesn't appear on the list for some reason, but it's got giveaway signs, so I'll count it. It literally ends in a closed fence, so it's definitely not dangerous. What else can we look for? How about some random ones? The least dangerous crossing with boom gates is Holborn Street in Watcham, with a score of 0.0288. The least dangerous crossing with flashing lights is Midland Highway, Johnson Street in Castlemaine, with a score of 0.0087. I don't see it. This crossing's on a busy road, so it has to be more dangerous than its ranking. I think Kipps Lane in Hastings, only just a few above it, is less dangerous. It's on a road that's pretty much closed to the public and only sees a couple of freight trains a week. And let's finish off with the most dangerous level crossing with passive signs, which was Lydiard's Road in Euroa, with a score of 12. I think it's meant to be this one that becomes Dudley Road, but it now has boom gates, so we can't count it. I tried looking for the next one, but I'll be honest, I had a bit of trouble finding it. Every single passive crossing after Lydiard's Road now either has boom gates, flashing lights, or is being closed. I think I've found it though, and it's this one here, Burnet's Road in Tatyoon, which has a score of 4. I highly recommend you check out this list. It is an endless supply of fascinating stats. You may be aware that there really haven't been any new level crossings built in Victoria for upwards of the last 30 years. There's been a couple, like a few pedestrian crossings here and there, and most notably Docklink Road in the Port of Melbourne in the 1990s, alongside a few freight crossings in Geelong in the 2000s, but aside from that there've been none of note really. That's because in 2002, the Victorian government passed an amendment to the Victorian Planning Scheme, which essentially blocked the ability for parties to construct new level crossings unless they got approval from the Minister for Transport. The amendment required grade separations at railways going forward for any new roads or railway lines. This was further expanded in the Road Rail Safety Interface Agreement Guidelines of 2009. You would have seen the fruits of this legislation happening with the Regional Rail Link, built in 2015, with 18 potential level crossings removed by either grade separation or closing the road at the line, and the Mernda Line extension, built in 2018, with 5 potential level crossings grade separated. It has also proved important in small constructions, for example, Aylmer Road in Lynbrook. This road was planned to link up the two sides of Lynbrook as part of the Lynbrook Development Plan. However, the amendment blocked this plan unless a grade separation could be done. The project didn't have enough money and didn't get approval from the Minister for Transport, so was cancelled. As of now, the road leads nowhere, and traffic now needs to use Evans Road or the Western Port Highway to cross the Cranbourne line. There's even a lamp post on the incomplete road. How sad. This amendment has had very positive impacts on Victoria as a whole, with no new level crossings being built since the early 2000s. However, there has been one little exception since 2003. The Port Rail Transformation Project in the Port of Melbourne was built in 2023 to streamline rail container capacity and operations. This project involved the construction of a new public road and a new rail terminal. This new road, intermodal way, and rail line were to intersect, and due to, I assume, the location and the infrequency of traffic and rail movements, a level crossing was found to not be detrimental to the area, or maybe a grade separation was not viable or too much out of scope for the project, so a crossing has been built. There we go, Melbourne's newest level crossing, and the only exception to the amendment. More exceptions might happen in the future, we'll just have to wait and see. Before the level crossing removal project was established, crossings were removed previously with the Country Roads and Level Crossings Act of 1954. This is essentially the old version of the current authority, and would facilitate the elimination and upgrading of level crossings. Many new bridges and underpasses were built by the state government as a result of this act, though compared to today, it was far less frequent. Here are a couple of significant crossing removals that have happened since the authority was introduced. In the 1950s, after the establishment of the Act, there were level crossing removals at Clifton Hill, Footscray, and Dandenong in 1957, and Tuan Moorabbin in 1958. In the 1960s, removals were ramped up, with grade separations happening at Elstonwick and Newport in 1960, Craigieburn, Sunshine and Albion in 1961, Strathmore in 1963, Burnley in 1964, and Canterbury and Oakley in 1968. In the 1970s, this blitz continued, with removals at Yarraville in 1970, Box Hill in 1971, Oakley again in 1972, Altona North in 1973, Seaford in 1974, Dallas in 1975, 3 along the Hurstbridge line between Macleod and Greensborough in 1977, and 2 at Broadmeadows in 1978. In the 1980s, level crossing removals slowed down, with grade separations only happening at Braybrook in 1982, Box Hill in 1983, and Malvern East in 1987. There were even less in the 1990s, with removals only at Frankston in 1990 and Baronia in 1998. By the 2000s, crossing removals picked up again, with grade separations at Westall in 2000, Lyndhurst in 2001, Narre Warren in 2004, Blackburn and Somerton in 2007, and Keilor Downs in 2009. And finally, by the early 2010s, just before the level crossing removal project started, there were grade separations at Nunawading in 2010, Altona in 2011, 2 in Sunshine in 2013, and 2 in Mitcham and 1 in Springvale in 2014. There are a few other removals I've not mentioned, but you can find them all on the VicSig website. The Red Spot Survey was an online survey conducted by RACV from 1991 to 2018. Every 2 years, it would ask commuters to name and shame the most congested road locations for traffic in Victoria. The results would then be compiled into a list, and this would be released to the public as the top 10 worst places for traffic congestion in Victoria. This list provided influence to the state government for how to prioritise infrastructure funding. I bring this up because, unsurprisingly, level crossings were some of the most common locations listed, and I'm not talking just one. There were many. To paint a picture, 14 total level crossing locations featured in these surveys from as far back as 2002, which is the latest available data we've got. Some appeared multiple times, some took the number 1 place for consecutive years, and in some years, more than half the spots on the list could be level crossing locations. What an absolute mess. So, what are some notable ones we can talk about? Well, let's start with the serial level crossing offender, Springvale Road in Nunawading. This one was ranked the number 1 worst place for traffic congestion in Victoria in 2006 and 2008, before it was grade separated. The Burke Road level crossing in Glen Iris featured 5 years in a row from 2006 to 2014, when it was grade separated, peaking at number 4 in 2010. The Murrumbina Road level crossing in Murrumbina featured 4 years in a row from 2008 to 2014, peaking at number 1 in 2010 and 2012, though it didn't feature in 2016 for some reason. The same thing happened with the High Street level crossing in Reservoir, which featured from 2010 to 2014, peaking at number 3 in 2014, before it seemingly dropped off the list in 2016 before it was grade separated. It's the same story with the Blackburn Road level crossing in Blackburn, featuring in 2006 and 2008, the Clayton Road level crossing in Clayton, featuring in 2010 and 2012, the Toorak Road level crossing in Kooyong, featuring in 2014 and 2016, and the Gap Road level crossing in Sunbury, featuring in 2012 and 2014. Now, it is only a survey, so of course results change every time, but it's interesting to see how some traffic locations overtake others, particularly at level crossings when the problem hasn't been fixed yet. There is no doubt here that the Red Spot survey had some influence, because guess what? Every crossing that I've mentioned has since been grade separated. Unfortunately, since 2018, RACV have actually stopped conducting the Red Spot survey. They don't even have any links to previous surveys on their website, except for 2018, and any links from external websites now takes you to their main website. I'm not sure why they stopped. You can still find results of past surveys using the Wayback Machine, and there's plenty of online newspaper articles and Facebook posts regarding the Red Spot surveys, but it's a shame there aren't any new surveys that highlight today's relevant traffic hotspots. Hopefully RACV will do them again at some point. They're really useful. So, we know about the latest level crossing built in Victoria. How about the first? I'm talking about the first automated crossings with flashing lights and warning signs, not interlocking gates. Well, we can go back to 1923 for this, where the Amos Street level crossing in Brunswick East had the first Wigwag signal installed. After that, in 1932, Warrigal Road in Mentone had the first set of flashing lights installed. And after that, in 1956, Toorak Road in Kooyong had the first set of boomgates installed, shortly followed by Springvale Road in Nunawading. In 1963, Riversdale Road in Camberwell was the first tramway square to have boomgates installed. And one last one to mention is Blackburn Road in Blackburn, which in 1970 was the first crossing to have traffic lights programmed at a crossing in conjunction with the boomgates. The more you know. So I mentioned before the Amos Street Wigwag, and you might be thinking what on earth a wigwag is. Well, wigwags are a very early type of automated level crossing signal. They basically involve a pole with a circular plate, bell and light attached to a cantilever. When a train comes, the signal activates by electromagnets moving the plate in a pendulum motion, left to right. The light switches on and each swing causes a hammer to hit the bell located in the mechanism. These were designed to imitate the actions of a watchman, who would swing a red lantern at a level crossing location left to right to warn commuters of approaching trains. They were very common in America, and as a result of their influence, they were very common in Australia too, with up to 32 installations in Victoria alone by the 1940s. However, with the introduction of new minimum crossing standards, wigwags were determined to not provide adequate crossing protection anymore. And when flashing lights came out in the early 1930s, wigwags subsequently became obsolete. Manufacturing of wigwags stopped in the 1940s, with the last one installed at Chanters Lane in Tilden in 1943. All crossings in Victoria with wigwags have since been replaced by boomgates or flashing lights, with the last one coincidentally also being the Chanters Lane level crossing in Tilden, removed in 1974. The good news is there are still a couple of wigwags surviving today in heritage-style installations. The most prominent one is an operational one servicing a pedestrian footpath at Lakeside Railway Station on the Puffing Billy Railway, which was installed sometime around 2003. There is also an operational wigwag at the Newport Railway Museum, which is actually rumoured to be the one from Chanters Lane. Finally, there is a static one on display at Coal Creek in Korumburra, which may have come from the nearby Warrigal Road or Korumburra-Beena Road level crossings. If you look on YouTube, you can find a couple of other surviving wigwags dotted about in private collections. You can even find miniature wigwags on model railway layouts at exhibitions, which is really cute. My favourite one though has to be the operational wigwag at the miniature Diamond Valley Railway in Eltham. This is a temporary crossing, so is usually only set up on public running days before being stored away afterwards. You can see it just after the main station. It's really cool. Okay, I may have lied. I've got more interlocking gates to talk about. The reason I want to talk about them is because there are many different things that have happened to interlocking gates after they've been removed. What are some examples of what's been done? Let's make a start by talking about Kyneton. Kyneton Railway Station had a set of interlocking gates controlled by a signalman in the adjacent signal box. Unlike Lydiard Street, it was never automated, and was the last set of mechanically interlocked swing gates controlled by a signalman in Victoria. In 2005, the Bendigo line was upgraded as part of the Regional Fast Rail project. The interlocking gates were subsequently decommissioned to enhance travel times and improve safety. Boom gates were installed, and the old gates were reinstated statically at the crossing. A similar thing happened at a few other locations. At Clifton Hill Railway Station, the old gates at Ramsden Street were decommissioned in 1992 and replaced with boom gates, with the old gates reinstalled statically. It was the same story at Yarraville Station in 1995, Humphrey Street in Ballarat in 1992, Station Road in Gisborne in 1996, and at Park Street in Brunswick in 1998, one of those on the Upfield line. How about crossings with interlocking gates on roads that closed? Well, there are 3 roads on the previously mentioned Upfield line which used to have interlocking gates before they were closed after the upgrade in the 1990s. The gates were returned statically, and they currently reside at Barclay Street, Phoenix Street and Tyning Street. Another good example is Victoria Street in Macedon. This tiny road used to cross the train line, but was closed at the crossing in 1995. The original gates were restored and reinstated at the crossing statically. What about repurposed or custom-made gates? Well, there are heaps. Many heritage railways in Victoria use interlocking gates for entries for vehicles and pathways. This includes the Puffing Billy Railway, the Walhalla Goldfields Railway, the Bellarine Railway, and the Dalesford Spa Country Railway. There are also many more around seemingly random train-related locations in Victoria, such as Trentham Station, the Gippsland Shopping Centre in Sale, the Victorian Miniature Railway in Harcourt, Coal Creek in Currumbara, and Lilydale Station on the rail trail. There are many more, but I'm not going to list them all. And finally, what about a crossing with interlocking gates on a closed railway line? Well, Rutherglen is the one. The Wodonga railway line operated from 1897 to 1995 between Springhurst and Wodonga, travelling through Rutherglen where a station was built. When the line closed, a volunteer group ran a little motor trolley service from Rutherglen to Lilliput, called the Stringybark Express. This small section of the line included a set of hand-operated interlocking gates at Rutherglen on the Murray Valley Highway. In 2002, this service ceased, but the interlocking gates were never removed. They've remained there even as part of the line has become a rail trail. Fun fact, the website for the Stringybark Express still exists. It looks about as dated as you could imagine, and good luck trying to book a ticket for this non-existent service, but it's still there, so that's kinda interesting. Skyrail is the form of grade separation where the railway line is rebuilt above the road on a bridge. This has often been chosen as the preferred grade separation option due to the fact it's cheaper than digging a rail trench, requires less downtime for rail services, and helps free up open space underneath. However, it has caused controversy, particularly around Melbourne's southeast, where 9 level crossings were removed by Skyrail by 2018. The main issues residents brought up were to do with the bridges themselves. These bridges were designed to be 9 metres tall and would go on for kilometres, which residents pointed out would overshadow into backyards and give less privacy. There were also concerns about potential elevated noise levels, decreased property values, open space underneath turning into car parks instead of parkland, and many tree removals. But overall, the lack of initial consultation on the designs proved the most controversial. In many cases, residents claimed they did not have a say in the decision-making process in the first place. Many protests took place, and you would have seen many No Skyrail placards displayed on nearby affected houses. Petitions to cancel this project were signed by upwards of 2,000 people, and Supreme Court action was even launched against the project. This was to no avail, as Skyrail was eventually built anyway. Now, here's the thing. Pretty much every problem that I listed had a solution. Engineering enhancements made the Skyrail structures actually quieter than the original ground level line. The majority of the 22.5 hectares and 17 kilometres of open space underneath is now linear parkland, with over 12,000 new trees and shrubs planted to replace any that had to be removed. Barricades have been put in place on the Skyrail bridge, so commuters cannot see into nearby houses, and the overall price of properties in the area has skyrocketed between 5 and 12%. Now, don't get me wrong, a few of these initial concerns do have merit. The lack of consultation is a sticky issue, because the government did get community consultation on the design, but only when the Skyrail method was chosen. In many cases, residents actually wanted rail trenches instead. More definitely could have been done initially to ease residents' concerns. The 9-metre Skyrail structure is also subjective on whether it's an eyesore or not, and a select few residents do have to deal with overshadowing into their backyards. However, at the end of the day, Skyrail is still a logically better option than a rail trench. And it's funny, because many of the residents who initially protested Skyrail actually like it now. The main drawcards here are the massive amounts of open space created and the reduction in train noise. And let's not forget the fact that the level crossings don't exist anymore. Real estate agents have even claimed that the benefits of Skyrail are attracting buyers to these areas. There are still debates these days about other future Skyrail projects, and they do get their fair share of opposition, but it's nowhere near as strong as it used to be. And now we know that once Skyrail is built, the positives really outweigh the negatives. So, Skyrail is a contentious issue, but there are many other controversies with other crossing removal projects we can talk about. One of them is the prioritisation of some crossings over others. Let's talk about Eel Race Road in Karang. This crossing was initially included in the first list of 50 crossings to be removed, with the government calling it one of Victoria's most dangerous and congesting level crossings. However, this wasn't exactly true. It was considered a low priority by Vic Roads. The road essentially leads to a dead end, and only 500 cars would cross the crossing every day. This created a spat not only with locals, but also the Frankston Council, who actually asked the government to not remove it and allocate funding to other projects. In the end, the crossing needed to be removed anyway, as the design for the new Skyrail bridge for the Station Street level crossing removal in Karang wouldn't allow a crossing or an underpass there anyway. But calling Eel Race Road one of the most dangerous and congesting level crossings wasn't the best look. A similar thing happened with Werribee Street in Werribee. This crossing was ranked the 7th most dangerous level crossing in Victoria according to ALCAM in 2008, and so was added to the initial list of crossings to be removed in 2014. However, when the regional rail link opened in 2015, after the crossing list was created, all V-Line trains would now bypass Werribee Street, meaning only freight trains and the twice-weekly overland train would pass through. As a result, Boomgates here would only be down for 5 minutes or 4% of the morning peak, making it one of the least busiest crossings on the list. At the time, many residents argued that the nearby Old Geelong Road level crossing at Hoppers Crossing should have been prioritised first, due to it having more train movements. However, nothing changed and Werribee Street got removed. Old Geelong Road was eventually removed too, though potentially should have been a higher priority here. Another issue is high priority crossings that aren't initially included on the list. In Mont Albert and Surrey Hills, neither of the crossings at these locations were initially included in the project's original plan of 50 level crossing removals, even though both were dangerous. When a fatal crash happened here in 2016, where 2 people were killed, a spotlight was put on these crossings, but the government still did not alter its plan to prioritise them for removal. This generated a bit of anger and frustration in the community, with the opposition leader even calling the project a political list. Luckily, in 2018, both of these crossings were included in the expanded list of 75 crossing removals, and both were grade separated by 2023. And finally, a few major level crossings which are constantly touted as a priority for removal but have never been included are any current level crossings on the Glen Waverley line. Madden Grove is a crossing that is located directly on one of the roads that feeds into CityLink, and so gets lots of traffic, and Boomgates here can be down for 29 minutes or 24% of the morning peak. It's a similar story at Glenferrie Road in Kooyong, Taronga Road in Malvern, and High Street in Glen Iris. I'll touch on these crossings a little later actually. These crossings get mentioned in many articles, with many asking why they aren't included in the grade separation list while other low priority crossings are. This isn't the last controversy in regards to level crossing removals that I'm going to talk about. When a level crossing is removed, it's usually grade separated by rail trench or Skyrail. The only other option is to close the road at the level crossing. This is a surprisingly common occurrence, particularly with the level crossing removal project. There are a number of reasons why though. Usually these crossings are on smaller roads that don't get too much traffic, and are generally in close proximity to other roads that have already been grade separated. They're usually redesigned with a new streamlined route to these roads to provide better traffic flow across the train line without the need for these roads to be grade separated as well. Closing them also provides more opportunities to do enhanced pedestrian overpasses or underpasses, and overall it's a cheaper option than grade separation. These are some of the crossings that have been or will be closed rather than grade separated. This includes 4 on the Frankston line, which were replaced by completely different overpasses, Cave Hill Road in Lilydale, which officially made the Lilydale line the first on the metro network to be level crossing free, and Bear Street in Mordialloc, which is going to be closed due to the proximity of Mordialloc sidings. These projects have unsurprisingly developed their own forms of controversy. The future closures of Champion Road in Newport and Latrobe Street in Mentone have angered local residents who want to retain their north-south and east-west connections. However, these plans have solutions, just like Skyrail. In regards to Champion Road, better access will be provided to the soon-to-be grade-separated Maddox Road level crossing via Acuna Drive. while for Latrobe Street, the nearby Balcombe and Charman roads have been grade separated, negating the need for this crossing. So while you can understand the loss of convenience, you can also see it's a safer option than a level crossing in the first place, and the permanent detours don't cause enough issues to justify a whole grade separation. Another thing to note is level crossing closures aren't isolated to just the metro network. There are also a number of regional rail crossings that have been closed rather than grade separated too, for similar reasons. This includes Simpson Street in Karang, Kenny's Lane in Broadford, Pachulo's Lane in Craigieburn, MacArthur Street in Bairnsdale, and Victoria Street in Macedon, though this isn't happening as much as it is in Melbourne. Okay, let's finish up on a couple of other random controversies. First up, heritage issues. Many stations and even signal boxes on Melbourne's network have heritage protection. But when a level crossing in close proximity is touted for removal, things become complicated. What do we do when an old station can't be included in its original way? Some solutions so far have included the following. Relocating the station, like at Clayton, which has been moved to the Clayton Station Precinct, as well as Montalbot, which has been moved to the Montalbot Village Plaza. Leaving the station in place and repurposing it, like at Mentone, Lilydale, North Williamstown, Coburg, and Moreland, and relocating the station somewhere different, like Cheltenham Station, which was donated to the Mornington Tourist Railway, and Mooroolbark, which is currently being restored and rebuilt at Tarrawarra Station on the Healesville Railway. These are all really creative ways to keep heritage, but at the end of the day, it isn't the same, and you can understand why residents get upset at big modern concrete structures overpowering the old stations. Sometimes even heritage protection can't save old buildings, like the heritage-listed signal box at Coburg. This building had to be demolished to make way for Skyrail, which understandably upset locals. The base is still there, though that doesn't exactly make up for the demolished building. Then again, with these situations, you can't have things both ways. It's either keep the level crossing, or alter the buildings and landscape to integrate heritage into the crossing removal as best as it can. Second, the amalgamation of stations. If 2 or 3 stations are in close proximity to each other, it's cheaper and more logical to rebuild them as 1 station instead of 2, and 2 stations instead of 3. This happened with Montalbot and Surrey Hills, which were both removed and converted into Union Station due to their close proximity and design issues if both were to be rebuilt, and this will happen in the future on the Upfield line, with Jewell, Brunswick and Ainsty stations to be replaced by 2 stations instead of 3 for similar reasons. The controversy here is residents do not want a loss of accessibility due to the removal of a station. Marybeck Council has even called on the Department of Transport and Planning to keep all 3 stations on the Upfield line for this very reason. But here's the thing, long-term benefits are reaped from this design decision. It takes less time for a train to go through 1 station than 2, and 2 stations than 3. So in the long term, not only are trains less likely to be delayed by issues at stations, but there will also be more opportunities for extra services to be provided, which is very important for a growing population. More open space is created as well. So less accessibility and convenience is still a sticking point for residents. I'm afraid this is just another crossroads that communities have to deal with. Third, design flaws. Sometimes, the final design of a level crossing removal can actually make things worse, believe it or not. At Lilydale Station, the Maroondah Highway level crossing was removed in 2021, but the road wasn't exactly streamlined in this process. Maroondah Highway is still designed to go from 3 lanes to 2 and then to 1 in a very short sequence, all at a brand new confusing intersection of traffic lights which at the time of opening favoured pedestrians. As a result of this, actual traffic light changes can take twice as long as when the crossing was in place, due to constant pedestrian movements. It's a shame a pedestrian overpass wasn't built here. Traffic engineers are in the process of enhancing the traffic light sequences, but the fact this issue came about in the first place when things should have been improved gives weight to the frustration of residents. We can also talk about the Dorothy Avenue underpass in Glen Huntly. This underpass was originally going to get removed with the level crossing removal at Ormond Station due to the gradient for freight trains being too steep if the underpass was kept, but it caused such an outcry in the community due to its usefulness in its proximity to EE Gun Reserve that the project was actually modified to keep the underpass. This truly shows the power of people when initial designs are flawed and don't meet acceptable standards. For what it's worth, the gradient is still steep, but was deemed acceptable for freight trains going on short distances only, which on the Frankston line is all there ever will be. Finally, bus replacements. The one phrase that haunts Melburnians to the core. In order to facilitate level crossing removals, bus replacements are regularly needed to carry passengers when a line is closed, sometimes for months on end, especially during the final stages of a project. They are inevitable and necessary, though you can understand how fed up residents can get when multiple times every year a whole section of a train line has to be shut for upwards of a month with bus replacements. For example, portions of the Frankston line had to be shut for level crossing removals at Ormond, McKinnon and Bentley in 2016, then at Seaford and Frankston in 2018, and then again in Cheltenham and Mentone in 2020, the Sandbelt section in 2021, Glen Huntly in 2023, Parkdale in 2024, and will continue with Mordialloc and Hyatt in coming years. That's nearly 10 years of constant bus replacements. Nobody's going to be happy with that. Look, at least the bus replacements happen with good intentions, and once the level crossings are removed for good, the bus replacements stop happening too. Unless more work needs to be done on these lines. Let's not jinx it. Okay, now let's get onto some individual crossings themselves. The Burke Road level crossing in Glen Iris was frankly one of the biggest engineering mistakes in Melbourne. It started out as a small tramway square with interlocking gates, but by the 1980s it became this monstrosity. So what happened here was the southeastern arterial link between Toorak Road and Warrigal Road was finally constructed, fixing up a missing link that had been there since the 1970s. It was initially built at ground level at Burke Road with traffic lights, rather than a freeway-style interchange, in order to save costs. Burke Road around Gardner's Station needed a big upgrade to cope with the new traffic fed onto it from the link, so the road was duplicated, without removing the level crossing. Yes, they opted to build a brand new crossing on this massive intersection instead of removing it. What we got here was this crazy spaghetti intersection of 6 lanes of traffic, tram lines, and a level crossing in the middle, right next to a massive new road interchange. Unsurprisingly, it quickly became a traffic congestion hotspot. When the southeastern arterial link, now called the Monash Freeway, was finally lowered under Burke Road with an underpass in 1997, the bottleneck eased slightly, but not for long. The freeway experienced the phenomena known as induced demand, where more traffic is incentivized to use a new arterial after it opens. This made the situation with the level crossing worse, and now that the intersection had entry and exit ramps on both sides of the freeway, within a few years upwards of 26,500 cars would pass over the crossing every day, not to mention 186 trams. Now, this crossing being a tramway square, guess what? Speed restrictions were needed, but at Burke Road it was even worse than others. Trains were restricted to 15 kilometers an hour here, I'm guessing because of safety reasons, and as the crossing was so long, trains would take way longer to traverse the intersection. Boomgates could be down for up to 4 minutes each time a train passed through, which could sometimes add up to 47 minutes or 40% of the morning peak. Even outside of peak hour, this crossing was terrible. Is it any surprise it was on the Red Spot survey 5 years in a row? It's fair to say this crossing was a big political issue, and needed to go. Luckily, when the 2014 state election came around, both the Liberal and Labor parties pledged to remove this crossing. After Labor won the election, it was incorporated into the level crossing removal project, and in January 2016, the crossing was finally grade separated, becoming the first crossing under this project to be removed. So, what can we make from this? Well, Burke Road is a fascinating example of poor future planning and design. The consequence of this was a terrible intersection that became one of the worst traffic spots in Victoria. Many decades of frustration could have been avoided here had better road and rail integration happened back in the 1980s. Better late than never, I guess. One last thing, the signal box that controlled the crossing was removed, restored and relocated further west, where it's now used as a bike shelter. How cool! Oh, Springvale Road, Nunawading, I keep circling back to you. What else is there we can say? We've already mentioned that it was one of the most dangerous level crossings in Victoria, and that it was one of the most congesting traffic locations as well. So why don't we talk about why it was so bad? Well, Springvale Road is one of the busiest north-south corridors in Melbourne. It has 6 lanes of traffic for the majority of its length, and at Nunawading alone, up to 50,000 vehicles would pass by every day, nearly double what Burke Road had to deal with. It wasn't quite as badly designed as Burke Road, but its positioning was just appalling. Whitehorse Road intersects with Springvale Road just north of the station, which in itself is one of Melbourne's busiest intersections. Traffic would regularly clog Springvale Road, and banking would happen right up on top of the level crossing. We can assume that boomgates could be down for upwards of 66 minutes or 55% of the morning peak, according to similar level crossing data of the nearby Blackburn and Heatherdale roads, so this crossing was a recipe for disaster. In the 5 years leading up to its removal, 50 crashes happened here, with many more near misses reported too. Short-term solutions were made here, including painting yellow keep clear markings in the road and installing red light cameras to deter risky behaviour, but people still gambled with their lives at this crossing. Security footage from the red light camera was used in many media reports at the time to highlight the dangers of level crossings. Thankfully, Springvale Road was grade separated in 2010, finally eliminating the most dangerous level crossing in Victoria. As it was no longer taking up the number 1 spot, the second most dangerous level crossing got bumped up to number 1. Which one was that one again? Oh, that's right, it's Springvale Road in Springvale! Yes, Springvale Road had 2 level crossings, the second one in the heart of Springvale. You can start to see a pattern here. This was another crossing dealing with the busyness of Springvale Road, but this one had additional side roads feeding traffic directly onto it. Up to 25,000 vehicles would pass through this intersection every day, so not as bad as Nunawading, but as this crossing was on the Dandenong corridor of the Pakenham and Cranbourne lines, ridiculously high frequencies of trains would pass through, including Metro, V-Line and freight trains. At their busiest, boomgates here could be down for 50 minutes or 42% of the morning peak. Another deadly combination. Many accidents happened here, including the previously mentioned fatalities in May 2010 and March 2014, literally only a month before the crossing was removed. Such a shame. As I just mentioned, this crossing was grade separated for good in April 2014, the last crossing removed before the establishment of the Level Crossing Removal Project, finally making Springvale Road level crossing free. Kind of. Yeah, believe it or not, Springvale Road kinda had a third crossing. The south of Springvale Road becomes Edithvale Road, which had a level crossing at Edithvale on the Frankston line. Technically it's not Springvale Road in name, but it's the same arterial, so I'll include it. This crossing wasn't quite as bad as the others, ranked only the 74th most dangerous level crossing in Victoria, as opposed to the 2nd and 1st, though that's not really saying much. It was still a complex and confusing intersection, and was the site of a few accidents, including the previously mentioned fatality in 2009. Boomgates could also be down for 42 minutes or 35% of the morning peak. This crossing was grade separated in 2022, at long last making Springvale Road and Edithvale Road level crossing free once and for all, finally ending one of the biggest nightmares on one of Melbourne's busiest arterials. Hooray! So, Springvale Road was bad, but did you know that Dorset Road in Boronia was arguably worse? Yes, this funny little crossing in a less dense area of Melbourne, with only one railway line traversing it, was considered the most dangerous crossing in Victoria for decades. How? Well, having a poorly designed intersection to begin with is a start. This location involved the amalgamation of Dorset Road and Boronia Road, diagonally straddled by the train line in the middle. On face value, it doesn't look that much worse than ones we've already seen. The design flaw here was in order to get from the north end of Dorset Road to the south, and vice versa, motorists needed to do a right-hand turn onto the busy Boronia Road, cross the train line in a very tight manoeuvre, and then turn left back onto Dorset Road. All of this with a train line right in the middle. Dorset Road is a busy north-south corridor, so most traffic travelled in this direction anyway. It was congesting, confusing, and very dangerous if you didn't know the area. Many near misses happened here because drivers would misjudge the intersection and get stopped on the train line itself at the crossing due to traffic bottlenecking the area. Most of the accidents that happened here were from non-locals. At least 30 people died at this crossing between 1926 and 1978. This made it the deadliest crossing in Victoria. Seriously, I don't know of any other crossing that has caused so many fatalities in its lifetime than this one. In the early years, when it only had passive railway crossing signs, it was notorious for accidents. In 1926, 9 people were killed when a bus collided with a train. In 1944, 5 people were killed when a car collided with a train. In 1952, 13 people were killed when a bus collided with a train, though some newspapers reported 9 or 7 dead. These accidents finally brought attention to the crossing, and flashing lights were installed in the same year. The line was duplicated in 1957, and in 1971, boomgates were provided. This made the crossing safer, but didn't make the intersection less confusing. Accidents still happened, and with increasing population and more train service frequency, boomgates were down for longer in peak times, clogging up the area more than ever before. Finally, in the 1990s, the Victorian government prioritised its removal. The initial plan was to lower the road below the rail line and building an additional ring road. This was scrapped in favour of lowering the rail line and redeveloping the intersection and land above. This project was greenlit and completed in 1998. The intersection is now a lot more streamlined, with Dorset Road redesigned to actually connect up with itself, and the old dogleg of the previous intersection gone for good, if 70 years too late. A book about the intersection, called Baronia and its Death Trap Crossing by Ray Peace, is soon to be published. Yes, this intersection was that bad that it warrants its own book. Who would have guessed? So, we've talked about the most dangerous and congesting level crossings in Victoria. How about the biggest? Well, that's kind of subjective. Like, is it the biggest if it has the most tracks? Or is the longest? Or has the most lights on top of each other? Well, how about a crossing that has the most amount of roads leading onto it, the most amount of Boomgate Arms, and was probably the worst designed piece of infrastructure Victoria has ever seen, rivaling that of Burke Road? Let me introduce you to High Street in Reservoir. It was, to put it nicely, an abomination. Where do we begin? It started out as a terrible intersection in the first place, with the busy north-south corridor High Street and Spring Street meeting at I think a roundabout, with Cheddar Road and Broadway coming from the east and intersecting at around the same spot. If that's not confusing enough, let's just add a train line right through the middle, because why not? This intersection literally divided the community of Reservoir in half, and a cultural divide between the east and the west of the railway line was created, which still persists to this day. In the 1990s, the intersection underwent a $12 million upgrade to install traffic lights and additional lanes. Ah, great, an opportunity to fix up the intersection. Wrong! Like Burke Road, they didn't opt to remove the level crossing, instead incorporating it into the new design. And the result was this? Like, what are we even looking at here? We've now got a combination of multiple roads which need their own sequence of traffic lights on a busy north-south corridor in Melbourne with a level crossing that brings all 4 roads to a standstill every time a train comes. It's literally the level crossing equivalent of tangled up headphones. What were they thinking? Were there any benefits of the $12 million upgrade? Oh, more parking for commuters, slightly better safety, and a reduction in delays for some traffic movements? Come on, if it was removed in the 90s, there would have been reduced delays for all traffic movements. Oh man, a plaque was even made to commemorate the upgrade. Nah, they get no brownie points for making this intersection. Anyway, onto the crossing itself. I believe this was subjectively the biggest level crossing in Victoria. 6 sets of boomgate mechanisms were needed, 4 for High Street, 1 for Spring Street, and 1 for Cheddar Road. Okay, so it's big, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, right? That's wrong too. Trains would often cross side by side here, so boomgates could be down for upwards of 5 minutes each sequence. Traffic lights were also poorly coordinated, with school pickup times considered the worst for traffic. I've previously mentioned its ranking in the Red Spot survey, appearing in the top 10 in 2010, 2012 and 2014, and if you look anywhere online, High Street Reservoir always comes up as one of the worst intersections in Melbourne. Unsurprisingly, this crossing was included in the level crossing removal project, and was grade separated by December 2019. The intersection still suffers from its weird design, but without the massive level crossing in the middle, it's not as bad, and is now less of a community divider and congestion hotspot than it used to be. Thank goodness. Riversdale Road in Camberwell isn't nearly as bad as the others I've mentioned, but it's significant in its own ways. It is one of only 2 crossings on the Alamein line, which is not a very busy line in the first place, but this crossing is now rated the second most dangerous level crossing in Victoria, according to ALCAM, with nearly all of the crossings above it removed. It's also one of the 4 previously mentioned tramway squares, and one of the last 2 remaining. Its Boomgate Arms have signature folding tips, and the crossing has to be manually operated by a signalman in the signal box. You can hear a ding from the signal box every time a train comes, alerting the signalman to activate the crossing and change the voltage. Trains are also speed restricted here to 30 km an hour, so not nearly as bad as Burke Road, but still a bit of a nuisance. And finally, it is one of only 3 crossings to still have Barker Techniques e-bells, with 1 on each corner. What are these bells? I'll explain in more detail shortly. Okay, so this isn't that super interesting and exciting. To get exciting, we need to go back in time. When boom gates were first installed here in 1963, the crossing was given a quad gate setup, with boom gate mechanisms on each corner of the crossing, the only one in Victoria. The way this would work is the Boomgate Arms for through traffic would close first, while the Boomgate Arms on the opposite side would descend a few seconds after, giving vehicles time to pass through the intersection. The boom gates would then rise together when the crossing would deactivate. I think these were installed as a tramway square crossing trial to prevent cars from skirting around the boom gates. These obviously didn't catch on, and no setups like this were made anywhere else on the metro network. These were removed sometime in the 1990s, I'm assuming because either they were deemed unnecessary and weren't determined to actually prevent accidents, or were a cost-cutting measure to reduce maintenance costs on the crossing. This crossing held the title of having the only quad gate setup in Victoria until 2021, when the down end school road level crossing in Menzies Creek on the Puffing Billy Railway got a quad gate setup as well. I'll get into more detail on this crossing a little later. One last thing, this crossing hasn't been prioritised for removal yet. It is dangerous, but I guess because of how low the patronage on this line is, I can't imagine it getting removed anytime soon. And that's it for individual crossings for now. Okay, so now we can get a little bit more detailed about the engineering of level crossings. So the standard design of level crossings in Victoria is based on the American design, which indicates that active crossings need at least a crossbuck, alternating flashing lights, bells, and boomgate arms on busy roads. The new standard design looks something like this. These setups comprise of crossbucks on red rectangular boards, flat metal boomgate arms, white stop on red signal signs with black letters, LED Westinghouse lights, Western Cullen Hayes boomgate mechanisms, and either general signals or SafeTran e-bells. Going forward, if there is any equipment that deviates from this design, it's generally unusual, though there are many old crossings out there with older designs that still exist, simply because they haven't been funded for upgrades yet, or aren't deemed necessary enough to upgrade. Older designs usually have some of the following: crossbucks comprising of 2 slats of metal, wooden wishbone design boomgate arms, black stop on red signal signs with white letters, incandescent lights, and sometimes, if we're really lucky, mechanical bells. Previous brands have been used regularly for all manner of parts, including SafeTran, Mackenzie & Holland, Western Railroad Supply, but most of these have since been discontinued. If parts become harder to come by and crossing equipment starts to break down, they most likely get replaced by this brand new equipment. How about we contrast a new crossing to an old one? Here we have Healesville-Kinglake Road in Healesville. The crossing used to look like this, a classic old design. It had incandescent lights, crossbucks comprised of 2 slats of metal, a Westinghouse hybrid mechanical bell, black stop on red signal signs with white letters, and no boomgate mechanisms. This crossing was upgraded to a brand new fancy installation with boomgates in 2022, the standard design we see these days. This crossing now has LED lights, red rectangular crossbucks on flat metal boards, SafeTran e-bells, white stop on red signal signs with black letters, and flat boomgate arms on Western Cullen Hayes boomgate mechanisms. It's quite the contrast, but you can understand the new crossing is both more visually noticeable to motorists than the previous setup, and much safer with boomgates. Out with the old and in with the new. Now I need to quickly note that metro crossings still use wooden wishbone boomgate arms, but this has been changing recently, and I'll get onto that in more detail soon. So, we've seen how strict and comprehensive crossings are meant to be. Is there one that throws this completely out the window? Well, yes. Bunting Road in Brooklyn. This is a crossing on a seldom used freight line on a small industrial road, and literally all it has are a few railway crossing boards and a give way sign. It doesn't even have crossbucks. This doesn't exactly adhere to minimum crossing standards, but I think because of its lack of use, I doubt it will ever be touched up in the future. Okay, time to address what is subjectively one of the most interesting parts of a level crossing, the bells. So, with Victorian crossings following the American design, bells are also needed as an audio warning. These sound when a crossing activates and switch off after the train has passed. So a quick bit of history, when crossings were first built in Victoria, the bells that were used were mechanical, with the general design being an electromechanical bell with a hammer programmed to continuously strike a gong. The first being the Mackenzie and Holland bell, based on the American US&S bell. These are nicknamed teardrop bells, the main reason being that they're shaped like a teardrop. These were the mainstay for level crossings in Victoria for many decades. They were eventually followed by other brands and designs, including Safetran, Western Cullen Hayes, Wabco, and even Westinghouse branded teardrop bells themselves, though none of these were as common. In the 1980s, a more modern and reliable mechanical bell was engineered called the Westinghouse Hybrid Bell, based on the American Safetran Hybrid Bell. These had far less moving parts than previous bells, and thus would require less maintenance. They were also smaller and lighter, so far more practical than previous bells. These bells became the new mainstay for crossings in Victoria, and were pretty much installed on every single crossing. And aside from a trial of the previously mentioned Barker Techniques e-bells in the 1990s, Westinghouse hybrid bells dominated the industry until 2002. In this year, a new type of bell called an electronic bell, or e-bell, was introduced. These bells are small cylindrical speakers designed to play small audio grabs that have no moving parts, the brands being either General Signals or Safetran. They are lighter, require less maintenance, and are quieter than mechanical bells for residents. So understandably, they became the favourite, and over the last 20 years have slowly been rolled out over the entire Victorian rail network. Mechanical bells are becoming rarer and rarer, and these days any crossings that still have them are seen as special and unique. As a result, people like me like to document them. Now, this changeover of bells is a slow process, because you can't replace every single bell at once. The good thing is, because of this, we've got a good idea of where the last mechanical bells in Victoria are. Specifically the Metro, V-Line, and freight networks. I'm not mentioning heritage railways because they need their own special entry. Here are a few bell bits of trivia you might find interesting. I don't know all the info, but here's what I know as of this video. On the Metro network, there are 5 crossings with mechanical bells left. 2 are on the electrified network at Macaulay Road in Macaulay, and Webster Street in Dandenong, and there are 3 on the non-electrified Stony Point line at Robinson's Road and Golflinks Road in Langwarrin South, and Eramosa Road in Somerville. All of these crossings have Westinghouse hybrid bells. The last crossing with an active Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bell was Marshall Street in Ivanhoe. This bell was replaced in February 2017. There was a teardrop bell at Corrigan Road in Noble Park up until February 2018, but this bell was disconnected, so doesn't count. Fun fact, I own this bell now. The last Safetran bells were at Union Street in Windsor and Glen Ira Road in Ripponlea. These were replaced in August 2016. I believe there was only one Western Cullen Hayes bell on the Metro network, and this was at Charles Road in Epping. It was replaced around 2010 when the line was duplicated and extended to South Nerang. On the V-Line network, there are still a number of crossings with mechanical bells, but only on the Albury line. You can still find them at places like Seymour, Heathcote Junction, Avenel, Violet Town, and Benalla, to name a few. All have Westinghouse hybrid bells, with one exception, the Seymour Rail Yards, which still has a Safetran bell. The last Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bell was at Nunn Street in Benalla. It was replaced sometime in 2024. The last Western Cullen Hayes bells were along a couple of crossings on the Geelong line and the Ararat line, and were replaced sometime around 2010 or maybe later. The last lines not on the Albury line to have mechanical bells were on the Swan Hill line and the Warrnambool line. These were at Bryan Street in Swan Hill and Hunts Road in Freshwater Creek. Both had their mechanical bells replaced in 2020. On the freight network, there are still plenty of mechanical bells dotted around, mainly on the Portland line and the Oaklands line, and also in West Melbourne on some of the freight lines there. To summarise, the crossings on these lines have bells that range from Westinghouse Hybrids, to Mackenzie and Holland Teardrops, to Westinghouse Teardrops, to Western Cullen Hayes bells, and there's even one SafeTran bell. There are so many mechanical bells that we can only really talk about one last really rare bell that was the last of its kind, the Wabco bell. The last Wabco bell on any freight line was at Racecourse Road in Donald. This bell was replaced in October 2019. There have also been a few random instances where e-bells are installed at crossings alongside mechanical bells. This is usually done if one of the mechanical bells dies and needs replacing in the interim. Usually the other mechanical bell gets replaced soon after too, and this includes places such as Racecourse Road in Pakenham, Sicily Avenue in Wangaratta, Murray Road in Preston, Arden Street in North Melbourne, and Nunn Street in Benalla, with Nunn Street being the only one with this bell set up to this day. There have also been a few weird instances where the opposite has happened, where a dead e-bell gets replaced with a mechanical bell. I'm guessing this happens because there weren't any spare e-bells in stock at that point in time, and in these cases, the mechanical bell is nothing but a short-term solution, often switched quickly afterwards when a replacement e-bell arrives. This has happened at locations like Peak School Road in Little River, Mars Road in Inverleigh, and Geelong Balan Road in Anarchy. This kind of bell system also exists in a more permanent fixture at two pedestrian crossings on the Puffing Billy Railway. I should also mention that there is one last type of mechanical bell that still gets manufactured to this day. This is the latest version of the Western Cullen Hayes mechanical bell. These bells have actually been installed recently at crossings on the Puffing Billy Railway too. I'll get to the Puffing Billy Railway in more detail soon. One last thing, you'll notice another bell in the catalogue I just showed, which is the Western Cullen Hayes e-bell. Well, these ones have never really been installed in Victoria, though they have in a few obscure cases. When the Avoca railway line was reopened in 2018, a couple of crossings had them installed in Maryborough, but they were unceremoniously replaced by SafeTran e-bells just before the line reopened. Don't ask me why. The same thing happened at Cooirut Longwarry Road in Longwarry, which had Western Cullen Hayes e-bells installed in 2024, only for them to be replaced by SafeTran e-bells a year later. Once again, I just don't know what's happening here. There are still a few existing in random locations in Victoria, including Bennett's Road in Springhurst, Burke Street in Euroa, and the previously mentioned Intermodal Way, but I doubt they're going to be rolled out anywhere else. They just seem to get installed and then replaced on a few too many occasions. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Okay, let's get into a little bit more detail about Biker Technique's e-bells. Tassie Transport has done a really great video on these bells you should check out. These were the first type of e-bell to appear in Australia. They were manufactured in Victoria in the 1990s and were used on a couple of crossings in Melbourne and Geelong, most notably the Upfield line when all interlocking gates were replaced with boom gates. These bells are comprised of a small speaker housed in a black box mounted on a small bracket. Sometimes they were mounted individually, and sometimes they would be paired up with two. These were quiet bells and were essentially an early concept for what would eventually become the modern e-bell we see nowadays. These bells were only used on Victorian crossings. They didn't always look like this though. The first generation was a completely different design. These bells were speakers attached to a disconnected Westinghouse hybrid bell and made a slightly different sound to the bells we know these days. These were only installed at Riversdale Road as far as I'm aware, and were replaced by the next generation of Biker Technique e-bells, which is the design we're more familiar with. Production ceased in the late 90s, and in the last 15 years or so, with the lack of spare parts, most have been replaced with General Signals or SafeTran e-bells. A couple of these bells still do exist, but you can only find them at Anderson Street in Yarraville, Riversdale Road in Riversdale, and Giffard Street in Williamstown. They also exist on a few crossings on tram routes 96 and 106, which I will get to soon. Level crossings in Victoria usually have two common brand names for lights, Mackenzie and Holland and Westinghouse. Now, to cut a long story short, Westinghouse is literally just the newest iteration of Mackenzie and Holland, after both companies merged in the 1920s, with the Westinghouse name primarily being adopted for level crossing equipment by the 1970s. However, the first sorts of lights were still branded Mackenzie and Holland, so these days it's common to see old crossings that are yet to be upgraded with Mackenzie and Holland branded lights, while modern crossings have Westinghouse branded lights. Westinghouse lights are the go-to for modern level crossing equipment in Victoria these days. Any other branded lights outside of these two are generally considered unusual and rare, but they do exist in a few circumstances. So let's talk about a couple. The first brand to mention is Harman. These lights are very similar to Westinghouse lights, and I guess they've been used as substitutes when an entire set of Westinghouse lights are not in stock. It's very common for a crossing to have all Westinghouse lights except for one or two, which are Harman. These were primarily incandescent lights, and as incandescent lights gradually get replaced with LED lights, the old Harman light brackets usually get replaced too, so they're becoming less common these days. Harman lights were installed at crossings including Wattletree Road in Eltham, Argyle Avenue in Chelsea, Hilltop Road in Upper Ferntree Gully, Ramsden Street in Clifton Hill, Riversdale Road in Camberwell, Edenmont Road in Clematis, Cliff Street in Portland, the crossing at the METEC Driver Training Centre in Bayswater, and Johnston Street, Midland Highway in Castlemaine, which I believe is the only crossing in Victoria to have LED Harman lights. The second brand to talk about is Alstom. These lights are less common than Harman lights, but have been installed at a couple of level crossings on a few separate occasions. Along the Cranbourne line, an incandescent version of Alstom lights with extra long visors were installed on a number of level crossings here, including Evans Road in Limbrook, Thompson's Road in Cranbourne North, Cams Road in Cranbourne, and Abbots Road in Dandenong South, with the last two being replaced with Westinghouse lights in the years before their grade separations. All of these crossings have since been removed. I'm assuming these were installed when the line was electrified in the mid-1990s as a trial sort of thing for a different brand of lights, but this obviously didn't take off as none were ever installed anywhere else. The only other case of Alstom lights is a super rare modern LED set installed at Macaulay Road in Kensington. This new modern version hasn't appeared anywhere else in Victoria, so I'm guessing this one set is the be-all and end-all. Another brand is Aldridge. These are modern LED lights and have been installed on three crossings that I've previously mentioned: Bennett's Road in Springhurst, Burkett Street in Euroa, and Intermodal Way in West Melbourne. I don't think they've been installed anywhere else, and I guess like Western Cullen Hayes e-bells, they're just a weird anomaly of modern crossings that sometimes pop up here or there. The last brand to talk about is Western Cullen Hayes. I believe there are only 3 cases where Western Cullen Hayes lights have been installed in Victoria, and that was at Corrigan Road in Noble Park, Hilltop Road in Upper Ferntree Gully, and Montalbert Road in Montalbert. I don't have any other information about why they were installed in these 3 random instances. They were replaced at Corrigan Road and Montalbert Road with Westinghouse lights in the lead up to their grade separations, while the one at Hilltop Road was replaced when the lights at this crossing were upgraded to LEDs. Now, these are all unusual lights, but there's one last variety that might be the most obscure of them all. On the northeast line, 2 level crossings at Baralma Rutherglen Road in Baralma and McMahon's Road in Springhurst were part of a seemingly random trial involving a special sort of lights. These lights appeared to be a normal set of Westinghouse incandescent lights, but had an additional junction box mounted on the back. This box contained circuitry that made the lights flash in a strobe-like pattern. There really isn't much information about these lights online, but we can assume these were installed as a safety initiative aimed at better catching the attention of motorists to ensure they don't skip past the crossing when it activates. This trial appears to have been short-lived, as these were the only 2 crossings that got them. I can take a guess that it was found they just weren't more effective than level crossing lights. Both crossings have since been upgraded with boom gates, and all their old equipment has been removed, including the strobe lights. Nothing similar has been trialled in Victoria since. While we're talking about lights, I'll briefly touch on state indicators. These are small lights separate from the main lights of level crossings, usually on their own unit sticking out from the top, and are designed to alert the crew of approaching trains that the crossing is in working order. They flash when the signal activates, along with the rest of the crossing, and provide a better visual cue for the train crew than the red flashing lights of the crossing that face traffic. If these lights don't flash, that means the crossing is malfunctioning, and this gives the crew an appropriate amount of time to contact train controllers and log defects. They're most common on regional crossings or heritage railways, though they do sometimes appear on the metro network too. They can range from simple incandescent globes, to more comprehensive LED systems on larger brackets, to sometimes even separate signals from the crossings themselves. Now you know what they are, you can keep an eye out on them next time you see a crossing. Another important feature of level crossings are the cantilevers. Cantilevers comprise of metal arms that extend from a central pole, with flashing lights and crossbucks installed to provide better crossing visibility to motorists. They have been around for a long time, and they have since become a mainstay on many level crossings, particularly those in Melbourne. Because there are so many, there are a range of unique cantilever oddities we can talk about. The first generation design was a crossbeam light cantilever, with the very first one installed at Burke Road in Kooyong in 1956. I'm not sure if this type was installed anywhere else, but this quickly evolved to a simpler crossbeam design, with most crossings getting this type around the 1970s. These were later followed up by a simpler single metal arm design, which these days is the current mainstay of modern traffic and railway signals. The newer design hasn't completely phased out all the old ones yet. A number of them still exist with their original cantilevers, even years after they were first installed. However, many of them have since been grade separated over the last few decades, so I think there's fewer than 10 examples left in Victoria these days. What about colours? Well, in Victoria, cantilevers have historically had a big range of colours, from silver, to white, to green, to unintentionally rusty red, to even yellow. However, once again, most of these crossings have been removed, so silver is pretty much the only colour that still exists for cantilevers these days. Any more random oddities we can talk about? Yes, there are heaps, so strap in. First, let's talk about excessive cantilevers. Level crossings usually only need one cantilever per direction of traffic, but sometimes crossings can have two. There were 3 crossings in Victoria that had 2 cantilevers facing the same lanes of traffic. These were at Burke Road in Glen Iris, Springvale Road in Springvale, and Keon Parade and Reservoir. I'm guessing these roads needed 2 cantilevers for one direction because there were too many lanes of traffic to service, and all could get very busy. All of these crossings have since been grade separated. Second, cantilevers with forward and backwards facing lights. Cantilevers usually only have one set of lights, and it usually faces the lane of traffic it's directed towards. However, there are 4 cases in Victoria of level crossings having cantilevers with lights on both sides. These are at Glenferrie Road in Kooyong, Puckle Street in Moonee Ponds, Anarchy Road in Bellpost Hill, and Boundary Road in Hadfield. I can't really think of an explanation for why this is done or why it's not more common. All of these crossings still exist. Third, let's get onto some individual crossings themselves. Settlement Road in Thomastown is an interesting case as it has an old crossbeam cantilever design. When the line to Epping was duplicated in 2010, all crossings got upgraded cantilevers, except for Settlement Road. For some reason, the old cantilever from the old crossing was left in place. Wren Street in Toolamba is a similar case, as it recently got upgraded with boom gates, but still retains its old crossbeam cantilever. Centre Road in Bentley had a weird placement of its cantilevers. Instead of being positioned on the left-hand side of the road for the lane of traffic they were facing, they were positioned on the right-hand side. It's literally just been flipped from a normal design, and it looks uncomfortably weird. I'm guessing this was done because the road was so narrow that the cantilevers on the opposite side provided a more central view and better visibility to motorists. This is the only location this kind of design ever happened. Circling back to Springvale Road in Nunawading, this crossing never originally had cantilevers. It only ever had ground level flashing lights. However, when the crossing was being grade separated, modifications to the crossing were needed to accommodate construction works. As a result, new equipment was installed, including a brand new set of cantilevers. I'm not too sure why they were installed here, especially given the crossing only had months left of its operational life left, but maybe it's because Springvale Road was always busy, and so kinda did need cantilevers in the first place. I mean, Springvale Road and Springvale got 2 for 1 direction of traffic, so it makes sense this one should get them too. Scoresby Road in Bayswater was the last crossing in Victoria to have an active set of incandescent globes on a cantilever. If you didn't know, when LED lights started being rolled out in the early 2000s, the first signals to be upgraded were the cantilever lights on level crossings. And I'm not talking about a few, I'm talking about every single crossing that had a cantilever. Except for one crossing, which was Scoresby Road. I don't know how this one missed out, but it did. And it remained that way until the crossing's grade separation in 2016. Now, there is still technically a level crossing in Victoria that has incandescent globes on a cantilever, but it is not in an operational capacity. This crossing is Wharf Road in Port Melbourne, on the closed Webb Dock line. The reason it never got LED lights is because the crossing closed in 1996, along with the line, before the rollout could happen. And because the line's currently still closed, there is no reason to upgrade it. Hell, no one's even bothered to remove it either, and it's still there to this day. I'll get into more detail on the Webb Dock line shortly. Stony Point Road in Bittern is a crossing that has a cantilever in a weird spot. Because of the intersection's design, the cantilever doesn't hang over the road, but rather off to the right. This is to provide more crossing visibility to cars coming onto Stony Point Road. I don't think there's any other crossings designed like this. Nearham Road in Glen Huntly was a crossing that had a cantilever that was noticeably leaning. It looks like it was bound to eventually fall over, but the crossing was grade separated before that could happen. Yep, that's literally all I wanted to talk about. And finally, cantilevers without boom gates. So, in the past, crossings in country Victoria could sometimes be built with cantilevers, but no boom gates, especially those on busy roads. These were installed on quite a few level crossings, mostly in busy traffic areas on less used railway lines. These never look quite right to me. Crossings with cantilevers need boom gates. Most of these have since been upgraded with boom gates, and I believe, though I can't confirm, there are only 4 level crossings with cantilevers but no boom gates left in Victoria, and only 2 of them are operational. The ones on working lines are at Sturt Street in Echuca and Somerville Road in Brooklyn, while the ones on closed lines are at the Esplanade in Mill Lane and Wharf Road in Port Melbourne. Now, usually if a crossing has boom gates or just flashing lights, the bells would go on top of one of the signals. On a crossing with just cantilevers, they'd sometimes go on a separate part sticking out from the main pole. So what happens when the crossing gets boom gates installed retrospectively? Well, sometimes they replace the whole crossing, but there are a few cases where new boom gates are added with bells without modifying the cantilever. In this case, the old cantilever is kept, but the old bell on the cantilever doesn't get removed. They're literally just left there on the pole, disconnected from the crossing. This has happened twice, at Sunshine Road in Sunshine and Corrigan Road in Noble Park. Both crossings had disconnected teardrop bells on their cantilevers right next to some new operational bells, with the one on Sunshine Road staying until around 2009, while the one on Corrigan Road stayed until the crossing's removal in 2018. Okay, I think that's enough cantilever info. Let's move on. Okay, now let's talk about some closed railways. The South Gippsland Railway line is a mostly closed line that used to run from Dandenong all the way to Port Albert. Over the past 100 years, most of the line has been closed, and trains currently only run as far as Cranbourne. In fact, no trains have run beyond Cranbourne since 1999, with only the Heritage South Gippsland Railway operating on a portion of the line between Nyora and Leongatha until November 2015. When the line beyond Cranbourne closed, not much of the old infrastructure was removed. The track, signals, and even a number of level crossings were just abandoned for a long time. This is a surprisingly common thing for recently closed railways. 7 level crossings with flashing lights on the line were left in place, including 2 at Lang Lang, 1 at Cooey Rup, and 4 on the outskirts of Cranbourne. All had the usual gateless setups you'd see on country Victorian crossings of this era. However, many were unique. Notable ones include Rossiter Road in Cooree Rup, which had a rear set of lights sharing the same bulbs as the front ones, Berwick Cranbourne Road in Cranbourne, which had a cantilever but no boom gates, and Narre Warren Cranbourne Road in Cranbourne, which had an active pedestrian crossing. In the years after its closure, many of these crossings fell victim to vandalism, which unfortunately is also common to closed railways. Sometime around 2013, all infrastructure at these level crossings were removed, with one exception. South Gippsland Highway at Cranbourne still has a lot of its infrastructure in place. The track has long been paved over, and some of the signals are a bit worse for wear, but it's mostly intact. Even the relay cases remain. The crossing also seems to have gotten some sort of maintenance, but not recently. If you look carefully at the signal on the eastern side, it's a fairly modern one with LED lights. This wouldn't have been there when the line closed, so I'm guessing it was installed sometime in the last 20 years or so, maybe to replace a missing signal. The crossing also used to be connected up, and was actually tested a couple of years ago, though it may have been disconnected since. I don't know what the story is here, but I'm assuming this crossing has been kept in place as a provision in case the line gets extended to Clyde. This is a bit out of date though. The South Gippsland Highway is way too busy to have a level crossing reopened. I'm sure it would just be grade separated instead. So yeah, this crossing is probably going to remain there for a while, but I'm sure it won't ever activate again. The Moolert railway line was a mostly freight line that ran between Maryborough and Castlemaine. It closed in stages, with the Moolert to Castlemaine section booked out of service in 2004, and the Maryborough to Moolert section closed in 2010 after flooding in the Carisbrook area. As of today, only 1.5 kilometres of the original line is still in use by the Victorian Goldfields Railway. Much like the South Gippsland Railway line, as sections of the line were closed, most of the infrastructure was kept in place, with track, signals and level crossings left behind. 6 level crossings with flashing lights were left in place between Castlemaine and Moolert after its 2004 closure, including 4 around Castlemaine, with 2 still in use on the Goldfields Railway, and 2 in Newstead. 1 level crossing with flashing lights was left in place at Maryborough after that section's closure in 2010. None of these crossings were quite as unique as those on the South Gippsland Railway, but a few interesting things did happen to them after closure. Sometime after 2010, the crossings at Newstead and one at Campbell's Creek Friars Road in Castlemaine were paved over and removed, along with all signs and road markings, with only the relay cases remaining. However, the crossing at Moscript Street in Castlemaine remained completely in place. It quickly fell victim to vandalism, with only one signal vaguely intact when I last visited in 2019, and by 2020 all remains of this crossing were removed. At McClure Street in Maryborough, the signals remained in place and were maintained for the next 10 years. Some of the signs were even upgraded at this crossing. A signal beyond McClure Street was connected up for a long time, and this tells me the crossing was kept and maintained in case the line to Moolert were to reopen, similar to the South Gippsland Highway in Cranbourne. However, all remains were removed in 2020. There is a reason why though. A rail trail between Castlemaine and Maryborough on the old alignment has been funded, and as of 2025, early works have started. We can expect that any remains of these crossings will be completely removed once the rail trail opens. Not that there's much left anyway. The Avoca Railway line is a freight line that runs between Maryborough and Ararat. This line's a bit of an interesting one. In 2005, the line was booked out of service in a similar fashion to the South Gippsland and Moolert railways, and did not see any normal freight trains for the next 13 years, with all the old rails, signals and level crossing infrastructure left behind. 6 level crossings with flashing lights were left in place. 2 in Elmhurst, 1 in Amphitheatre, 1 in Avoca, and 2 in Maryborough. Unlike South Gippsland and Moolert, however, none of these crossings were removed in following years. I think I know the reason though. After the line's closure in 2005, Pacific National stored hundreds of excess wagons on the line, and I'm assuming in anticipation for the potential future usage of these wagons and removal from storage on the line, all the infrastructure was kept. The crossings themselves were just the standard gateless type you'd expect to see in country Victoria from that era, But like the Moolert line, something interesting happened to a couple of them after its closure. So just to quickly explain something relevant, the bells on these crossings range from a few Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bells, to a Westinghouse teardrop bell, to a Safe Tran bell, and even a Wabco bell. Why am I bringing up the bells? Well, in 2011 and 2012, Pacific National removed a bunch of their stored wagons from the line, and at coincidentally around the same time, a number of the level crossings were inexplicably upgraded with Westinghouse hybrid bells. I'm guessing this was done for this one-time train movement, and only occurred on the crossings east of Avoca, as the crossings in Maryborough did not receive this upgrade. After the wagons were removed, the line went back to being dormant. It became overgrown, and some of the crossings started to get vandalised, with 3 of them losing their bells. In 2018, the line was reopened as part of the $440 million Murray Basin Rail project. New infrastructure needed to be installed, and 36 crossings got upgraded with boom gates, including the 6 with flashing lights. All crossings on the line now have the typical new setup. Though, let's not forget the Western Cullen Hayes e-bells debacle on crossings in Maryborough. Well, regardless of what infrastructure decisions are made for the line, these crossings now see regular action, with freight trains from Mildura running through Avoca up to 5 times a week during normal times. The Webb Dock line was a former freight line that went for 8 kilometres from Southern Cross Station to the Webb Dock container port. It was opened in 1986, but only had a short life. It was last used in 1992, and formally closed in 1996 to make room for the construction of Dockland Stadium, which these days is Marvel Stadium. Most of the track and infrastructure between the stadium and the Balti Bridge has since been removed or modified, with the biggest change being the bridge over the Yarra River converted to a pedestrian bridge. However, in sections after the Balti Bridge, a lot has been left in reservation for the potential reopening of the line, including track and level crossing infrastructure. This line had a number of level crossings, and while most of them were removed after the line's closure, 3 still exist. Well, technically 2, but I'll explain. These are at Lorimer Street, one at the SEC Gateway, and one at Wharf Road. Lorimer Street used to be pretty intact. It used to have a couple of signals including lights, signs, bell, and relay case, but a few years ago, all infrastructure here was removed. The only thing that remains are the rails in the road and a couple of old bases where the signals used to go. The crossing on the SEC Gateway used to have 2 signals, but only one is remaining, with nothing but a pair of lights. The relay case used to have a small additional bell which you could ring yourself, though it has since also been removed. This crossing also featured in an episode of Utopia. Wharf Road, just a little further down the line, is a bit more intact, but still has many missing signals, lights and signs. This crossing does have a cantilever though, the one I previously mentioned with incandescent lights. It also is the only crossing that still has a crossing ahead warning sign. If there's a crossing on the line you'd want to see, this is definitely the one. The Webb Dock line may potentially be reopened in the future as a way to help provide more freight services around Port Melbourne, but no plans or funding has been provided yet. I'm not sure if it ever will. I imagine that if it were to reopen, it would be a Skyrail to grade separate the crossings, so you can pretty much guarantee all the remaining crossing infrastructure would get removed too. It won't be happening anytime soon though. Now let's get on to some heritage railways. The Puffing Billy Railway is a narrow gauge heritage railway that runs from Belgrave to Gembrook. It skirts around a couple of towns and has 15 active level crossings. Most of these crossings originally started out as simple signs, with crossbucks and either hazard triangles or give way to train signs. In around the 1990s, most of the crossings here were upgraded with flashing light setups and Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bells. They remained this way until recently, when a blitz began where a large portion of them were upgraded with boom gates, starting in 2013. These new crossings have the usual modern upgrade design with a few differences. Most have the older style crossbucks with 2 slats of metal, though the most recent installations have red rectangular crossbucks. 3 crossings upgraded in 2013 had SafeTran boomgate mechanisms installed, while all upgrades since 2018 use Western Cullen Hayes boomgate mechanisms. Also, surprisingly, unlike usual boomgate installations, these upgrades don't use e-bells. The upgrades in 2013 used Westinghouse hybrid bells, while every upgrade since 2018 uses the previously mentioned brand new Western Cullen Hayes mechanical bells. I assume this is to keep with the heritage feel of the railway line, while also ensuring the new crossings use completely new equipment to 100% adhere to rail crossing safety guidelines. One bell is also usually installed on each new crossing. This setup is pretty much canon around all upgraded level crossings at Puffingbilly, except for Healesville, Cooroorup Road, Pakenham Road and Cockatoo, which has a bigger setup involving 3 boomgate mechanisms and 2 bells, and the Down End School Road level crossing in Menzies Creek. This crossing has the previously mentioned quad boomgate setup. This design was chosen to improve the safety of the level crossing, which experienced 36 near misses in the 5 years leading up to its upgrade in 2021. This setup is the only one of its kind in Victoria. Here, the boomgates are programmed pretty much the same way as Riversdale Road used to be, with the boomgate arms for through traffic closing first, while the boomgate arms on the opposite side descend a few seconds after, giving vehicles time to pass through. The reason why safety and boomgate upgrades have become such a big deal at Puffingbilly is because of an accident that happened in 2018. At the up-end School Road level crossing in Menzies Creek, a bus failed to stop at the crossing and collided with a train. Luckily, no one was seriously injured, but in light of this, the railway temporarily banned legs dangling out the sides of the train. Bringing this tradition back was paramount on the most dangerous crossings being upgraded with boomgates, which luckily has since happened, and the legs dangling ban was lifted in 2021. There are still a few crossings without boomgates on the railway, including a couple of passive crossings between Emerald and Gembrook, but the last 3 ones with flashing lights on busier roads are touted to be upgraded at some point in the near future. These are at Selby Ora Road in Selby, Kilvington Drive in Emerald, and Emerald Lake Road in Emerald. See if you can figure out which one's my favourite. The latest crossing to be upgraded with boomgates was Wright Road in Cockatoo. These were installed in early 2025. Another crossing oddity is Main Street in Gembrook. This crossing used to have a wacky crossing ahead warning sign for traffic coming east into Gembrook. This was upgraded to a new wacky setup with LED lights in 2019, but then this was changed again one last time to a bog standard crossing ahead warning sign by 2023. I think this was done to avoid confusion because the previous 2 signs were unusual and both did look like a level crossing, which could have been a problem for motorists unfamiliar with the area. Another unusual thing is the crossing itself. It has been upgraded with boomgates, but for a whole year this crossing lay half upgraded with no progress. Want to know why? Well, there was a planning disagreement between the railway and the Cardinia Planning Department over a heritage tree overhanging the crossing on the southern side, with work pausing in June 2023. Luckily, by June 2024, an agreement between the parties was reached. Terms included the removal of one small limb off the tree to allow the boomgates to finally be installed, which they have. We'll finish up with the 3 pedestrian crossings on the railway. The crossing at Menzies Creek Station uses normal pedestrian gates designed in a heritage style, with a Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bell and a General Signals e-bell for its alarm system, which is rather unusual for a pedestrian crossing. The crossing at Lakeside Station has large interlocking style gates, which horizontally close when activated. This crossing has another unusual bell setup, with a Westinghouse teardrop bell and a General Signals e-bell. It also has a couple of strobe lights attached to the poles. The final pedestrian crossing, as previously mentioned, has a wigwag signal for protection, one of only a few operating examples in Victoria. This is the only protection at the crossing, except for a red expandable tape that volunteers can use to block the footpath when a train comes. Our second heritage railway is the Yarra Valley Railway. This railway runs between Healesville and Tarrawarra on the former Healesville railway line that closed in 1980. This organisation is currently in the process of reopening the line all the way up to Yarra Glen, but as of this video, they are restricted to run only as far as the Tarrawarra Tunnel while the line gets rebuilt. As the line is currently quite short, there aren't that many level crossings, but there are still a few interesting things to take a closer look at. The Healesville-King Lake Road level crossing I've already mentioned, and isn't too super exciting, but I'll briefly touch on it again. As previously mentioned, it used to have just flashing lights, but was upgraded with boom gates by 2021. It now has a pretty standard modern setup, though with e-bells instead of mechanical bells, unlike Puffing Billy. The next location is Donovan's Road. This is a small dirt road that crosses over the train line with an old wooden bridge, the Donovan's Road overpass. However, you'll notice something very quickly. You cannot use it to cross the line. It has fallen into disrepair and is condemned. So what happens here then? How do vehicles get across? Well, they use the Donovan's Road level crossing, of course. A bypass built to avoid the bridge. Yes, this is a strange situation where a level crossing has actually replaced a grade separation. Well, fair enough. The road is tiny, and trains only run a few days a week, so it really doesn't need an overpass. Honestly, I don't even know why one was built in the first place. But it's quite ironic that in the age of level crossing removals, the opposite happens. I'm not sure when this reverse grade separation happened, but I can imagine it would have been sometime in the 80s or 90s. The next crossing is a private driveway for the Tarawara Winery estate. This crossing originally had no level crossing protection except for a black spot mirror. Unsurprisingly, it was the site of a collision between a railway trolley and a motor vehicle in 2007. No one was seriously injured, but in light of this accident, stop signs and crossbucks were installed. This crossing is on the section of the line beyond the tunnel that is closed for track renewal works. There are a couple of other private driveways and small roads beyond the estate, including Tarawara Road in Tarawara, which has stop signs, but these won't see any train movements until the line reopens. The last crossing to mention is the Melba Highway level crossing in Yarra Glen. This is an interesting one. This crossing originally only had flashing lights, but remained on the railway after the line closed in 1980. It was maintained by the Healesville Railway Cooperative, now the Yarra Valley Railway, which began in 1990 as a trolley service between Healesville and Yarra Glen. When heritage services were cut back from Yarra Glen to Tarawara, this crossing still remained in place. While it was technically inactive, as heritage trains were yet to return to Yarra Glen, it was never deactivated or removed. However, in 2009, construction of the Yarra Glen truck bypass started. This project included installing a roundabout at the intersection of Melba Highway and Healesville Yarra Glen Road to fix up the previously inefficient T intersection, right where the level crossing was. Plans were initially to rip up the railway as part of the project, but after some heavy lobbying, funding was provided to upgrade and integrate the crossing into the new intersection to ensure the future operations of the Yarra Valley Railway. A very smart move indeed. Interestingly though, what we've now got is this. A brand new complex level crossing constructed in the middle of a roundabout with all new equipment that hasn't seen a single train yet. It's been pretty much nothing but a static display since its construction in 2009. Even the track beyond the crossing used to literally just end past the intersection. In early 2025, the rails were finally extended beyond the crossing, putting the railway one step closer to reopening to Yarra Glen. One of the Boomgate Arms snapped in two sometime around 2017 and has never been fixed. This makes me wonder if the crossing has ever actually been tested. When the line finally reopens, this crossing is going to need a little bit of work to get it running again. Our third heritage railway is the Goldfields Railway. This railway runs between Castlemaine and Maldon on the old Maldon railway line and has a couple of interesting level crossings. In Castlemaine, there are 3 crossings with active protection. All are gateless setups with flashing lights, but all have a mixture of weird equipment. The first 2 are Rose Street and McLeese Street. These 2 crossings are on the previously mentioned 1.5 kilometre section of the Moolert railway line, which used to deviate shortly after McLeese Street. As these 2 crossings used to fall under Vic Track, they still have old V-Line crossing ID numbers, and most of the equipment is original-ish, except for small upgrades. Rose Street has its original poles, but also has a new e-bell, new stop on red signal signs and LED lights, while McLeese Street has its original poles and Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bell, but also has a few new signs and LED lights. The first crossing that deviates from the Moolert line is Midland Highway, Johnson Street. This crossing has relatively modern equipment, which I'm assuming was installed around 2004, when the Goldfields Railway was extended from Muckleford to Castlemaine. This crossing has equipment by Harman, Henks and Western Cullen Hayes, which is very odd for a Victorian crossing. Also, this crossing is on the main road from Castlemaine to Dalesford, so it gets quite a bit of traffic, but it still doesn't have boom gates. This is a theme here, but the funny thing is this crossing kinda used to have boom gates. I'm not sure when this photo was taken, but as you can see, this crossing used to have hazard triangles and what looks like manual black and white boomgate arms that were hand operated. I'm assuming these were removed when the Maldon line closed originally in 1976. The only other crossing to mention is Bendigo Maldon Road in Maldon. This crossing used to only have give way signs like every other crossing outside of Castlemaine, but was considered one of the most dangerous unprotected level crossings in Victoria. Cars would regularly ignore the give way signs here and drive straight through, resulting in many near misses. Trains regularly had to slow down to a walking pace at this crossing because of this risky behaviour. It was thankfully upgraded in 2021. The new setup has the usual modern design, but with a twist. It doesn't have boom gates. I'm assuming this was done for a few reasons. It was a cheaper option, only costing $700,000, while boomgate installations normally cost upwards of $1 million, and as the Goldfields Railway only runs a couple days a week, and the fact the crossing is not on the main road to Maldon, it's not as dangerous as others, so flashing lights were determined to be adequate. Though at the end of the day, I do think boom gates would have been a worthy investment, but that's just me. Our fourth heritage railway is the Mornington Tourist Railway. This railway runs from Mornington to Muruduk on the old Mornington Railway line, with plans to eventually expand all the way to Baxter. As of now, this railway has 2 active crossings, one at Bungowa Road and one at Wurala Drive. Both have gateless setups with classic teardrop bells, but also have modern LED lights. For a while, both of these crossings were unautomated. They had to be manually activated by volunteers switching the crossing on and off at the relay cases. This was a problem because the railway either needed a volunteer stationed at the level crossing all day switching it on and off, or the train would have to stop before and after the crossing so a volunteer could get off the train, switch on the crossing, let the train pass through, and then get back on afterwards. Wurala Drive has since been automated, which makes a big difference, but Bungowa Road still needs to be manually activated. Both of these locations are busy thoroughfares and experience a lot of risky behaviour from motorists, so it was welcome news that in early 2025, Bungowa Road was announced as one of 32 crossings to be upgraded with boom gates as part of the $54 million Regional Australia Level Crossing Safety Program. These works will happen sometime in the next few years or so, and we can imagine the crossing will probably be automated too. Wurala Drive unfortunately wasn't included in the list of upgrades, but volunteers are still actively campaigning to get boom gates installed here too. Now I said only 2 crossings, but we can mention 2 more, which are on the closed section between Baxter and Muruduk. At the Muruduk Highway just outside Muruduk Station, there are rails in the road where a crossing used to be. This is from the old alignment from when the trains used to run beyond Muruduk. However, according to VicRail stations, during the 1980s, after the original Mornington line closed in 1981, the Muruduk Highway was duplicated and the crossing was removed. The road authority then needed to hastily reinstate the crossing after the Mornington Railway Preservation Society, which formed in 1984, made it clear they intended to run trains along this section, so the rails were returned, and it's why they're still there to this day. I've heard that trains would sometimes run along the crossing just to prove that this section is in use so the rails don't get paved over again, but don't quote me on it, especially given the line is now blocked off at the station and is very overgrown. The other crossing is Frankston Flinders Road in Baxter. This crossing kinda used to exist, with some old poles from when it was in use sitting there for a while, but has since been fully removed. The rails have also been paved over, and you wouldn't know a level crossing was here, let alone a railway. The only remains are the relay cases, which are still there, and a sign frame of where the tourist railway used to advertise their train services, which is now empty. This crossing will need to be completely redone when the line gets extended. Our 5th heritage railway is the South Gippsland Tourist Railway. Now we've already mentioned the South Gippsland Railway, so let's talk about the heritage portion of the line. The South Gippsland Tourist Railway used to be a heritage railway that ran between Leongatha and Nyora on the old South Gippsland Railway after it closed in 1993. This heritage railway unfortunately closed in 2016 due to a lack of volunteers and finances, and has since been converted to a rail trail. It still has a number of interesting level crossing facts though. 4 active level crossings were on the line, 2 in Leongatha at Roughhead Street and Turner Street, 1 in Korumburra at Warrigal Road, and 1 in Beena at Korumburra-Beena Road. All were gateless setups with classic old infrastructure. Some had a few interesting differences, like Turner Street had LED lights, and Korumburra-Beena Road had a Westinghouse hybrid bell, which was later replaced with the General Signals e-bell. There were also a couple of passive crossings on the line, mostly with just giveaway signs, but there was also a unique one in Geetho that only had crossbucks. When the line closed, the infrastructure was all but abandoned, and the crossings were left in place for a long time while the council decided what to do with the old alignment. Roughhead Street had its equipment removed first, when the Leongatha truck bypass was constructed over the level crossing in late 2016. Its equipment was removed and donated to Coal Creek at Korumburra. The equipment is actually still there, originally located outside the maintenance sheds of their miniature railway, but has since been moved further down to one of the stations. It's in rough shape, so I'm not sure it'll ever get installed here in any working capacity. In 2020, the council planned and built a rail trail on the old alignment. Turner Street and Warrigal Road had their equipment removed in March of the same year. They were apparently placed in the council depot yards, but I'm not sure what their current status is. What about Korumburra-Beena Road? Well, it remained in place too, but as it was more isolated than the other crossings, it unfortunately but unsurprisingly got completely vandalised in the years after the line's closure. Like the other crossings, any remains that were still on site were completely removed when the rail trail was built. There was technically a 5th active level crossing at Davis Street in Nyora, but this is an interesting case. When the South Gippsland Railway took over the old line in 1994, at some point afterwards, the crossing here was converted from active to passive. The bells and lights were removed from the poles and giveaway signs were added instead. The relay case that controlled the crossing was even left in place, though obviously didn't do anything. I'm assuming this was done to both save power and maintenance costs, and because heritage trains weren't very frequent, active crossing protection just wasn't necessary. This is probably the only time a crossing has been downgraded in Victoria. It was completely removed in 2020 when the rail trail was built, just like the others. Okay, let's finish up on a couple of other random heritage railways around Victoria. The Dalesford Spa Country Railway runs between Dalesford and Bellato on the old Dalesford railway line. It has a number of level crossings, including the previously mentioned Church Lane in Musk, which has been removed, but none of them have active protection. They either have stop signs or giveaway signs for roads, or beware of train signs for farm crossings. Nothing too spectacular. The Walhalla Goldfields Railway is a narrow gauge railway similar to Puffing Billy that runs from Walhalla to Thompson Station in Rawson on the old Walhalla railway line. It has 2 level crossings, both at Thompson Station in Rawson, and both are passive. The first one provides road and pedestrian access to the station with some giveaway signs. The second one, just a bit further down, provides road access to some of the workshops of the railway. This crossing only has 1 signal and is comprised of nothing more than a crossbuck. There are also some level crossing hazard triangles on some of the sheds, so that's kind of interesting. The Bellarine Railway runs between Queenscliff and Drysdale on the old Queenscliff railway line. The way services run here is interesting. They run normal shuttle services from Queenscliff to Lakers Siding in Point Lonsdale, while the more luxurious first-class Q train experience runs from Drysdale all the way to Queenscliff. This line has a number of level crossings. Most of them have giveaway signs, but in the last couple of years, 4 passive crossings between Marcus Hill and Drysdale have been upgraded with flashing lights and boom gates. I couldn't really find much information about these upgrades online, but I believe they were installed sporadically around 2015 after a spate of road and rail accidents. These crossings have the standard modern setup we're used to seeing now, but some have slight differences from others. Banks Road and Swan Bay Road in Marcus Hill have crossbucks comprised of 2 slats of metal, while the others have red rectangular crossbucks. Princess Street in Drysdale also has General Signals e-bells, while the others have Safe Train e-bells. Aside from that, they're pretty standard and not terribly interesting or unique. Before these crossings were upgraded, there was only one active crossing on the railway, at Queenscliff Portarlington Road in Point Lonsdale, with a simple gateless setup. This crossing didn't get upgraded with boom gates alongside the others, but it did get a new e-bell replacing a hybrid bell. I'm not sure if there are any plans to upgrade this crossing with boom gates too, but I wouldn't be surprised if this happens down the track. Crossing warning ahead signs are used to warn drivers that a level crossing is about to gate crash their journey. There are a multitude of different signs out there, so what are some typical ones? Well, usually they are a yellow diamond sign with an illustration of a crossing signal. Some are in better condition than others. There are also ones with illustrations of steam trains, some facing left and some facing right, ones with illustrations of tracks going over a road, ones which show X marks the spot with a cheeky rail crossing written on it, ones that say railway gate, just a tad dated these days, and ones that are simply hazard triangles, which can sometimes face up or down. Sometimes multiple signs on one pole are used, a common one being a hazard triangle and a diamond sign. Sometimes a sign is a red rectangular crossbuck, or even a mishmash of every sign you could think of in one. We also have our advanced warning signs with LED lights that are triggered when a rail crossing activates. These are to warn approaching cars that a train is coming. This sign actually has a model number. It's called the AWSC4. There we go. So what can we make from this absolute jumbled mess of signs? Well, the consistency here is there is no consistency. I don't know how these are planned for crossings, because every single crossing has signs that vary to a ridiculous extent for each one. Some crossings have heaps of signs, some crossings have none. Some crossings have modern signs, some have really old signs. It all depends on where you go, but these crazy signs are what makes crossings unique, and we can't help but love them for it. I guess there is a consistency where passive crossings regularly only have signs comprised of steam train illustrations, but aside from that, it's anyone's guess. Do I have a favourite sign? Yes, I do. Glenferrie Road has a weird sign. On one of the power lines leading up to the crossing, we have a hazard triangle on top of an unpainted wooden diamond sign that reads Gates. I've never seen one like this before. I'm guessing this sign was installed when Glenferrie Road had interlocking gates instead of boom gates. And I guess because the sign's out of the way and rather high and difficult to reach, it has just never been updated or removed. Let's keep it that way. Miniature railways are hobby clubs run by volunteers that provide train rides on small-scale rideable trains. They are essentially large-scale train sets, and they are great fun. I would recommend them to anyone. As their design is based on the operations of actual railways, they have scaled-down versions of infrastructure too, including bridges, tunnels, stations, signals, and, to make this relevant to us, level crossings. These level crossings protect pedestrian walkways, and no two are the same, with most being made in-house for their particular miniature railways. Many of them are permanent installations, but temporary level crossings are common too, depending on the miniature railway they run on. There are many miniature railways in Victoria. In fact, there are so many that I doubt I've covered half of them in my research. But for the ones I have spotlighted, let's have a quick look at those that have interesting level crossings. The Diamond Valley Railway in Eltham is the best example. It is a massive complex covering over 4 k's of track and has a number of level crossings. The main ones have active protection, comprising of a couple of sets of lights, crossbucks, and small fire alarm-like bells. Some of these crossings are programmed to activate, while others seem to be disconnected. There are also a number of level crossings with just hazard triangles and crossbucks. My favourite one here though is still the miniature wigwag signal that I've previously mentioned. The Box Hill Miniature Steam Railway in Mont Albert North has one level crossing protecting a footpath to some sheds. It has a bell and a set of lights. The Altona Miniature Railway in Altona has a passive gated crossing with warning signs, as well as a temporary level crossing with small flashing lights that's provided for public running days. The Hamilton Pastoral Museum in Hamilton has a fairly new miniature railway that has 2 level crossings. Both have full-scale infrastructure, including lights and crossbucks. Interestingly, the first crossing has a Westinghouse hybrid bell, while the second one has some sort of pedestrian alarm. Most miniature railways don't have active protection, and rather just have poles with crossbucks to protect any roads or paths. Sometimes they might have a stop sign, but this isn't super common. Miniature railways with this kind of setup include the Buller Hill Railway in Buller, the Port Arlington Bayside Miniature Railway in Port Arlington, the Campaspe Valley Miniature Railway in Echuca, Coal Creek in Curramborough, which also has a crossing with stop signs, and the Gisborne Miniature Railway in Gisborne. Other miniature railways have interlocking gates of some sort, usually just set up statically. This includes the Cobden Miniature Railway in Cobden, the Mooralbark Miniature Railway in Mooralbark, and the previously mentioned Diamond Valley Railway and Box Hill Miniature Railway. Sometimes miniature railways only have warning signs, like the miniature railway at the Melbourne Steam Traction Engine Club in Scoresby, and the Kids Town Adventure Playground in Shepparton. This one also appears to have fire alarm-like bells, though they don't seem to work in any of the footage I've seen. There are some miniature railways without level crossings at all, but have some sort of random level crossing bits strewn around, including the Wodonga Creek Miniature Railway in Wodonga, which has a few stop on red signal signs into the tunnel, and a few railway crossbucks on some of the buildings, and the Kerrisdale Mountain Railway in Kerrisdale, which has a teardrop bell and a crossbuck on the main building. And finally, most miniature railways unfortunately don't have any level crossings or warning signs at all. Time for them to up their game, I reckon. The Caribbean Gardens and Market was an amusement park in Scoresby, next to the Caribbean Lake. It featured markets, picnic areas, and small attractions, including a miniature railway. This one is bigger in scale than the others I've mentioned, so I'm giving it its own entry. This railway ran around the whole lake, and would operate every time the market was open, which was usually every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. It used enclosed carriages and a locomotive that used to work the sugarcane trains in Ingham, Queensland, and because it was bigger than a normal miniature railway, it actually had a few impressive level crossings. The first one was a road crossing on the main entrance to the market. It had full-scale infrastructure that you'd see on typical gateless level crossings in Victoria, however, it was still unique. You'll notice immediately that the lights and bells on this crossing were programmed to flash and ring incredibly fast. I'm not sure why they were like this, but they were. It also had a SafeTran bell and a Wabco bell. Kind of a weird combination there. Only the SafeTran bell worked when I filmed it in 2018. The second crossing was on a pedestrian walkway, which also had full-scale infrastructure, though this one only had one active signal. Like the first crossing, this one also had a SafeTran bell and fast flashing lights. There was a third crossing, a little bit further away than the others, but it only had crossbucks. Now, I'm using the past tense here because in 2020 the market unfortunately closed because of COVID. It never reopened as the amusement park it used to be. It now operates as Caribbean Park, a big commercial space that hosts craft and food markets on Sundays once a month, and concerts and other events on special occasions. However, none of the other attractions reopened, including the railway. The train and carriages were sold off, and the rest of the railway has been completely removed. The level crossings stayed in place for a short period of time after the track was ripped up, but have now since been completely removed too. The only remains now are some rails in the roads. A bit of a sad end to this attraction. Traffic schools are miniature towns and roads set up for kids to give them traffic experience. These are very common in Victoria and are a very good way for kids to learn road rules. Just like miniature railways, they feature custom-made scaled-down versions of everyday traffic infrastructure, like traffic lights, intersections, and most importantly, level crossings. These are usually switched on during public ride sessions or when they're booked for private functions. Now, let me tell you, there are some really weird level crossings at traffic schools out there. Let's have a look at some good examples. The Kew Traffic School in Kew is probably the most well-known one in Victoria. It was built in 1957, and while it hasn't really been updated since, it's still an iconic institution of the area. It features a level crossing with small custom-made lights and crossbucks on big circular metal discs. While this crossing doesn't have bells, the lights here are programmed to flash every couple of minutes during public ride sessions. The Essendon Traffic School in Essendon has a level crossing with custom-made equipment. It has some weird small lights and crossbucks alongside a fire alarm bell. It also has a few level crossing warning signs, but that's pretty much it. The Atherstone Traffic School in Melton is a very new traffic school. It has a few level crossing warning signs and what looks like half-built boomgate mechanisms without arms, but not much else. This traffic school you can just rock up to, so the traffic lights here are switched on all the time. The Araluen Primary School in Sale has its own traffic school in its grounds. It has a level crossing warning sign, but that's all. The Brimbank Bicycle Education Centre in Keilor Downs has some pedestrian-like flashing lights alongside some track, as well as a few level crossing warning signs, but that's all. The Latrobe City Traffic School in Morwell has two level crossings, one with full-scale lights and crossbucks, the other with only a few railway crossing boards. There are also a few level crossing warning signs and a decent length of track, but that's all. The Casey Traffic School Park in Cranbourne East has since closed, but used to have a level crossing with full-scale equipment, including lights, crossbucks, and an e-bell. It's since mostly been removed, though the poles remain. Camelot Traffic School in Bentley East has also since closed, but it had a level crossing with some funny custom lights and what looks like a fire alarm bell, alongside a few hazard triangles and some track. These were later changed to pedestrian flashing lights. The traffic school is still physically there, but not open to the public. I guess the owners are just waiting to figure out what to do with the site. The Busy Kids Play Centre in Mill Park is another closed traffic school, which has since been completely demolished. It used to have a level crossing with full-scale infrastructure, including lights, crossbucks, and a teardrop bell. The MeTech Driver Training Centre in Bayswater North isn't a traffic school for kids, it's actually a professional driver training centre, but it has a full-scale level crossing with lights, crossbucks, relay case, signs, and a Westinghouse hybrid bell. The only other one to mention is the Driver Education Centre of Australia, or DECA, in Shepparton. This used to host the Careful Cobber program. This was a traffic education program for kids who would get hands-on driving experience with the aforementioned Careful Cobber cars on a small traffic school layout. This program ceased in 2008. It was probably most notable for being visited by Prince Charles and Princess Diana in 1985. I don't believe this traffic school had a level crossing, but I could be wrong here. Weston Langford was a railway photographer who took thousands of railway-related photos around Australia from the 1960s until his death in 2014. All of his photos have been uploaded and documented on the Weston Langford website, which is run by his son-in-law. The website is literally a time machine. You can search for any bit of railway info and something will come up. He took photos of everything and wrote descriptions of the photos in a number of exercise books, which have been transferred to the website. It's a true credit to the hard work he put into his hobby. I've used this website heaps of times to find old photos of railway-related subject matter, especially level crossings. I've found countless fascinating old level crossing pics and information which really allows you to see things from a different perspective. Check it out, it's well worth a look. Waking Up in Geelong is an online blog run by Marcus Wong who documents many interesting bits of Victorian railway and infrastructure-related subject matter. He has been doing so since 2005 and posts lots of interesting articles about level crossings on his main blog. This is where I've gotten a lot of information for this video from, and a lot of these things I would otherwise not be aware of, including road-rail safety interface guidelines, the closing of roads to remove level crossings, the history of High Street and Reservoir, the history of level crossings in Victoria in general, and even facts about the newest level crossings in Victoria. His wealth of knowledge is unparalleled, and there is just so much interesting stuff to look up here. I could spend days going through all of his articles. Okay, I already have, but I'm sure other people would too. One of his separate projects on his blog is Wongham's Rail Gallery. This is a gallery of rail photography similar to Western Langford, but more modern. All photos are documented and easily searchable, and there are many niche crossing photos you can find here, from removals to upgrades and even crossings from history. It's another website I cannot recommend enough. Mike's Railroad Crossing Forum is an online blog similar to Discord dedicated to documenting level crossing info. Anyone can post things, and lots of interesting stuff is there. There is a particular thread called Australian Railroad Crossing Signals, which is very relevant to this video. It has heaps of info contributed by many users about level crossings in Australia, me being one of them, though I haven't posted for a long time. I've gotten a lot of information for this video from this blog, in a similar vein to Waking Up in Geelong. You should check it out if you want to find out any other info I may have missed. Credit goes to all the users who have contributed to this thread. One last website to talk about is Sign Spotters. So, Hobbies Plus is a model railway shop that operates in Stratford. Through the Hobbies Plus website, you'll find a separate section called Sign Spotters, which is an area of the website dedicated to documenting traffic signals, road signs, and of course, level crossings. There are a number of really interesting pages here to look at, with some detailing examples of level crossings and warning signs throughout Australia, with many of them from Victoria from decades ago, to traffic schools, and funny sign errors. It doesn't take long to go through the whole site, but it's still an interesting find, and has been very helpful for this video. If you check out some certain regional level crossings in Victoria with boomgates installed since 2010, you may come across some of these signs. These signs were installed to highlight the Boomgates for Railway Crossings program, one of the many projects instigated in the aftermath of the Karang rail disaster. It was part of the $26.7 billion nation-building program. This particular program was focused on funding the upgrades of high-risk level crossings in regional Australia to the tune of $150 million, with $30 million allocated to Victoria. With this program, 59 high-risk regional crossings in Victoria were upgraded between 2008 and 2010. The website has since gone down and can only be viewed with the Wayback Machine, but you can still see these signs around regional crossings in Victoria, though some of them are there for more illogical reasons than others, which I will get to. This program has been followed up with other projects focused on the general upgrading of regional lines around Victoria. One particular one is the Regional Rail Revival, which links to our next entry. Over the last 20 years, the V-Line network has introduced velocity trains to their fleet. These are diesel multiple units, which are essentially passenger carriages with an onboard diesel engine that doesn't require a separate locomotive to pull them. They are faster and lighter than the original diesel locomotives hauling N-sets, but have taken a long time to be fully introduced on all regional lines, and there's a good reason for this. Previous safety features at some level crossings were not considered adequate enough. In order for velocities to be introduced on the whole network, upgrades were needed at level crossings, including better train detection technology, fail-safe measures if crossings malfunction, and most importantly, boomgates. You can see where this is going. Many crossings on regional lines have up until recently only had flashing lights, or even just give way or stop signs. The government has recently undertaken a blitz to upgrade pretty much every single level crossing on lines that were yet to have velocities fully introduced. Work has recently been done as part of the Regional Rail Revival project on the Shepparton line, with 59 level crossings upgraded, 32 of them with boomgates, as well as the Warrnambool line, with 53 level crossings upgraded, 17 of them with boomgates. Velocities can now run on pretty much every regional line in Victoria, with most of the old locomotive-hauled N-sets withdrawn from service, with a few exceptions. More work is currently being done to further enhance safety features on regional level crossings, so work here is probably never going to stop. The St Kilda and Port Melbourne railway lines were metro lines that ran from St Kilda and Port Melbourne to Flinders Street. These lines were very short, and during the 1980s, both lines were chosen to be closed and repurposed as tram lines. Both lines were converted in 1987, with St Kilda becoming the Route 96 and Port Melbourne becoming the Route 109. Big modifications were needed to accommodate the change to trams, including gauge conversion, new platforms, and different alignments, but a seemingly less obvious change was to the level crossings. 3 level crossings with boom gates dotted these railway lines, with 2 on the Port Melbourne line and 1 on the St Kilda line. These comprehensive crossing setups must have been considered unnecessary for the less intrusive trams, so traffic lights were installed instead. However, it seems to me they still needed some sort of crossing protection. After all, these intersections still had the job of protecting cars from 40-ton trams that can't stop quickly, so bells were included in these setups. These bells were originally Westinghouse hybrid bells, at least on one of the crossings, but were then swapped over for the less noisy Barker Techniques e-bells during the 1990s. As of today, the 3 converted crossings now have these setups, and there are also an additional 2 crossings added to the Port Melbourne Route 109 at Beach Street and Swallow Street with similar setups. Though you may notice something interesting. Beach Street, Bridge Street and English Street have boom gates, and not just any boom gates, car park boom gate mechanisms. These were installed as a secondary safety measure for the crossings, and were programmed to lower when the crossing would activate as trams come, like any other level crossing. There aren't any other crossings like this in Victoria. The closest we've got is the Midland Highway Tram Crossing in Bendigo, which has its own custom-made amber flashing light system for whenever a tram comes in and out of the Central Deborah gold mine. Now, back to Melbourne. If you go visit these crossings these days, you'll notice something else. Some of the boom gates have been temporarily removed because of damage caused by recent car accidents. Unfortunately, there's no word on if they will be returned, as the crossings have actually recently been found to be safe enough to adhere to road and rail safety guidelines even without the boom gates. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens with them. Another thing to note, the English Street crossing also acts as a pedestrian crossing, which you can activate by pressing the pedestrian button. In this case, the whole crossing is activated, including lights, bells and boom gates, at least when the boom gates were in operation. This is one of those rare moments where you can actually be in control of a level crossing. How cool. One final thing I'll mention, Bluey. No, not that Bluey. I'm talking about the Australian TV cop show from the 1970s. I bring it up because one of the Port Melbourne crossings appeared in the show. The Bridge Street crossing blocks the path of Detective Gary Dawson in one of the episodes. Here we see the crossing in its 1976 glory, with black and white boom gates and teardrop bells. Just thought you'd like to know. The Hurstbridge railway line has a number of level crossings like every line on the metro network. However, it has some unusual crossings between Diamond Creek and Hurstbridge. Unlike anywhere else on the metro network, except for the Stony Point line, there are a number of passive crossings dotting the area with just stop signs. These service private driveways to properties on the opposite side of the train line, and as they get minimal traffic, active protection wasn't deemed necessary. 12 of them existed like this until 2023, when the line between Diamond Creek and Wattle Glen was duplicated as part of the Hurstbridge line duplication project. 5 crossings with passive protection on this section were upgraded not only with lights, but boom gates too. Now, this is interesting, because these crossings don't see any public traffic. They are private driveways that are either fenced off or forbid motorist access. You can hardly get anywhere near these areas, so these massive crossings really feel like overkill for the roads they're protecting. To be fair, there are 2 tracks on this section now, and train service frequency has increased, so you can understand from a safety perspective why they were installed. But were boom gates really necessary? I don't know. At least it's interesting to drive along Main Hurstbridge Road now and constantly pass crossing ahead warning signs for crossings you literally can't access. During their upgrades, stop signs were placed on the new signal poles temporarily before they were connected up. This is usually done when crossings without any protection get boom gates installed. Beyond Wattle Glen, where the line goes back to being single track, most of the passive crossings remain, except for this crossing here. This is another private driveway that had its stop signs upgraded with flashing lights and bells by 2022, though it doesn't have boom gates. This is the only crossing on the metro network to have flashing lights but no boom gates. I think the reason for this design was because the line is still single track here, so boom gates weren't justified. But as the driveway serves multiple properties rather than just one, some sort of active protection was still needed. It was also upgraded before the Hurstbridge line duplication, so it missed out on funding for a big crossing. However, if this one gets flashing lights, why doesn't Mary Place? This is an actual road that services multiple houses too, but still doesn't have active protection. In my opinion, it's just as bad as the other one, so should have been upgraded too. But alas, it wasn't, so I guess stop signs are all it's going to have for now. So I've explained how High Street and Reservoir was subjectively the biggest crossing in Victoria. What about crossings that have the most tracks? Well, in Victoria, there are crossings with 3 tracks, 4 tracks, and even 5 tracks. But did you know there used to be a crossing in Victoria with 7 tracks? Around 20 years ago, a number of level crossings in the Port of Melbourne serviced the Appleton Dock sidings. To be brutally honest here, none of them were well designed. Freight trains at Appleton Dock would need to constantly shunt back and forth very slowly with trains that could go on for kilometres across these crossings, resulting in long wait times when boom gates would come down. Enterprise Road was one of these poorly designed crossings. What made this one special is it was the aforementioned 7-track level crossing, the most on a public road in Victoria. It was also, unsurprisingly, one of the worst in the area. Boom gates at this crossing could be down for so long that it was downright dangerous, and not in the way you may think. Vehicles trying to get across in a hurry, such as emergency vehicles, would actually have to detour because of the hold-ups this crossing would cause. This problem was so bad that a custom sign had to be installed to let road traffic know of where to detour in case of emergencies. With long-term plans to increase the amount of freight moved around the port, this was not sustainable, and with these level crossings in place, the number of trains accessing the port would have needed to be capped. It came as no surprise when in 2007 the $116 million Dynon Port Rail Link project was announced. This project would completely redesign the port, with a new realigned train line and the removal of 3 level crossings here, including Footscray Road, Appleton Dock Road, and Enterprise Road. The old Enterprise Road alignment was moved to the right and grade separated with a road bridge by 2009. As of today, there aren't any remains of where the Enterprise Road crossing used to be, and its record of having 7 tracks on a public road hasn't been beaten since. For good reason. However, there is one crossing in Victoria that actually has 8 tracks, but it's at Newport Workshops and isn't a road, it's just a driveway with no public access, so I don't really count it. I'll also just quickly mention Appleton Dock Road, the second crossing to be removed. This one wasn't as bad as Enterprise Road, as it only serviced one siding, but its removal was included in the Rail Link project. There is still some road remains of where this crossing used to be, and it's quite an interesting thing to see. The final crossing here, Footscray Road, is a much more interesting case. Footscray Road was another level crossing in the Port of Melbourne, but was even more unusual than Enterprise Road. Firstly, this crossing had traffic lights instead of standard level crossing equipment. I'm not sure why traffic lights were used here, while all other crossings in Appleton Dock had level crossing equipment, but maybe because train traffic was so constant and slow here that a comprehensive flashing light setup wasn't needed. It did have a crossbuck and some keep clear signs, but nothing else. I believe this was the only train crossing in Victoria to have traffic lights and only traffic lights. My reasoning is it's the only crossing on the ALCAM list that says TL for traffic lights, with the only other ones being those on the light rail system. Secondly, this crossing was the only track to get rail freight in and out of the whole Appleton Dock, and with constant train movements into and out of the area, traffic lights here were red for long periods of time. Finally, this crossing was located on one of the busiest east-west freight road connections in Melbourne, Footscray Road. With all of this combined, as you can imagine, it was horrible. Traffic would regularly come to a standstill here, and lost economic activity became a big issue. It was undeniably the worst crossing in the area, and was one of the reasons why trains would have to be capped if port operations increased. This crossing was removed along with Enterprise Road and Appleton Dock Road in the previously mentioned Dynon Port Rail Link project. The train line was moved further west, and Footscray Road was built over the new line with a bridge. This crossing's removal was such a big deal it even got a press release. A few remains of the old line at this crossing stayed there for a long time. This included a few metres of dual gauge track on the northern side, which was cut off just before where the crossing used to be. and a few keep clear markings in the road. Most of this, however, has since been removed with the construction of the Westgate Tunnel project. The North East Railway line runs from Melbourne all the way to Albury through Wodonga. The line here used to go right through the middle of Wodonga, with a station in the middle and an additional freight section branching from Wodonga to Bandiana. Now, there was a constant problem here. The North East line has regular freight and V-line services, and to get through Wodonga, trains would have to traverse a big curve, which meant speed restrictions. The line also had 5 level crossings right in the middle of the town, and another 6 to Bandiana. I think you can see where this is going. Regular train movements would frequently interrupt road traffic at the best of times, but because of the curve and reduced speeds, boom gates would often be down for really long periods of time as trains would slowly traverse through the CBD, pretty much acting as a wall from the north to the south of Wodonga. I see this as a bad engineering design. Residents saw this as an awful divider that would literally bring the livelihood of Wodonga to a standstill every time a train would come. The good news here is there was always long-term plans to find a solution to this problem. The first ideas came in the 1990s. In 1992, Wodonga Council provided concepts to remove these level crossings through the means of an underground bypass, but the cost was too much, so this was soon shelved. By the late 1990s, the idea for a rail bypass started to gain traction. In 2000, a case study was initiated, and after some consultation and design work, the Wodonga rail bypass was greenlit. This project was to involve moving the rail line further north, with 5 kilometres of new track, 1 kilometre of new bridges, and a new Wodonga railway station. Key to this, the line was to have no major curves, so trains did not need to slow down, and all level crossings would be removed. It would also allow 40 hectares of land in the middle of Wodonga to be redeveloped. Work started in 2008, and in 2010 the bypass opened, with the new Wodonga railway station opening a year later in 2011. In the years following the old line's closure, the whole CBD of Wodonga was completely transformed, with some tasteful remnants of the old line left in place, including the station, some sheds, a water tower, and some signal gantries. Some of the old line has since been converted to a rail trail, and many of the old bridges have been left in place. Unfortunately for us, all level crossing infrastructure has been removed, though you can understand why. However, as this project was relatively recent, there are a few cool things you can do. Google Maps still shows the old rail alignment, and you can see street view of where the train line used to be, with all the glorious level crossings in place. Man, these crossings were so old and rusty. What a dumpy sight. I would have loved to have filmed this area before the bypass was built. But at the end of the day, it's great to see how much a positive impact this project has had on the area. No level crossings really makes a difference. Speaking of level crossings, if we look at Street View, we can find this weird level crossing here. This is a crossing that used to go to the old Wodonga station car park. This links into our next entry. So, along the northeast line, at Seymour, Violet Town and Wodonga, there was an interesting design choice for the stations here, which to my knowledge hasn't happened anywhere else in Victoria. These stations had areas in the middle between tracks where vehicles could go, be it a car park or vehicle access to the platforms. To get to these areas, small roads were needed, and as they interacted with the train line, they needed level crossing equipment. So we were blessed with these weird crossings within station grounds with complete equipment to protect, honestly, practically nothing. These were literally dead-end streets and did not get much car traffic at all. The one at Seymour Station provided platform access, so probably only saw a vehicle or two a day, while the one at Violet Town had a tiny little car park which wouldn't have seen more than 10 cars a day. The one at Wodonga would have seen more traffic, but overall these crossings were still a bit of an overkill for what they were protecting, and definitely an odd sight to see. The one at Seymour even had boom gates. Now, there's unfortunately not a lot of information about these crossings online, but as of today, all have been removed. The one at Seymour was removed in 2010 after the line was converted to standard gauge and platform access removed. Wodonga was removed in 2011 when the Wodonga rail bypass opened. And Violet Town was removed in 2013 when the car park closed. I guess because of safety concerns or lack of use. There are no remains of these crossings at Wodonga or Violet Town, but at Seymour there are still a few signs hanging about from when the crossing used to exist. Most have been overtaken by foliage and they're all fenced off, but they're still there, so that's interesting. The Portland Railway Line is a freight line that runs from Ararat to Portland. It's not used much these days, mostly only in peak season of grain harvests. As a result of its lack of use, it doesn't get much love in the form of maintenance. Apparently, the bare minimum is done to keep it open, and trains are restricted to 40 km an hour over this line. One interesting thing about the lack of maintenance is that the level crossings don't get much love either. But the strangely good thing for us is that these crossings have barely been upgraded since they were first installed. That means they are pretty much time capsules of what a Victorian regional railway would have looked like 20 years ago. Most of the crossings are gateless setups without boom gates, except for two, and all pretty much have their original infrastructure, including poles, signs, and most interestingly, the bells. Many of the crossings on this line have hybrid bells, but there's also a range of teardrop bells, Western Cullen Hayes bells, and even a SafeTran bell. The only upgrades at these crossings, aside from the two that have received boom gates, have been the lights, which have been upgraded from incandescent to LEDs, the stop on red signal signs, and the bells at a couple of the gateless crossings, which have been upgraded to e-bells. There are two other crossings on a closed section of the line that branches to what I think was the old Portland railway station and yard, but this section hasn't been used for at least the last 20 years or so. These are at Kennedy Street and Garden Street. This section of line has become incredibly overgrown in recent years. However, the crossings remain intact, if a bit worse for wear. I don't know if there's any plans to remove them anytime soon. $150 million has recently been allocated to upgrade the line to enhance grain exports, but there isn't any details on if the level crossings will be upgraded or not. Tassie Transport has done a really good video documenting all the crossings on the line. You should check that one out. The Eaglehawk-Inglewood line runs between Eaglehawk and Bendigo to Inglewood, where it joins the Robinvale Railway line. It was another freight-only line, and in a similar vein to the Portland line, it wasn't as well maintained as others. Trains were speed restricted here to 50 km an hour, but it did used to run 5 to 6 trains a week. The line also had the usual boom-gateless level crossing setups you'd see in country Victoria from around 20 years ago. However, something very interesting happened here. This line had 3 level crossings chosen by the Boomgates for Rail Crossings program for upgrades, including 2 at Morong and 1 at Derby. These upgrades were completed around 2009 and 2010, giving us nicely upgraded crossings on a line that, oh right, I almost forgot to mention, has been out of service since 2007. Yes, this line hasn't seen a train for nearly 20 years, with the last one being in 2008. And as far as I'm aware, there were never any concrete plans to restore services, yet this booked out of service railway line, which at the time had been closed for a few years, still received priority boomgate upgrades over other regional crossings. Don't get me wrong, these upgrades had good intentions. These crossings were on busy highways with high speed limits, so they would have needed boomgates for future usage anyway, and maybe this was done in anticipation that the line would get used again. But any plans have well and truly been scrapped after the line experienced flood damage to bridges and ballast in 2011, which have never been fixed. The line has since been disconnected at both Eaglehawk and Inglewood, and some of its old track has been removed and repurposed for other projects in Victoria. This line is well and truly dead, and as a result, these upgraded crossings have never seen a single train. They're still there, idle and unused since their installations, and they have inevitably started to show their age. At Calder Highway Derby, the relay cases have been covered in graffiti. At High Street Morong, the boom gates are sagging and some of the lights have gone missing. And at Calder Highway Morong, the Boomgate Arms have been completely removed. This is a white elephant if I've ever seen one. Another oddity on this line happened at the only other active level crossing here, which never received boom gates. Let me show you the Lyndhurst Street level crossing in Bridgewater. This crossing has a bit of old equipment installed, including incandescent lights, black stop on red signal signs, and it used to have a Westinghouse teardrop bell. by 2020 the bell had been replaced by a hybrid bell, and then by early 2021 that was replaced by a SafeTran e-bell. By late 2021 the bell just disappeared completely and hasn't been replaced since. Remember, this line has not seen a train since 2008, so why they kept replacing this bell is anyone's guess. Maybe it was just policy to keep a bell on the crossing, even though the line was closed, and maybe it just kept getting stolen so they needed to keep replacing it, and maybe now the line's completely decommissioned, they don't do it anymore. I don't know. It is what it is. I've brought up Macaulay Road, Kensington before, so now let's elaborate on why it's special. First up, according to ALCAM, it is the most dangerous level crossing in Victoria right now. It has a risk score of 3,687, and honestly, I think it earns every point. It is a horrible intersection. It's located on the main thoroughfare through Kensington, just before the busy shopping strip, so it gets a lot of car, bus, and pedestrian traffic. It also has a bunch of side roads intersecting at the crossing, making it complicated to navigate. Got enough keep clear markings in the road there. And it is also a very congested crossing in regards to train movements. It gets used by Metro, V-Line and freight trains, and gets incredibly busy during the Spring Racing Carnival and Melbourne Show. During these times, additional racecourse and showgrounds trains run through here pretty much every 10 minutes during their peaks. As a result, Macaulay Road pretty much becomes a car park. It is also a high priority crossing for removal in the Strategic Framework document, due to it being within a Metropolitan Activity Centre, Kensington, and a priority bus route. Despite this, it has never been prioritised for removal. I'm really not sure why. This crossing does have the Kensington grain sidings next to it, and the nearby Kensington station itself is heritage listed, so its removal would be complicated, but it's the most dangerous level crossing in Victoria. I really think it should be prioritised over others. Second, if you go see it, you might notice a different sound about the bells. The reason they sound unusually fuzzy, loud, and oddly pitched is because they are unadjusted General Signals Type 1 e-bells. These were some of the original first generation of General Signals e-bells to be installed on the network. This might not seem too special at first, but it is notable because this is the last crossing to have unadjusted Type 1 e-bells left in Victoria, and it was the first crossing in Victoria to get e-bells. These were installed either in the late 90s or 2002, and they have remained at this crossing ever since. Most other early e-bells at crossings have either been replaced with newer models, or, like in the name, have been adjusted to sound different. As they've been on this crossing for so long, I doubt there's any priority to replace them with newer e-bells anytime soon. Another oddity of this crossing is the setup of lights on the western side. The lights here comprise of one incandescent light and one LED light sharing the same bracket. A very strange combination indeed, but there is a reason. In some of my old footage, you can see that both were originally LEDs, but one was malfunctioning. It seems the maintenance crew did a quick fix by swapping it out with an incandescent light, and they've just never gotten around to replacing it properly with another LED. It's been like that ever since, and I can't think of another example like that in Victoria. And speaking of lights, this crossing has the previously mentioned set of rare LED Alstom lights, the only one on a metro crossing in Victoria. One last thing, this isn't the only crossing on Macaulay Road. There is another one a few hundred metres away on the Upfield line, which you can see from this one. Yeah, Macaulay Road is a nightmare to drive through. So there we go. We can conclude from this that this crossing is not only awful, but also awfully unique. It's in no danger of being removed or modified anytime soon, so I highly recommend you check it out. Okay, so I've briefly mentioned before a few crossings on the Glen Waverley line. How about we get into some more details? So there are currently 4 level crossings on the Glen Waverley line, one each in the suburbs of Burnley, Kooyong, Malvern and Glen Iris. There used to be 6, but 2 have since been removed by the Level Crossing Removal Authority. The first crossing on the line is Madden Grove. I've already touched on this one, but I'll just mention again that this was one of the crossings that feeds traffic directly onto CityLink with entry and exit ramps, so gets super busy, and as a result is regularly brought up as a priority crossing for removal, even though there's never been plans for it. It prominently appears as a high-risk crossing according to the Strategic Framework document. The next one, Glenferrie Road, as previously mentioned, is a tramway square, one of only 2 left in Victoria. Trains are speed restricted here to 30 km an hour, and with it being both a busy tram route and a busy road corridor, it is also considered a high priority for removal. Like Madden Grove, it prominently appears as a high-risk crossing in the Strategic Framework document. The next one is Toorak Road, which has since been removed. At the time of its existence, it was one of the worst crossings in Victoria. It had entry and exit ramps onto the Monash Freeway, so suffered the same poor design as Burke Road, and ranked regularly as one of the worst traffic hotspots in Melbourne. Thank you, Red Spot Survey. Further down is Wodonga Road, another busy north-south thoroughfare. While it doesn't have entry or exit ramps onto the Monash Freeway, so isn't quite as busy as others, it was actually ranked as the 39th most dangerous level crossing in Victoria according to ALCAM. That makes it currently the most dangerous level crossing on the Glen Waverley line. However, as I previously mentioned, this list was from 2008, and before Wodonga Road had traffic lights installed, so it might be considered better these days, though that's not really saying much. It's still a nasty area and considered by locals as a priority for removal. The next one was Burke Road, the other crossing that has been removed. I think I've already brought up enough times how this was one of the worst crossings in Victoria. Finally, we finish up with High Street. This crossing is the last one on the line, and to go out with a bang, it also has entry and exit ramps onto the Monash Freeway. Engineers here just never learn, it seems. It's also another busy arterial and gets really congested. It's even been the site of a few major accidents recently. Notice something here? All the existing level crossings are on busy roads, are considered dangerous to the public, are congestion hotspots, and biggest surprise of all, none of them have been included on the Level Crossing Removal Authority's list for grade separation. There aren't even any future plans to remove any of these crossings. The closest we had to these crossings being removed was a plan by the opposition coalition government in 2022 to remove Glenferrie Road, Wodonga Road and High Street if they won that year. But after they lost the election, this plan was shelved, and these crossings currently still remain off the Level Crossing Removal Authority's list. Why none have been included is surprising from an efficiency viewpoint, given that 2 of these crossings are affected by traffic on the Monash Freeway, which is a big issue that Daniel Andrews brought up himself when touting the Toorak Road level crossing removal.
Whilst there are some crossings where the boom gates are down for longer, they're not right on the edge of the Monash Freeway.
And unfortunately, this is where things get a little spicy and political. Now, this is just a theory, so make of this what you will, but 3 of the 4 level crossings are in the safe coalition electorate of Malvern. In fact, the seat is so safe, we can speculate that it wouldn't make any sense for any government to make massive infrastructure spending promises here if they weren't going to flip the seat in their favour. This is where the theory comes in, suggesting that these crossings have never been prioritised for removal under a Labour government because it would bring them no political advantage. Regardless of whether it's true or not, the coalition has jumped on this theory, claiming Labour are playing politics with level crossing removals. However, we can also dispute this. Firstly, Burke Road and Toorak Road were in this electorate too, and both got removed. The Toorak Road removal even got backlash due to its Skyrail design, which would not have looked good for the Labour government, but that didn't stop the project, so politics had nothing to do with its removal. Secondly, another example, all crossings on the Lydiard line, as previously mentioned, have been removed, making it the first line on the metro network without any level crossings, a big selling point. The thing is, all of these level crossings were, up until recently, in safe coalition seats too, particularly when the crossing removals here were announced back at the 2014 state election, showing again that politics has nothing to do with their grade separation prioritisation. Thirdly, back when the coalition was in government, there was plans to remove the New Street level crossing in Brighton with an underpass. This was in another safe coalition electorate, but the project was eventually shelved due to poor value for money returns in the business case, showing that even if a level crossing is an issue for the public and in a seat owned by the government, sometimes politics isn't enough and their removals can be dropped if it makes less financial sense. I'll let you make up your own mind about what's going on here. But politics aside, the crossings on the Glen Waverley line are still big issues and should be prioritised for removal above other roads, especially as more trains are scheduled in new timetables. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in the next election cycle. If you've had a look at level crossings during their grade separation process, specifically Skyrail projects, you'll notice that sometimes the Boomgate arms are modified to have folded tips. These extend as the boom gates lower and retract when they rise, identical to what you'd see at tramway squares. These are put in place if the original Boomgate arms are too long and could interfere with the new Skyrail structure. They prevent the need to move a whole Boomgate mechanism to a different spot while the train line is still operating, and thus avoid any unnecessary costs or time associated with installing new equipment and keeping the line closed. These are only present at these crossings for short periods of time before the whole crossing is removed. They go straight back into storage once the grade separation is complete. These were installed on many of the crossings on the Dandenong corridor when they were removed in 2018, as well as at Cororoit Creek Road in Altona, also in 2018, at a couple of crossings around Pakenham in 2024, and at Keon Parade at Reservoir, also in 2024. I expect there'll be a few more crossings like this in the future. Evans Road is what I like to think of as an amalgamation of many things that I've previously mentioned into one interesting crossing. A long time ago, Evans Road in Limbrook used to be a gravel road that provided north-south access over the Cranbourne line, with a level crossing in the middle. Housing developments around the area caused the road to become a safety issue, and with other suitable road connections around the area, the road was temporarily closed off between Thompsons Road and South Gippsland Highway in 2005. It was subsequently paved over, though some big engineering stuff-up obviously happened here, because even after the road was tarmacked, it was still considered a hazard and the road remained closed. Bollards around the level crossing were placed to divert cars away from the road, and signs were installed on both sides to remind motorists of the road's temporary closure. So what we got here was a level crossing with fully functioning equipment on a road to nowhere that no one could use. Funding to fix up the road never came to fruition because it just wasn't a priority for some reason. That's at least the vibe I'm getting from the passive-aggressive signs on the road. It did receive funding for a pedestrian crossing, which was installed sometime before 2014, but aside from that, no other upgrades happened. This was really another waste of railway crossing resources, and yet it stayed that way in limbo until finally in 2018 an announcement was made. This crossing was added to the Level Crossing Removal Authority's expanded list of 75 crossings to be removed, and was grade separated with an overpass in 2020, finally allowing Evans Road to be used by the public once again. One last interesting thing to note is that in the lead up to its removal, the level crossing underwent a trial. It had its wooden wishbone Boomgate arms replaced with flat metal arms. I think I'd better get into a bit more detail about this. So, there are two types of Boomgate arms on Victorian railways: wooden wishbone style arms and flat metal arms. Before the introduction of metal arms, wooden wishbone arms were the mainstay on all level crossings in Victoria. Their wishbone shape is used because a long piece of wood isn't as strong as a long piece of metal, and is more prone to buckle and break in the wind, hence why a more complicated but sturdier frame structure is used. They have since mostly been replaced with flat metal arms on all lines except for the Metro network. The reason why is because the Metro network is electrified, and Boomgate arms can be a hazard to overhead wires. Contact between metal Boomgate arms and overhead wires could cause electricity shorts, and who knows what headaches this would make for the network. Wood doesn't have this problem, so wooden wishbone arms are universal on pretty much the whole network. We get a few interesting situations because of this though. The Stony Point line is unelectrified, but because it's run by Metro, all Boomgates have wooden wishbone arms. This is to keep with the consistency of the rest of the network, even though overhead wires aren't an issue here. They're even present on the branch to Long Island Junction. We can also look at the line between Water Gardens and Sunbury. Prior to 2012, this portion of the line was unelectrified, and all level crossings beyond Water Gardens had flat metal arms. When the line was subsequently electrified that year, these all had to be replaced with wooden wishbone arms to prevent contact issues with the new overhead wires. Quite an unconventional issue to deal with. Now, this approach to Boomgate Arms requires significant extra resources and effort from Metro to prevent these issues. However, this may potentially change. The previously mentioned Evans Road level crossing had its wooden arms replaced with flat metal arms in the lead up to its removal. This was just a trial, I'm assuming to see if the sturdier and more robust flat metal arms could work on the Metro network. After doing some research, I found that these Boomgate arms are made from aluminium with fiberglass tips, which I'm guessing prevents shorts if contact is made with overhead wires. By all accounts, it looks like it's been a success, as flat metal arms have since been installed at Railway Road in Eltham, Hope Street in Brunswick, Ascot Vale Road in Flemington, Ramsden Street in Clifton Hill, Giffard Street in Williamstown, and all the new crossings on the Hurstbridge line between Diamond Creek and Wattle Glen. This might still be a trial, so we can't confirm if they will be phased in on the whole network, but it's looking like this might be the case in the future. Circling back to the wider V-Line and freight network, all level crossings use flat metal arms, except for one level crossing. Cherry Swamp Road in Little River still has wooden wishbone gates, and is the last crossing on the regional network to have wishbone gates. Somehow this crossing has avoided being upgraded, so I suggest it's worth a visit before it eventually gets replaced, which I'm sure will happen sometime down the track. A few last random crossings to mention are Eramosa Road in Somerville and Devon Road in Pascoe Vale. It might not be obvious at first, but if you look carefully, you'll see that these crossings had their Boomgate arms installed upside down. You can tell because the lights on the Boomgate arms are fixed on top, when usually for wishbone gates they'd be fixed on the bottom. I'm guessing this mix-up happened at these crossings because wishbone gates look pretty much the same upside down and right side up, and they can be fitted just as easily either way without affecting how the boom gates operate, so the crew may not have even noticed. Fair enough, I think it'd be easy to accidentally install gates this way. The arms on Eramosa Road have since been refitted the right way, but the ones on Devon Road are still upside down, even when new boomgate mechanisms were recently installed here. I don't think there's any hurry to fix this issue anytime soon. When level crossings get removed, sometimes they need to be upgraded with new equipment. These are short-term upgrades which are mainly done for logistical reasons. What often happens is old equipment needs to be removed so work can be done, and then later placed back. However, sometimes old equipment is so rusty and frail that it literally can't be put back, so newer equipment is installed in its place. That's why some crossings look brand new when they're about to be removed. What about crossings that get upgrades before work starts on their grade separations or closures? Well, this happens surprisingly often too. Sometimes it can be reasonable, such as an upgrade of equipment that starts failing. For example, Blackburn Road in Blackburn, Ilrace Road in Karang, Bell Street in Coburg, and High Street in Reservoir all had their mechanical bells replaced shortly before grade separation works started, while Main Street in Pakenham, Grange Road in Carnegie, and Kramer Street and Murray Road in Preston had their old boomgate mechanisms replaced a few years before their removals were announced. Others are maybe a bit more short-sighted. What I mean is that major upgrades happen at these locations, even though we knew these crossings were potentially going to be removed in the future. And I'm not just talking about replacing old equipment. I'm talking about large-scale, long-term reconstructions, as if these crossings were expected to remain for decades to come. There are many cases like this, so let's go through a few. Clyde Road in Berwick received a massive upgrade between 2011 and 2013 without being removed when the road was duplicated, only for the announcement the crossing was to be removed a few years later in 2014. Cardinia Road in Pakenham also received a massive upgrade when the road was duplicated in 2016, only for that crossing to be removed 3 years later. The intersection of Bedford Road and Great Ryrie Street in Ringwood had a complex renovation in 2017 to install traffic lights linked up to the level crossing, only for the whole intersection to be completely rebuilt after the level crossing was removed in 2024. Cave Hill Road in Lilydale had its pedestrian crossing upgraded from arms to swing gates only a year before the crossing was permanently closed, as did Parkers Road in Parkdale in 2017 before it was removed in 2024. And Clayton Road in Clayton and Hallam Road in Hallam in 2015 before both were removed in 2018 and 2022 respectively. And finally, Cams Road in Cranbourne was completely rebuilt when the line was duplicated in 2022 instead of being removed, only for the crossing to be grade separated a year later in 2023. What we see here is bad communication between the parties that need to maintain the crossings and those which fund the removal of these crossings. It can get quite frustratingly wasteful here if you look too deeply into it. But at least these crossing removals are getting funded, and once they're removed, no further wastage of resources happens again. Hopefully these kinds of things won't happen going forward in future projects. When level crossings get upgraded, usually all their original crossing equipment gets replaced. However, this isn't always the case. There are actually a few examples of crossings that still have some of their old obsolete equipment left behind, or at least used to. Progress Street in Dandenong South had an old sign from back when the crossing was passive, originally with a hazard triangle and crossbuck. This crossing has since closed, and all equipment has been removed. However, the pole of the old signal is still there, though without anything on it. Kelsall Street in Warwick-Nabil has flashing lights, but it also has a giveaway sign with crossbucks and a hazard triangle. I'm assuming this was from when the crossing was passive. Kernott Street in Spotswood has an old sign with hazard triangle just up to the side of the crossing. I think this is more like a crossing ahead warning sign than an old obsolete equipment due to the fact it doesn't have a crossbuck, but I'm not 100% sure. There are two other examples which are stretching it, but I'll still include them. Wright Road in Cockatoo used to only have give way signs, but was upgraded with boom gates in early 2025, which I've previously mentioned. Interestingly though, the poles for what I think used to be the old passive give way signs are still there. The one on the northern side has been taken out and is literally just resting on the ground there, while the one on the southern side is still there upright, though I think it was moved from its original location when the boom gates were installed. I guess removing them isn't a high priority right now. Turner Street in Leongatha also used to have a signal with a hazard triangle just down from the crossing, but this was removed after the line closed. I don't know if this was part of a previous passive setup here. Now, that's not really many examples, but I think we can add to this by talking about crossings that still have concrete bases from previous signals. Clarendon Street in Frankston still has extra bases from before it had boom gates and only flashing lights. As does the Down End School Road level crossing in Menzies Creek, Allendale Road in Diamond Creek, Hilltop Road in Ferntree Gully, Corroit Creek Road in Williamstown North before it was removed, Lochiel Avenue in Edithvale before it was removed as well, Brunt Road in Beaconsfield also before it was removed, Webster Street in Dandenong, though this base looks like it was for a cantilever, and Selby Ora Road in Selby, though this base is from an old signal that was removed. Other random examples I'll include are crossings which have old pedestrian crossing footpaths which were later bypassed, including Devon Road in Pascoe Vale, South Road in Brighton, and Warrigal Road in Mentone, though Warrigal Road has since been removed. One last thing to add, let's go back to Webster Street one last time. This crossing has an old crossarm with no lights attached on one of its cantilevers. I'm not sure what happened here, but I'm going to call it old obsolete equipment attached to a new crossing. When a level crossing closes or gets grade separated, all the old equipment is usually removed. However, there are sometimes old crossing locations which still have remains of either their old road alignments from when they used to be level crossings, or old rails from the previous line still in the road. The main reason they're left behind is because it can be costly to completely remove them, and if they're out of the way and not causing any problems, they can just be left behind, which they often are. There are many instances of both in Victoria. In regards to leftover road alignments, there are many examples in Melbourne, particularly along the Pakenham and Cranbourne lines. Many of the level crossings here were grade separated with either road bridges or permanent closure, with the old roads sometimes left behind and not completely removed. Remains of the old roads are still present at South Gippsland Highway in Dandenong South, Station Street in Officer, Cardinia Road in Pakenham, and Cams Road in Cranbourne. There are also examples at Appleton Dock Road in Port Melbourne, which I've previously mentioned, and at Barwon Heads Road in Geelong. At both of these locations, big portions of the old roads are still in place. Appleton Dock Road even still has its old rails in the road, Speaking of rails in roads, in Melbourne there are plenty of closed railway lines which had level crossings, and many of these locations still have rails in the roads. This is more common than leftover road alignments, as rails can be heavy and complicated to remove. Along the old alignment of the closed inner circle railway line, nearly every single road crossing still has rails in them. This ranges from a whole double track section like on Brunswick Street, to a tiny portion taking up only half a lane of traffic like on Nicholson Street. There are even rails in the road on the little branch to Edinburgh Gardens. A couple of these crossings have since been re-landscaped as part of the Inner Circle Rail Trail. We can also find rails in the road at Colebrook Street in Coburg, Clifford's Road in Somerton, Murray-Dark Highway in Mount Eliza, Ewells Road in Mornington, most of the old crossings on the Webb Dock line, and there used to be some at Cooper Street in Epping and John Street in Dandenong, but these have since been removed. There are many, many more isolated examples in country Victoria. Where do we start, my goodness? Well, there's rails in the road at Anderson Road in Bandiana, Meninya Street in Echuca, Murray Valley Highway and Main Street in Rutherglen, All Saints Road in Wodonga, Charlesworth Street in Eureka, Brogan Street in Geelong, Station Street in Trentham, McCurdy Road in Herne Hill, Warparilla Road in Elmore, Robinson Street in Murchison, Mallee Highway in Murrayville. You know what? I could spend 5 years listing them all, so let's just move on. There are also examples of existing railways which have running sets of tracks and level crossings alongside a defunct set of tracks. These extra tracks might have been lines that went to sidings or branches that have since closed, or are additional tracks which aren't needed anymore. This includes locations such as Walker Street in Castlemaine, Somerville Road and Francis Street in Brooklyn, Anderson Street in Yarraville, Howard Street in St Arnaud, Graham Vale Road in Grahamvale, Cliff Street in Portland, Arden Street in North Melbourne, and the Somerville Station pedestrian crossing. There also used to be some at Greens Road and Progress Street in Dandenong South, Racecourse Road in Pakenham, Cook Road in Crib Point, Baxter Tooradin Road in Baxter, and Millet Street in St Arnaud, but they have all since been removed. And yes, I have no doubt that I've missed a couple. In a similar vein to crossing removal remnants, there have been a few very odd instances where level crossings have been closed or grade separated, but their active equipment has remained in place for significant periods of time afterwards. Now, it's normal for crossings to have their equipment still in place for short periods of time after they're grade separated, like at Barwon Heads Road in Geelong, Station Street in Beaconsfield, and South Gippsland Highway in Dandenong South, but it's very unusual if they're in place for long periods of time afterwards. First, let's travel to Pakenham. So, in 2005, the Princes Freeway was extended from Officer to Narnagoon, bypassing Pakenham. When this freeway was built, a couple of seldom used country roads were close to the freeway. This is usually done to small country roads when freeways are built, if there are other practical options to get around, preventing the need for building a big interchange, and similar to closing level crossings of lesser used roads. Well, Ryan Road was one of them. So the Bairnsdale line crossed Ryan Road at about the same location where the Princes Freeway would pass through. During construction, the road was permanently closed at the freeway just before the level crossing, and fencing was put up. But the crossing wasn't removed. All equipment was left in place, and it was still linked up and programmed to activate when trains would come. The baffling thing here is there weren't any immediate plans to remove this level crossing, and it stayed there for years. It seems like the road was closed, but nobody could be bothered doing anything about the equipment. It was brought to the attention of the media and Parliament in 2008, where it was described as a bureaucratic nightmare and a waste of railway resources which could have better been used elsewhere. And what do you know? Soon afterwards, V-Line confirmed that the crossing equipment was to be decommissioned and removed. Only 3 years too late. I'm not sure if the equipment was reused anywhere else. The location of this crossing is now the entrance to East Pakenham Railway Station. Okay, now let's travel to Frankston. Beach Street in Frankston used to have a large level crossing. This intersection was a bit of a nuisance. It was a junction of 3 major roads with a crossing in the middle that protected 4 railway tracks experiencing regular train movements with a surface so rough you could reportedly catch airtime driving over it. It was a bad level crossing. In 1990, Fletcher Road just north of the crossing was extended over the line with a road bridge, eliminating the need for this crossing. It was subsequently closed and fenced off, with the road ripped up and most of the crossing equipment removed. However, the pedestrian crossing was kept in place, along with the old fencing, crossing ID number, and a random pole from the old crossing, which remains there to this day. This is a really odd case of equipment being left in place after a level crossing closes, but this time it's actually in use to this day, just heavily modified from its original design. Level crossing malfunctions are a surprisingly common occurrence. I mean, when crossings and track circuits are out in the open and exposed to the elements, faults are bound to eventually happen. While they're an interesting thing to see in a curious sort of way, they can also be a big problem. There are generally two sorts of malfunctions. Ones where the level crossing fails to properly activate when a train comes, or ones where the level crossing fails to deactivate after a train is gone. Both of these can result in chaos both on the train lines and the roads they affect. This can become incredibly costly to both commuters and train operators while the issues are addressed. Here are a few significant level crossing malfunctions that have happened recently. On December the 11th, 2011, boom gates at the Anderson Road level crossing in Sunshine opened before a V-Line train could pass through. To temporarily rectify the issue while a long-term solution was found, staff had to manually operate all level crossings between Sydenham and Sunshine to ensure this issue wouldn't happen again. In March 2013, trains on the Gippsland line were suspended and replaced by buses after a spate of issues with trains failing to activate level crossings on the line. This issue affected 32 level crossings and was due to corrosion affecting level crossing warning systems. $8.3 million had to be spent installing new axle counter technology to fix these problems. In August 2014, single-car trains on the Stony Point line were suspended and replaced with buses after boom gates started opening at level crossings before trains could pass through. This happened on 3 occasions and was initially due to train drivers using too much sand for adhesion on the rails. The line was further completely suspended in April 2015 after more crossing failures happened due to faulty track sensors. New axle counters specifically designed for the Stony Point line were eventually installed on every level crossing, with trains resuming services by June 2015. In January 2016, a Velocity train failed to activate the Progress Street level crossing in Dandenong, resulting in V-Line trains being banned from metro tracks on the Bendigo, Seymour and Gippsland lines. This was one of many issues with 3-car Velocity trains failing to trigger track circuits that activate level crossings, with the issue going as far back as 2011. Undisclosed boomgate detection fixes were eventually implemented, and V-Line trains returned to full capacity by March 2016. On February the 17th, 2016, a power failure on the Glen Waverley line caused boomgates at Taronga Road, Toorak Road and High Street to be stuck down during the morning peak, which took 2 hours to fix, causing extreme traffic delays. On March the 7th, 2017, a fault at Murrumbina caused the boomgates at Murrumbina Road to be stuck down for 2 hours. The fault was eventually fixed, but not until after adjacent roads to Murrumbina Road was seriously affected too. On May the 29th, 2017, Metro experienced one of the worst days of its operational history, with faulty trains and faulty signals plaguing the entire system, causing delays of up to 90 minutes in the morning peak on pretty much the whole network. Some of the faults included malfunctioning boomgates at both Clayton Road and Poth Road, with the issues not fixed until midday. On April the 26th, 2019, a power failure on the Craigieburn line caused boomgates at Devon Road and Gaffney Street to be stuck down in the afternoon peak, with traffic management services implemented to redirect motorists. On December 4th, 2020, a freight train failed to activate the Werribee Street and Cherry Street level crossings in Werribee due to electrical circuit changes for level crossing removal works. This caused Werribee line bus replacements to be extended by 2 whole weeks while the safety issue was fixed. And on March the 20th, 2024, boomgates at Cobden's Road and Exford Road in Melton failed to deactivate, causing traffic delays of up to 90 minutes. Detours all the way to Cobblebank were put in place while the issue was fixed. Now, these are only the ones I know about, and the ones that get reported in the news. I have no doubt they happen on a far more regular basis, but just don't get picked up by the media. The big malfunctions do though, and as you can see, they cause mayhem. Interestingly, there are actually a few other malfunctions that can sometimes happen, but don't cause as many issues. Sometimes a level crossing can glitch, such as a blinking you miss it activation, but not completely fault. These are less common and are usually only a minor issue, with the crossings generally fixing themselves up afterwards without causing traffic or rail chaos. This is definitely the more ideal version of a level crossing malfunction. The Dandenong Corridor is a 20km section of line on the metro network between Caulfield and Dandenong. It's used by trains on the Pakenham and Cranbourne lines, as well as V-Line services to Bairnsdale and freight trains to Eastern Victoria. It only has 2 tracks for the majority of the section, so it gets super congested with trains, especially during peak times. This section used to have 9 level crossings between Caulfield and Dandenong, all of them on main roads, and with so many trains running during peak hour, boomgates at these crossings experienced extremely long periods of downtime. In fact, these crossings experienced the worst downtimes in all of Victoria. This media release on level crossing data shows just how bad it got. All crossings on this section had downtime of above 50 minutes in the morning peak, and even some of the worst crossings in Victoria didn't have that much downtime. If we take a closer look, we can see that Karang Road in Carnegie experienced the most downtime, with 87 minutes or 72.5% of the morning peak with boomgates down, followed by Clayton Road, Murrumbina Road and Centre Road. Now, there's a reason why boomgate downtime at these crossings was so long, especially at Karang Road. This level crossing was right next to Carnegie Station, so when a train would pull in, the boom gates would lower in anticipation for the train to pass through. The train, however, would have to wait for passengers to get on and off. Once the train would finally leave, another train would be coming in the other direction, and by the time that train would pass through, another train would pull into the station. This cycle would continue on, and boom gates could be down for sometimes nearly 10 trains at a time. It's a very similar story at crossings in Murrumbina, Hughesdale, Clayton and Noble Park. If you look online, there are so many accounts of residents having to wait upwards of 30 minutes to get through these intersections. I don't know how people put up with this for so long. The most downtime I have personally seen at a level crossing on this corridor was at Corrigan Road in Noble Park. I managed to see 7 trains going through this crossing here before the boom gates rose. The traffic lights at this intersection here were all linked up to the crossing, and after the 3rd train passed through, the lights just stopped changing and filtering all traffic through the intersection, almost like it had given up. It was insane to see, and so messed up. I attempted the same thing at Murrumbina Road in Murrumbina, but this time I wasn't able to capture more than 5 trains. Wow, only 5 trains going through the crossing before the boom gates rise? What a rip-off. I want 7 trains again. Okay, on a more serious note, 5 trains is still a ridiculous amount, and it will always baffle me how bad things got here. Is it any surprise that most of these crossings featured highly in the red spot survey? The good news for motorists here is that all these level crossings have been removed, with the entire corridor level crossing free by June 2018. There is another crossing that deals with a similar number of trains, though not quite as many, and it's beyond Dandenong Station, so it's not technically on the corridor. This one is Webster Street in Dandenong, and is currently in the process of being removed. Pedestrian crossings are level crossings that protect pedestrian footpaths. They are usually installed next to road level crossings where there is a footpath next to the road, but they can also be installed on their own. These crossings use magnetic auto control swing gates for their protection with an alarm system, with the most modern ones also having push button release escape exits. Older types sometimes have swing gates without the extra push buttons, and on rare occasions crossings can have old Westinghouse pedestrian boomgate mechanisms. These are basically miniature boomgate arms, and they used to be more common, but are regularly being replaced with the new design these days. This is because they are easy to bypass and are no match to impatient commuters. Sometimes pedestrian crossings can also have no protection, with only fencing up to alert pedestrians to look before they cross. As we can see, there is a wide variety of pedestrian crossings out there. What are some interesting ones we can talk about? Well, let's make a start by talking about Anderson Street in Yarraville. The pedestrian crossing here used to be an underpass, but this was apparently dangerous and unsavoury, so was filled in and replaced with pedestrian gates in 1997. This is now ironically going to get replaced with another pedestrian underpass when this level crossing gets removed. A similar thing happened at Centre Road in Bentley. As previously mentioned, in 1996 the old pedestrian underpass here was filled in and replaced with pedestrian gates, to the absolute detriment of pedestrian safety here. So many pedestrian fatalities happened here afterwards, and it even had special lights installed because of this, which remained there until the crossing's removal in 2016. Speaking of special lights, there are two other pedestrian crossings with similar systems. These are at Anarchy Road in Bellpost Hill and Beckett Street in Glenroy. These are the only crossings in Victoria with this additional protection, and it's worth noting that they're both on freight-only lines, so I don't know if this kind of system is going to be rolled out on the wider network anytime soon. Continuing on with underpasses, the South Road level crossing in Brighton has a normal pedestrian crossing, but it also has an underpass next to it. You'd probably think it would be easy to just close the pedestrian crossing because the underpass is there, but on the northern side the underpass only has stairs. This gives it poor disability access, so the above ground pedestrian crossing is definitely there for the long haul, unless they convert the stairs to a ramp, or lo and behold, grade separate the whole level crossing. Moving on to isolated pedestrian crossings, the Paddington Road pedestrian crossing in Hughesdale used to have a white picket fence design, but after the grade separation of the nearby Poth Road level crossing, this pedestrian crossing was replaced with a standard design fence. I'm guessing this was for consistency for the rest of the rail corridor. A few other unique crossings to bring up are Beach Street in Frankston, which, as previously mentioned, is the leftover pedestrian crossing from the original crossing when it was closed. The Keilor Plains Station pedestrian crossing in Keilor Downs, and the Diamond Valley pedestrian crossing in Diamond Creek, which are the newest pedestrian crossings built in Victoria in 2002 and 2023 respectively. And the ones at Puffing Billy, which have completely different designs to normal ones. We can't forget the Wigwag signal. There are many other pedestrian crossing oddities to mention, but I'll leave that to SB Metro, who has done a great video on pedestrian crossings which you should check out. So we've seen a few examples of uniquely bad crossing designs. How about we talk about one that is actually common? Roundabout crossings comprise of roundabout intersections with train lines cutting through the middle. These crossings awkwardly integrate train lines with the road and have to be custom designed to suit their intersections. Boomgates usually face the main through lane of traffic, while lights are skewed to face the other intersecting lanes. The signals can be quite spread out in weird locations, and as a result these intersections are confusing to navigate. For some reason, a number of these were built in Victoria. They currently exist in operational capacities at New Street in Brighton, Wickham Road in Hampton East, and Benetook Avenue and San Mateo Avenue in Mildura. New Street and Wickham Road are on metro lines, so deal with regular metro trains, with Wickham Road to be removed as part of the level crossing removal project in coming years, while the ones in Mildura only deal with occasional freight trains. There used to be two other roundabout crossings in Victoria, at Fine Street in South Geelong, and Taylors Road in Keilor Downs. Fine Street was grade separated in 2024 and reconstructed without the roundabout, and Taylors Road was grade separated in 2008 and also reconstructed without the roundabout. The only other ones to bring up are the previously mentioned Melba Highway in Yarra Glen, which is the most recent roundabout level crossing built and yet to reopen, and Meninya Street in Echuca. This crossing serviced a small branch from Echuca railway station to the port of Echuca. This closed in 1971 but was reopened in 2002 with the intention to operate tourist trains from the station to the wharf, but this never eventuated. No signals were ever reinstalled here. It was last used in 2015 when locomotive A2996 was shunted from the Echuca Loco Depot to the Echuca Wharf over the old line and placed as a static display. The branch has since been disconnected from the main line and will probably not open again. The rails are still there, so it's kind of a level crossing, but not really. SB Metro has another great video you should check out, this time one that goes into more detail about roundabout crossings. Sale Railway Station used to be the terminus of the Gippsland line before it was extended to Bairnsdale in 1888. Unfortunately, it wasn't initially designed with this in mind. It was originally built as a dead-end terminus, resulting in a rail triangle. This is where instead of trains being able to run straight through the station, they would have to do a convoluted manoeuvre. Trains would first come into the station, then the locomotive would run around and change ends, and finally, the train would depart in the direction it came from in order to continue its journey. This made running train services unnecessarily complicated and time-consuming. Local council and Victorian Railways finally fixed the problem in 1983, when a new alignment was built to allow trains to travel through Sale without needing to traverse the rail triangle. A few hundred metres of new track was built further north, and a new Sale station was constructed on a site slightly further away from the original, similar to what happened at Wodonga. Trains can now run straight through Sale without needing to reverse. The old line was dismantled, and most of the old infrastructure was demolished, but not everything. Some of the old tracks still exist as industrial sidings, and the old station location is now the Gippsland Shopping Centre, where a few mementos of the old railway's past have been kept in place. 2 semaphore signals, a signal box, and the old interlocking gates of the Reeve Street level crossing have been preserved. While it may look out of place, it is an eye-opening spectacle for anyone passing through, and a nice touch to help preserve the history of the old Sale railway station and yards. The signal box is now a museum, and the gates are permanently fixed away from the road, but if you use your imagination, you can just about picture a train running through here. Railway yards in Victoria are used to store rolling stock, and are very common. They often intertwine with roads to give workers access to these areas. As a result, level crossings are very common. Now, because these roads are generally only used by railway workers, they often just have stop signs for level crossing protection. However, there are a few interesting cases where more is used. I'm talking about a whole actual level crossing setup, and these can have a mixed range of flashing lights, signs, boom gates, bells. It really depends on where the infrastructure is. They're an interesting sight to see, but let me tell you, it gets stranger here. Sometimes these crossings have boom gates in the up position, sometimes they can be fixed in a constant closed position, sometimes they don't even activate when a train passes by. I'm assuming these are programmed like a multi-storey car park boom gate, where a car driver needs to activate the crossing to raise the Boomgate Arms to get past. They are all a bit confusing. Notable ones include Tottenham Yard, which has a whole setup in a constant closed position, the Wyndham Vale Stabling Yard, which has 2 level crossings, one open and one closed, the previously mentioned 8-track level crossing at Newport, the Bayswater Maintenance Facility, which has a single boom gate in a closed position, and Southern Cross Station, which has a bunch of level crossings in the closed position with just boom gates and bells. Another type of crossing protection for rail yards are signals with isolated bells. These are installed to provide an extra level of protection to railway workers to warn them of train movements. They activate when trains come and go. There are actually a couple of examples in Victoria, so I'll briefly go over the ones I know of. At the rail yards at Seymour, we have the previously mentioned SafeTran bell signal. This was installed in the 1980s to alert workmen of approaching trains around the area, and is one of the last of its kind in Victoria. It features the SafeTran bell and a pair of unusual lights, the kind that you'd find on wishbone Boomgate Arms. The lights don't work anymore, but the bell is still operational. It activates when standard gauge trains pass by on certain tracks. At the V-Line yards at Geelong, there is another signal with the same purpose. Near the station, there is a signal with a bell and a red strobe light. This activates when trains dock and shunt out of the sidings here. This signal used to have a Westinghouse hybrid bell, but was recently replaced with a General Signals E-bell. This is the only other operational signal I know of in Victoria, but just a little further away on Cunningham Pier we have something interesting. So, quick backstory, Cunningham Pier was previously used to load and unload cargo onto freight trains, which would then travel on a short line to the railway yards at Geelong. This closed in the 1980s, and Cunningham Pier has since been transformed into a function venue with restaurant, with the rest of the pier converted to a car park. As this pier was originally designed as a rail yard, a level crossing bell was installed on one of the poles in the area. This had the same purpose as the other signals I've mentioned, and would activate to warn pier workers of train movements. This bell is a Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bell. After the pier closed to train traffic, the line was disconnected, but not much else was removed. Both the rails and the bell were kept in place. It is still there to this day, though it doesn't work unfortunately. Staying in Geelong, let's talk about the industrial sidings here. Around North Geelong and North Shore, there is a mess of lines going everywhere, including many short branch lines. Most of these cross roads, so needed level crossing equipment. Some of these lines have since closed, and like the recurring theme of other closed railway lines in Victoria, not many have had their old equipment removed completely. We've already talked about Cunningham Pier, so let's look at a few others. At Lara, a small branch serviced the yards for the Elders warehouses here, called the Elders IXL siding. Built in 1986, this line crossed Forest Road South, where a level crossing was provided. It had a pretty standard gateless setup, though it did also have a cantilever. This line closed around 2007, with the last train running well before that, and was disconnected from the main line around 2011. Most of the infrastructure here was left in place, including the rails and level crossing. Nowadays, not much remains. The cantilever was removed sometime after 2018, and the line was paved over sometime around 2024. All signs and lights from the remaining signal have also since been removed, though the pole still exists. As of today, the crossing only has the railway crossing signs on each corner, the relay case, a few rails, an activation switch, and a single crossing warning ahead sign. At North Shore, a short branch serviced the phosphate works here. This line crossed Sea Beach Parade, where a level crossing was provided. This was most likely installed in the 80s or 90s, and had a pretty standard setup. This line closed around 2004, and was blocked off around the same time, but for some reason the level crossing was upgraded in conjunction with the construction of Avebury Road to Sea Beach Parade, well after 2004. I guess this provision was done in case the line was to open again. However, the phosphate works closed in 2009, so I'm pretty certain the line will not open again. The crossing still exists to this day, though it's in a bad way. The signal with the bell is falling over, while the one on the other side has been completely removed. Some of the lights have also since become smashed up. Just a little bit further down the road at the Midway wood chipping plant in North Shore, there was a short branch that serviced the yards here. Built in 2003, this line crossed Avebury Road and the Esplanade, where two level crossings were provided, both within 100 metres of each other. Avebury Road had a small crossing, while the Esplanade had a bigger one with two cantilevers. This line closed around 2009 when the transportation of logs by rail was replaced with road trucks. The line is blocked off, but both crossings still exist. They seem to also be somewhat maintained. One of the signals at Avebury Road was removed around 2015, but has since been replaced. The relay case at the Esplanade also has a noticeable hum, so it must still be connected up. I don't know if there are any plans to reopen this line anytime soon. At Separation Street in North Geelong, there is a fenced-off road that used to provide vehicle access to the Pacific National Wagon Maintenance Facility. This used to have a funny crossing with warning signs and strobe lights for protection. This was closed and fenced off sometime before 2022, and the old equipment has since been removed. Finally, we can talk about the Fynesford line. This line was a small branch that transported freight from the cement works at Fynesford to North Geelong. The plant closed in 2001 along with the line, and the line was blocked off a few years later. There were 5 level crossings on this line, all with active protection, and all with typical gateless setups. When the line closed, the infrastructure and equipment here stayed in place for a whole decade until it was finally removed in 2011. The old right-of-way is now made up of a nice little linear park. There are no remains of these crossings anymore at any of the old locations, except for McCurdy Road at the terminus of the line. This level crossing still retains its poles and a few rails in the road, but nothing else. The old cement works site here is soon to be redeveloped into housing, so we can imagine that any final remains of the old railway here will be completely removed in the future. Keon Parade was a level crossing on the Mernda line at Reservoir. You wouldn't think too much of this crossing just looking at it, but what makes it stand out is it had 4 bells. These were originally Westinghouse hybrid bells, with 2 on the Boomgate mechanisms on the outside and 2 in the middle. Most crossings usually have 2 bells, and sometimes if we're super lucky we might get 3, but no other crossings had as many conventional bells as Keon Parade. I'm not counting Barker Technique C bells, as they're not conventional. I'm assuming 4 were installed because it was a long crossing, and maybe it was found that 2 bells were not adequate enough crossing protection for this intersection, but I don't think this is the case. If that's not weird enough, as far back as 2015, only 2 of the 4 bells were programmed to work. The 2 on the outside were programmed to sound like they would on a normal level crossing, while the 2 in the middle were not. Now you might think they were either broken or malfunctioning, but it turns out both were actually disconnected from the crossing. The reason we know this is because in 2019 there was an accident at the crossing where a train collided with a truck trapped at the intersection. The crossing was damaged, with the signal on the western median strip receiving the brunt of the force. The crossing was soon repaired and reopened, but the hybrid bell on the damaged signal was replaced with a General Signals E-bell. And guess what? It wasn't programmed to sound either. By July 2021, the rest of the bells on the crossing were replaced with General Signals E-bells. And surprise, surprise, the other bell in the median strip was not programmed to sound either. Maybe they were disconnected as they were too noisy or consumed too much power. I don't know, I'm literally just clutching at straws here. Keon Parade was added to the level crossing removal projects list in 2021, with a Skyrail design announced as the preferred grade separation option. When the crossing was further modified to accommodate the new Skyrail bridge, the bell on the eastern side of the median strip was removed. The bell on the western side was left in place, but still remained disconnected until it was removed with the crossing in 2024. I guess we'll never get a concrete answer of exactly why these bells weren't programmed, but I do think a similar thing happened at the Burke Road level crossing in Glen Iris. If I can bring up Burke Road one last time, this crossing actually had 3 bells, 2 on the outside and 1 in the middle. The one in the middle didn't sound, so I'm assuming it was disconnected like Keon Parades were, and once again I cannot explain why. We can contrast this with Bank Street and Avenel, a level crossing that has 3 bells, and unlike Keon Parade and Burke Road, all of them are programmed to sound. Why this is different, I just don't know. Springvale Road and Springvale also had 3 bells, but I'm not sure if they were all programmed to activate. As far as I'm aware, these are the only level crossing examples like this. Well, whatever the case, Keon Parade's record of the most conventional bells on a level crossing in Victoria has not been beaten since. It probably never will be. In many places in Victoria, there are a number of level crossings which have unusually tall signals. These are usually installed if the crossing is obscured from view by a hill, or to provide better railway crossing visibility to oncoming traffic on truck routes or high built-up areas. This is a simpler installation than a whole cantilever itself, and usually comprises of a tall mast with a standard set of lights, crossbucks, and stop on red signal signs. These exist at Sharps and Taylors Road in Tallarook and Somerville Road in Brooklyn. 2 others used to be installed at Station Street in Beaconsfield and Springvale Road in Springvale, but these crossings have since been grade separated. There are a few other weird similar-like signals installed in Victoria, though they're different in their own ways. Colac Ballarat Road in Illawarra is also obscured by a hill, but instead of an individual signal, it just has an extra pair of lights on top of the Boomgate mechanism. A similar thing is in place at 2 other locations. At Kernett Street in Spotswood, there is an extra set of lights on top of the individual masts in the median strip, while on the Mallee Highway in Oyon, we have 2 sets of lights on top of each other. I'm sure there's others in Victoria, but unfortunately I'm not across them. The Long Island Junction is a small branch off the Stony Point line in Hastings that services the Western Port BlueScope Steel Factory. Daily steel trains run to this terminal along the Frankston line. Being a branch line with many roads around, it has a few interesting level crossings. The first one is Frankston Flinders Road, which branches off the Stony Point line. It's also the one that everyone sees. There's nothing too special about it, but it's the only one on the line with boom gates. The line then deviates into a few different lines. To the north, the line runs to the Lysart Slab Steel Yard, which has a level crossing, but we can't see it as there's no public access to it. The best we've got is satellite view. To the south, the line adjacent to Bayview Road continues into the marshalling yard and the coil sidings of the main factory. It's here that it crosses the Kipps Lane level crossing. This is a simple gateless crossing in the terminal itself, with incandescent lights and a hybrid bell, so something straight out of the 90s. There are a few others down the line, though like the still yard, there's no public access to it, so it's kinda hard to see beyond the fences. Some have active protection, while others just have passive signs. Further south, just before the line to the Coyle sidings, another branch deviates to the Cresco siding, which service the fractionation plant. This section of the line closed sometime around 2010 and has since been blocked off, but lots of the old infrastructure is still in place. This branch had a road overpass at Cemetery Road and a level crossing at Bayview Road. All the old signals at the crossing still exist here today, though they've seen better days. It currently has a weird mix of old and new equipment, including LED lights, red rectangular crossbucks, and white stop-on-red signal signs with black letters, while also having rusty old poles and a teardrop bell. I'd call this a modern old crossing. If you check out Street View from 2009, you can see workers testing out the crossing. I'm not sure if it's still hooked up, but the line is well and truly derelict and out of service, so I wouldn't be surprised if this equipment gets removed at some point. Most of it's been vandalised in the years since its closure anyway. If you want to find out more about this line, AH137 has a good video on the topic which you should check out. If you travel on regional V-line corridors, you'll pass over heaps of country level crossings. Many of them are on farm driveways which cross the train line. As these driveways are private and experience minimal car traffic, they usually only have give way or stop signs, but a number of them have active protection. They're a weird sight to see, and it's kind of hard to initially understand why they were installed in the first place. Like, why does this driveway that ends in an overgrown gate need active protection? For recent installations, it makes more sense given new road and rail safety guidelines, which I've previously mentioned, but some of these crossings aren't new. You can tell because they've got old black stop-on-red signal signs with white letters. These ones are harder to justify. They're installed on lines like the Ballarat and Bendigo lines as part of the previously mentioned regional fast rail project, and at the time of their installations, which was around 2005-2006, many other level crossings separate to this project with only passive equipment were passed up for these dead-end farm driveways instead. This did in fact raise the ire of politicians who asked why these crossings, sometimes described as nothing more than goat tracks, got protection, while other crossings in country towns crying out for active protection got none. The explanation we get here is that these upgrades form part of the regional fast rail project and are necessary to allow for more frequent and faster trains, regardless of how little the driveways are used, which I guess makes sense, while we can also say country roads are more dangerous than driveways, so would be better suited for active equipment. It's a bit of a double-edged sword here. These days, active protection at all level crossings are very much prioritised, and have since been installed on private farm driveways on many other lines, like to Albury, Shepparton and Warrnambool as part of the Regional Rail Revival project, and even on the previously mentioned Hurstbridge line. They still look like overkill for what they are protecting, but in order for new faster services to be provided and consistency with the network, these things need to be done. When you travel by train beyond Newport towards Werribee, you may see from your window a random level crossing in the middle of nowhere. This crossing is part of the Newport Rail Academy, one of the leading rail training facilities in Australia. Built in the 90s, this centre provides a bunch of facilities that give trainees hands-on experience in a replicated rail working environment, including the level crossing. This crossing has two signals next to each other, with lights, boom gates, bells, and even an old Westinghouse pedestrian boomgate mechanism. This is for hands-on signalling training. One of the older signals used to have a Westinghouse hybrid bell and a boomgate arm with a folded tip, but this was recently replaced by a new one with a standard boomgate arm and a SafeTran e-bell. The old one was donated to the Yarra Valley Railway and is now at Tarrawarra. This is the most visible level crossing for training purposes you can find in Victoria, but it's not the only one. One of the others is the Metro Academy at South Kensington. This workshop is for Metro employees who have just started out in the industry for training purposes, and the facility includes a replicated boomgate mechanism and a magnetic auto-control swing gate. You can go see these during Metro open days to the public. Another one is a random set of boom gates at Bendigo outside a V-Line building. This was only installed within the last 10 years, and my guess is this is for hands-on experience for V-Line employees. Can't say it's not a weird sight though. It'd be cool to see these in operation, but I guess it all comes down to luck whether you can be there at the same time training is scheduled. The railway line to Ballarat used to pass through the township of Bungaree to avoid the steep Moorabool River Valley. The line would take a dogleg route north just past Dunstan before coming south to Millbrook. Trains had to slow down along the sharp curves of this route, so it was rather inefficient, and after Bungaree Station closed in 1981, there wasn't really a need for the line to go through here anymore. The only issue was there was no alternative. The Regional Fast Rail project in 2000 proposed eliminating this section with a new line to be built straight from Millbrook to Dunstan through the valley with new rail bridges. This journey was shorter and would prevent trains from having to slow down around the tight curves, and thus reduce a significant amount of train time to and from Ballarat. Funding was provided in the project, and construction was completed in 2005, with the new line opening in December of that year. However, the old loop wasn't removed. It was retained as a passing loop, so that trains travelling in opposite directions could pass without needing to stop, as the line was still single track. While it was useful, it wasn't the most practical solution to the bottleneck problem, and a few issues plagued the loop in the following years. Concrete sleepers were initially skipped during the Fast Rail project, and it didn't take long for the old wooden sleepers to wear out and force trains to go even slower on this section. These wooden sleepers were hastily replaced with concrete sleepers a few years later, causing an unnecessary expense that could have been avoided had they been initially installed. There were also 5 active level crossings on this section, all without boom gates. This was going to be a problem with velocity trains now running on this section. In 2009-2010, funding was provided by the Boomgates for Rail Crossings program to upgrade the crossing at Bungaree-Wallace Road in Wallace. And by 2013, further funding was provided to upgrade the 4 other crossings. These works were shortly completed thereafter, and by this point in time, the loop was fully upgraded as much as it needed to be, with trains finally running smoothly along this section. However, in hindsight, all this investment was very short-sighted. In 2018, the Ballarat line underwent another extensive upgrade to further enhance travel times and increase services. What was one of this project's plans? Oh yeah, the closure of the Bungaree loop and replacing it with a crossing loop at Millbrook. This meant that all upgrades were essentially moot, with the new concrete sleepers and level crossings to be removed with its closure. This project was completed by 2021, with the loop blocked off and disconnected around the same time, and the line has since pretty much completely been ripped up, with all level crossings removed too, not even 10 years after the crossings were upgraded. This is another case where resources have been seemingly poorly allocated to upgrade level crossings which did not need them further down the track. At least here the upgraded crossings were used for a few years before being removed, unlike the ones on the Eaglehawk-Inglewood line, which are still yet to see a train. And the project can now boast that they've removed 5 extra level crossings. There really aren't any remains of where this line used to be, except for some rails, including the cutaway from the main line at Millbrook, where the point still exists, an old platform at Bungaree, and some leftover ballast from the old line. However, there are still some remains of the level crossings. At Bungaree-Wallace Road in Bungaree, some fencing for the old pedestrian crossing still exists, alongside a plaque of the line's history. There are also remains at Bungaree-Wallace Road in Wallace, which strangely still has its advanced level crossing warning signs. Not only that, but the Boomgates for Rail Crossings program signs still exist too. Apparently the reason why the warning signs haven't been removed are because they were operated by Vic Roads, while the level crossings were owned by V-Line. And while V-Line prioritised removing the crossings, Vic Roads are yet to prioritise removing the warning signs. I can't imagine they'll get removed anytime soon. It'll just be an additional expense they could better use elsewhere. I guess the signs staying there also aren't doing any harm. For now, it's just a perplexing sight for motorists travelling through the area. However, if these signs are still hooked up and powered, that might be another question. This all adds to the peculiar history surrounding the Ballarat line. The Toolamba-Echuca railway line runs between Toolamba and Echuca in northern Victoria, where it links the Shepparton line with the Echuca line. It was yet another freight-only line in Victoria, but unlike others, it was very flat and very straight, so harsh speed restrictions weren't required. However, it has had a bit of a sporadic operational history in the last 20 years. It initially closed in 2003 after being booked out of use, but reopened in 2006, only to close again in 2007, and then reopen yet again in 2013, but only after $7.1 million was spent to upgrade it. Okay, well, at least now it's upgraded to working order and running business as usual, right? I'll get back to that. This line has 12 active level crossings, including 3 in Kyabram, 4 in Tatura, and a rare 4-way road intersection in Merrigum. Prior to the line's 2013 upgrade, all crossings had the typical boomgateless setups you'd see from that era, with those that didn't have them receiving new e-bells, LED lights, and white stop on red signal signs with black letters. There was even a crossing in Burnside that received advanced level crossing warning signs. However, none of them got boomgates. All of them currently only have flashing lights. I guess this just wasn't budgeted for, and maybe because it was 2013 and on a freight-only line, there wasn't as much emphasis on upgrading them with boomgates yet. Well, whatever the case, the line was reopened, but not for very long. In 2020, the line closed yet again after it was discovered it was suffering from poor sleeper condition, geometry faults, and failing culverts, so would need a significant amount of upgrading to safely reopen, only 7 years after an already expensive upgrade. No funding has been provided yet, and as of now, it shows no sign of reopening. Well, that 2013 upgrade unfortunately seems a little pointless now, doesn't it? None of the track has been ripped up, and all level crossings currently remain intact and even seem to be maintained, unlike other lines in Victoria, but the line has been blocked off at Echuca and Toolamba. There are apparently long-term plans to eventually convert the line to standard gauge, but once again nothing has come from this, so unless another upgrade happens, it's going to remain closed. If it were to reopen, I can imagine all level crossings would need boomgates, including those with passive equipment. After all, we don't live in 2013 anymore. The Mount Gambier railway line was a mixed passenger and freight line that ran from Heywood in Victoria to Mount Gambier in South Australia, built in tandem with the larger line from Mount Gambier to Wolseley. This line closed in 1995 after the Portland line, which it branched off of, was converted from broad gauge to standard gauge, essentially isolating the Mount Gambier line from the rest of the Victorian network. Like pretty much every other railway line that closed around that time, most of the old infrastructure was kept in place, including track and level crossings. On the Victorian side, there were 2 active level crossings, both in Heywood, with one at Woolsthorpe Heywood Road and one at Henty Highway. These had the usual gateless level crossing setups you'd see from that era, and both were left in place after the line's closure. They eventually fell into the typical vandalised state of closed crossings we've seen before, until sometime after 2008, when all infrastructure at these 2 crossings were completely removed, with the rails paved over too. All other passive crossings on the line have also been removed. A small section of the line at Dartmoor has been converted to a rail trail, but the rest of the line remains relatively intact. It's good that it is though, because there are rumblings that the line may reopen in the future. Freight volumes around the area have recently boomed, and are expected to grow by up to 90% by 2032. As a result, pressure on local roads has increased, and there is now talk about potentially reopening the line to alleviate these issues. This would require a massive upgrade to all infrastructure that is left, including converting the line to standard gauge and adding new level crossing equipment. But as of today, it only remains as ideas. It's definitely something to look out for in coming years though. The Cobden railway line was a small branch off the Tocumwal line that ran from Strathmerton to Cobden. It was used by a mix of both passenger and freight services, but during the 80s and 90s it experienced a bit of a turbulent operational period. It was initially closed in 1981 as part of the New Deal for Country Passengers timetable, but reopened in 1983. It then closed again for good in 1993. Much like other closed railway lines I've previously mentioned, most of the infrastructure here was kept in place, with track, signals and level crossings left behind. 3 level crossings with flashing lights were left in place, all at Cobden, with one at Murray Valley Highway, one on Cobden South Road, and one on Benalla Tocumwal Road. These once again had the usual gateless level crossing setup you'd see from this era, But the one at Benalla Tokenwall Road is an interesting one because it literally was only installed in 1991, 2 years before the line's closure. Sometime after 2010, all infrastructure at these crossings, and at all other passive crossings on the line, were completely removed, and the rails were paved over. The area around the old Cobden railway station has since been redeveloped, with the station converted into a meeting hall and extra footpaths built around the area. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any plans to convert the old line to a rail trail, but most of the old rails have since been pulled up, so it could be done if funding was provided. Hopefully it will one day. The Pinaroo Railway line is a freight-only line that runs from Oyon to Murrayville. It is very isolated and is probably a line you've heard about the least. It used to travel all the way to Pinaroo, where it joined the South Australian portion of the line to Tailem Bend, but in 1996 it was closed beyond Penicia due to gauge conversion, and by 2007 the whole line was booked out of use. In 2018, the line was refurbished and reopened as part of the Murray Basin Rail project, but only as far as Murrayville. Beyond Murrayville, the line remained closed, and much like other closed railway lines, most of the old infrastructure was kept in place, with track and level crossings left behind. 2 level crossings with flashing lights were left in place on the Victorian side of the railway, one at Murrayville and one at Penicia, both on the Mallee Highway. These once again had the typical boomgateless setups you'd see from that era, but the one at Penicia is a little more interesting. Not only was it technically the most western level crossing in Victoria, with the South Australian border literally around the corner, but it also got some strange upgrades in the time period it was closed. Sometime between 2009 and 2014, it got new white stop-on red signal signs with black letters replacing old ones, and its original Western Cullen Hayes bell was replaced with a Westinghouse hybrid bell. These upgrades only happened to this crossing, and I really don't understand why they were done in the first place. This crossing even got vandalised in this period, with the signal on the northern side completely removed by late 2014. Go figure, I guess. Sometime after 2017, all infrastructure at these 2 crossings were completely removed. The rails were paved over at Penicia, but not at Murrayville, though the line was completely blocked off here. There aren't any plans to reopen this section, and I can't imagine a rail trail will ever be built here, so I expect this line to remain the way it is for, well, forever I guess. If you go around any old station or railway yard in Victoria, you are bound to find a fenced-off area with dumped old railway equipment. These are Victoria's versions of scrapyards where equipment that is excessive, superseded, or retired is placed temporarily while their future is figured out, whether it to be used as spare parts, sold off, or completely scrapped. There are many around Victoria, and lots of them house old level crossing equipment. I'll name a couple of notable ones that I know of. At Emerald Station on the Puffing Billy Railway, there is a scrapyard here with a bunch of old equipment from Boomgate upgrades or donated from bigger railways. There was also an additional pile on the other side of Kilvington Drive. At Bayswater Station, you can catch a glimpse into the Bayswater Maintenance Facility, which houses a neat pile of old Boomgate mechanisms. At Horsham Station, there is a fenced-off area with a shipping container and some old equipment. This includes some relay cases, lights, and bells. At Seymour, just around where the Heritage Centre is, there is an area with a collection of lights, signs, and sleepers all piled together. At Tarrawarra, there is a big pile of old Boomgate mechanisms donated from Metro and V-Line, potentially for future usage here, including the one previously mentioned from the Newport Rail Academy. There are some yards at North Geelong and Lara which house a few dumping grounds for equipment, though they're kinda hard to see. And finally, there are a number of small yards which have tiny collections of equipment, usually just Boomgate arms and lights. This includes the Ringwood Signal Depot near the old Bedford Road level crossing, the V-Line facility at Bendigo, where the mock-up Boomgate mechanism is, and even Karang sidings, which you can just see from the road. This one has since been removed due to grade separation works. I'm sure there are more yards like this around, but these are the ones that I know of. When level crossings get removed, unique artwork is sometimes commissioned and placed at the old site as a memento of the area's history. These are usually in the form of either abstract sculptures or striking murals. There are two examples of this that are fairly interesting and relevant to us. The first artwork is Scape at Glenroy. The Glenroy Road level crossing in Glenroy was removed in October 2020. After its removal, a Boomgate-inspired piece of artwork called Scape was installed at the old level crossing site. Designed by Tom Borges, this sculpture features a mound of multicoloured vertically facing striped poles designed to look like Boomgate Arms. Sorry to disappoint, but it is not made from actual Boomgate Arms. It's actually made from custom steel tubing. These together represent the, quote, diverse convergence of histories, with the yellow and green poles representing the flowers and foliage of native grasses and food of the Wurundjeri people, while the red, black and white poles represent the signage of the old crossing. I think it's a cute little sculpture and very tasteful for the area. The second artwork is called Levelled Crossing at Sydenham. The Melton Highway level crossing in Sydenham was removed in 2018. After its removal, another Boomgate-inspired piece of artwork called Levelled Crossing was installed where the crossing used to be, under the new road bridge. Designed by Jason Waterhouse, this sculpture features two level crossing signals with Boomgate arms cleverly intertwined into a pretzel knot. And no, this crossing can't activate, it's just a static display. It used to have Westinghouse hybrid bells, one on each signal, but both of these have since been removed. It also has LED Westinghouse lights, though they've definitely seen better days. This artwork represents, quote, an ironic statement about site histories, urban development, and redundancy through playful sculptural intervention, with an added nostalgic inconvenience of clanging bells and impatience waiting for the boomgates to rise. This is my favourite of the two because it actually looks like a level crossing. What more could you want? Interestingly, to add to the irony, there are actually still remains of the old crossing here. The big yellow level crossing removal project sign is still there, and for a long time the old crossing fault sign with phone number and code was there too, though it's since been removed. I wish more of these artworks existed, they're really cool. If you travel along East Link through the Mullum or Melba tunnels, you'll spot what looks like a rather out-of-place level crossing just before you enter them, with lights, boomgate mechanisms, and stop-on-red signal signs. It's the same along CityLink at the Domain and Burnley tunnels, and at the Westgate Bridge. What are these for? There aren't any trains on freeways. Well, another purpose. These boomgates are used to keep traffic out of the tunnels and bridges when there are accidents. If an accident happens, the crew at the control rooms activate the lights and boomgates, and this prevents cars from piling into the tunnels and bridges and disrupting cleanup and recovery efforts. They are also triggered when oversized vehicles approach the tunnels to prevent overheight accidents. So yeah, they aren't train related, but they provide exactly the same function. These systems are apparently quite effective. The time it takes emergency services to attend scenes and clean up crashes is reduced, and the number of incidents, particularly height collisions, is also reduced. That being said, drivers are going to be drivers, and sometimes nothing can stop them from ignoring the signs and driving through the boomgates. The mechanisms on the Westgate Bridge were installed around 2006, while the ones on Eastlink and CityLink were installed around 2008. These mechanisms use the same equipment you see on level crossings, just without the railway crossbucks. I'm assuming these were chosen as they are a universally accepted warning system in Australia to stop traffic. If you'd like to film them, good luck, they are strictly off limits to pedestrians and only activate when there are accidents. Canterbury Road in Canterbury has an interesting bit of history. Two train lines used to cross over it. The Belgrave and Lilydale lines, which still exist to this day, and the Outer Circle line. The Belgrave and Lilydale lines travel over Canterbury Road on an overpass built in 1968. Further west, Canterbury Road does this weird skew from the straight road into a curve. This is because of the Outer Circle railway line, which used to run from Fairfield to Oakley. When construction started in 1888, a level crossing was originally planned for Canterbury Road. However, residents didn't want one, so it was redesigned with a road bridge overpass. Embankments to the bridge were built separate from the original road location, I'm assuming to ensure there was enough clearance for trains in the grade leading up to the bridge, resulting in the weird diversion that's still there to this day. This change in plans caused 15 months of delays and big cost blowouts to the original project, but it eventually opened in 1891. All this fuss just to avoid a level crossing. A couple of other road overpasses were also built at Rubens Grove, Montalbot Road, Barnsbury Road, and High Street, with Barnsbury Road and Rubens Grove also receiving the same sort of Canterbury Road realignment treatment. The Outer Circle line opened and closed sporadically throughout its history, before finally closing for good in 1943. The section between Fairfield and Camberwell is now a rail trail and linear park. You can still walk under most of the old road bridges built for the line, including Canterbury Road. There's a few handy plaques placed around the rail trail detailing the line's history, which makes these big bridges seem less out of place. Now, not all of the Outer Circle line was completely closed. The section between Camberwell and Alamein runs to this day as the Alamein line, and a couple of decades after its closure, a section of the old line between Fairfield and Alphington reopened as the APM siding. Let's talk about that. The Alphington paper mill operated from 1921 to 2008. It was built right next to the old alignment of the Outer Circle line at Alphington, and a small section of the old line between Fairfield and Alphington was reopened to service the mill. This line was called the APM siding, named after the mill, and was serviced by regular coal freight running into the mill to run the boilers of the factory. This line didn't completely follow the old alignment of the railway. At Heidelberg Road, the line deviated from the Outer Circle line, where the Chandler Highway now exists, across the middle of the road and into the paper mill. This new line required a level crossing, but similar to Footscray Road, only traffic lights were installed, but in a much more complicated capacity. These lights would have been programmed to go red for traffic when trains would pass through, and given that the line went confusingly right through the middle of the intersection of Heidelberg Road and Chandler Highway, it would have been very messy, confusing, and dangerous. In 1994, the siding closed after the paper mill was converted from coal to gas, so coal traffic to the mill wasn't needed anymore. The old line was ripped up by 2004, but you could still see where the line used to go for years after its closure. There was even an overhead electrification gantry where the sidings used to be. The entire mill was closed in 2008 and has since been completely demolished, with new housing developments built in its place. There are no remains of the old line or old level crossing at this location anymore. The Victorian Railway Workshops Art and Antiques is an antique dealership located in Seymour. According to their website, they secured a contract with VR in 1987 to dispose of old furniture and artefacts from the railways, and they have since amassed an amazing collection of old infrastructure and goods which they now trade with the public. They currently sell lots of old railway signs, signalling parts, random equipment, tools and furniture, and plenty of old level crossing bits. They previously used to operate out of the old Albert Park railway station in Albert Park, but moved to Seymour a few years ago, with the old location now a nursery. I became acquainted with them when I saw they were selling level crossing bells on eBay, a couple of which I bought. I visited them a couple of times when they were in Albert Park, and let me tell you, their workshop was pretty incredible. It was the dream shop for any Victorian railway enthusiasts out there. It's unfortunately hard to tell where most of this equipment comes from, as it's not documented, but if you try hard enough you can figure it out. I discovered the Corrigan Road teardrop bell had fallen into their hands after I saw the bell had a scraped off yellow X painted on the back of it on its listing on eBay. I even discovered they had the old black hybrid bell that used to be on the Chandler Road level crossing in Noble Park after recognising the bell in the workshops, which had a distinguishable stain on the front. The workshops currently operate on an appointment-only basis, so your best bet is to contact them through their website or make a purchase through eBay if you want to get your hands on some old equipment. It's well worth a look. When a train line intersects with a road, there are two options to make it work. One is to have them cross paths with a level crossing. The other is to isolate the road or railway line with a grade separation. Well, how about a crossing that does both? Let me introduce you to Lardner's Track in Warrigal. This is a crossing on the Gippsland line that has two tracks, but only one of them meets the road. The other goes below through an underpass. I believe this is the only half-grade separated crossing in Victoria. What happened here was the line originally only had one track, which was built grade separated from the road under a bridge. When the line was duplicated in the 1950s, the second track was built at road level. According to Wongham's Waking Up in Geelong, this was done to both save money and to provide a shallower grade for briquette trains, which were common at the time, resulting in this Frankenstein design. It has run like that ever since, and is now used by all trains that service the Gippsland line. But you can't deny it's very weird. Now, it's worth noting that this crossing was once quite dangerous, especially for a country crossing, as it intersects uncomfortably close to the Princess Highway. It was the scene of a non-fatal crash in 2007, and even had special yellow signs installed to warn drivers that trains may approach from either direction. However, it has since been upgraded with boom gates, traffic lights, and special stopping zones, so it's safer these days. That being said, it's still a bit of an awkward intersection. McKinnon Road was a level crossing on the Frankston line at McKinnon. There isn't too much about this crossing that's exciting, but the equipment it used to have is. In 1928, it had some very unusual interlocking gates installed. Unlike normal interlocking gates that open and close towards the train line, these gates were designed to move vertically, kind of like a precursor to the boom gates we know of today. These were the only sort of vertical interlocking gates installed in Victoria, which is a bit strange to me because they seem very practical. They don't obstruct the railway line and provide plenty of clearance for road vehicles. Whatever the case, these gates never caught on anywhere else, but remained in operation at this crossing until 1974, when boomgate mechanisms and flashing lights were installed. It was then eventually grade separated in 2016. Ewings Road is a country level crossing in Avenel on the North East Line. Like McKinnon Road, it also doesn't seem very remarkable, but its programming is very odd. So I'll try and explain it, but I'm no expert here, so bear with me. Big thanks to Mackenzie and Holland Australia for helping me with this info. So this crossing is most likely operated not by track circuits, but by a grade crossing predictor. What this essentially does is program the crossing to activate in different time intervals depending on how fast a train is approaching the crossing. If a slow train is approaching, it has to get closer to the crossing before the signals activate than a faster train. This is important here because the fast-moving XPT service and freight trains activate the crossing further away than V-line trains that slow down to stop at the nearby Avenel station. Once the crossing is activated, regardless of how fast the train is, the signals can time out and will switch off if the approaching train stops. They'll only start up again when the train restarts moving. For the V-line trains that come from Albury and stop at Avenel Station, the train will still activate the crossing, but then when it pulls into the station and stops, the crossing times out and deactivates. Once the train starts moving again, the crossing reactivates. So here we get this annoying little system where the crossing activates for nearly a minute in anticipation for a V-line train, only to switch off before the train can cross it, and then reactivate again 30 seconds later when the train starts moving again. And this happens every single time a train travelling to Melbourne stops at Avenel Station. This is the only place I've ever seen this happen in Victoria, and it truly is the most fascinating constant programming error on a level crossing in Victoria. This crossing was upgraded with boom gates in 2019, but the activation system remained the same. So if you travel on Ewings Road when a Melbourne-bound train comes and stops at Avenel Station, don't be surprised if the boom gates open again before the train even passes through. In the country town of Donald, we have the Donald Heritage Train Park. This is your standard playground area with picnic tables and a barbecue shelter, but it's also right next to the train line, so has been nicely set up to reflect this. What does this involve? A goldmine of retired railway items on display. This includes the restored Taggart buffet car, a number of random VR wagons, and the showpiece of the park, locomotive J524, which has been here since 1968. The park also has a mural, and even a toilet block built from an old V-line wagon. It's really cool for any train enthusiast. Important to us, however, it has a level crossing on display. On each side of J524, there are some old level crossing signals. Both have Mackenzie and Holland lights, stop on red signal signs, and they both used to have Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bells, but the bell on the western side has since gone missing, unfortunately. Both signals were installed in 2007 from equipment donated from New South Wales. Both have been installed statically, so cannot be activated in any way, but they're still pretty cool to see. On the other side of the train line, there are a couple of other pieces of rolling stock on display. There is also what used to be another level crossing signal with a semaphore arm attached, but the lights have since been removed, so it's now just a semaphore signal, I guess. Some of the random flatbeds around here also have some old wishbone gates strewn around them. Not quite sure what they're here for. Maybe they're going to be installed statically somewhere else in the park as well. So yeah, Donald Heritage Train Park, highly recommended. In the country town of Newgie, we have the Newgie Heritage Centre. This is a small museum at the site of the old Newgie railway station on the closed Newgie railway line. It features a replicated Newgie railway station and platform, and has a few metres of track that houses the main attraction here, locomotive J550. This centre was built in 2013 to complement the Newgie Trestle Bridge Rail Trail, a popular attraction of the area, with J550 moved here from its original plinth site in Warragul at around the same time. A few years after its construction, a level crossing was built here, on the eastern side of the station. This crossing features one signal with Mackenzie and Holland lights, a stop on red signal sign, a state indicator, a Mackenzie and Holland teardrop bell, and a level crossing warning sign. A volunteer at the museum told me the crossing was originally wired up to activate, but has since been disconnected because of noise complaints. The state indicator can still switch on though. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame it's just a static display now, but it's still a cool little feature of the centre. Sunshine Roofing Tiles, Bricks and Pavers is a roof contractor in Albion. Why am I talking about a random roofing business? Well, if you drive past, you'll see that it has an old Tate train on display. Tate 490M to be precise, with a headboard that still says St Albans. You can even still go up and look inside. What this is doing at a roofing business, I have no idea. But we're not here to talk about trains, we're here to talk about level crossings. Well, at the entrance to Sunshine Roofing, there are two static level crossings on display. Both are older designs of level crossing signals, with incandescent globes, black stop on red signal signs, and mechanical bells. The one on the left has a teardrop bell, while the one on the right has a hybrid bell. There are even some traffic lights attached to the right one. As they're literally just statically on display, they cannot be switched on. But it is an interesting display that complements the Tate train, while also being seemingly out of place in a random roofing and tiles business. I ain't complaining though. I'm not sure when these were installed or where they came from, but they've been here since at least 2008. If you travel from Castlemaine to the Calder Freeway, you'll pass through Chewton and see this random sight. On a seemingly random property, we find this display of a crossing signal and some traffic lights festooned on the frames of a railway turntable. I don't know anything about this display or where this equipment came from, as it's on private property, but looking at Google Street View, we can surmise they were probably installed sometime after 2010. If you go around the corner, there is another display of a level crossing signal, also with a couple of traffic lights. That's pretty much all there is to it. I think this is a fun little creative use of old railway and traffic equipment, and I am all about it. While I'm talking about private crossing displays, another similar one is this random property in Erica, which has a bunch of old railway stuff on display, including some old level crossing equipment. It's a cool sight to see if you're travelling to the Walhalla Goldfields Railway. Model railway clubs are very common in Victoria. They often feature amazing layouts based on the actual real-life railways of Victoria, and the attention to detail the modelers put into these layouts is second to none. Now, this is where I come in. You can't have Victorian railways without level crossings. This means we get our own small-scale replicas of level crossings integrated into these layouts. They can range in variety from passive signs, to interlocking gates, to wigwag signals, to our classic flashing lights, and even boom gates. The cool thing here is some of these level crossings are actually wired up to flash, with infrared detectors used to activate the crossings when trains pass by. What more could you want? My only qualm is these level crossings are usually made using the American models, so the crossbucks can sometimes say the American railroad crossing instead of the Australian railway crossing. However, many are still designed in-house for Australian railways, so we get railway crossing crossbucks often too. Most model railway layouts are movable and not permanent, so they often get moved around by their owners between clubs and exhibitions. Some notable exhibitions include the Train and Hobby Show at Sandown, the AMRA show at Melbourne Showgrounds, Brickvention at the Royal Exhibition Building, and even the Warrnambool Model Train Show. There are plenty of other smaller clubs around Victoria too. My favourite is Brickvention. Brickvention is a LEGO workshop held at the Royal Exhibition Building in Carlton every year. They have a massive working LEGO railway layout which has its own miniature level crossing with flashing lights, boom gates and bell sound effects. For the bell sound effects alone, this is my favourite. Every layout out there has their own unique merits, so they're definitely worth checking out, especially if you're a train nut. So, the level crossing removal project is a big selling point for the government. They often spruik this program with advertising, and I'm sure you've seen at least one of their ads before. Well, beyond ads, they have their social media presence, and the ones in particular that were used the most were the Facebook and Instagram accounts of Daniel Andrews. He would regularly post about level crossing removals and any updates on the grade separation progress. On a few occasions, he would get a bit amusing with his posts, adding some humour and relevant memes. Now, this gets interesting because these posts require footage of level crossings, and on 2 separate occasions, some of my own footage has appeared on these videos.
I'm sorry, but you did not receive it right.
That's mine.
Take the time now to say goodbye.
And that's mine too. I only found this out after some of my friends and subscribers pointed it out to me. So yeah, I'm unintentionally on the social media of Daniel Andrews, and I don't really know what I should make from this. I honestly find these videos funny, and it did make me feel a little starstruck to see my footage in his videos, knowing he or his team needed to look up my YouTube channel to find this footage. However, I'm sure there's a greater issue in regards to copyright content being used here without proper accreditation. To be honest, I don't really care enough to do anything about it, and I'm in a similar-ish boat, as I've used a bunch of other people's work for this video, though I have credited the creators where I can. I think a few other YouTubers who also document level crossings like me had their footage used as well. I haven't seen any more examples of this since Daniel Andrews retired from his role as Premier, but I guess keep your eyes open for any other videos. They might use somebody else's footage as well. If you want to know a little bit about the lore of the classic Australian TV show Kath and Kim, their house is set in the fictional suburb of Fountain Lakes in Melbourne. Now, we're never given an exact location of where Fountain Lakes is, but we can deduce it's somewhere around the southeast of Melbourne. Maybe around Patterson Lakes, where the house was filmed, or maybe closer to Southland in Cheltenham, where the fictional Fountain Lakes shopping centre was filmed. Look, it doesn't really matter, it's all fiction anyway. But we have one tiny little problem with one episode. In the Season 3 episode The Mango Espadrille, Kath, Kim and Sharon travel on the train to the races, where we see a couple of seconds of a level crossing. This is the new street level crossing in Brighton, on the Sandringham line, the one through the roundabout. That's all fine, we've already concluded they live around the southeast area anyway. The issue here is the train itself. Notice anything? If you didn't, the train is travelling towards Sandringham, away from Flemington Racecourse. Okay, are they going towards a different racecourse maybe further down the line? No, we see a few minutes later their train pull into Ripon Lee Station, in the up direction towards Flinders Street. So they're actually going towards the races now. This changes everything. I have opened up a wormhole to the wider metaverse of this show, and I have completely destroyed its lore. Or maybe it's just a stock shot of a Melbourne train that they needed for this 2-second clip that they thought no one would notice was travelling in the wrong direction, and literally nothing more. Yeah, that's definitely it. I promise I haven't overthought this too much. So, what are we going to do with this? I have no idea. This information is completely useless, and I've probably just wasted your time. But with that, I couldn't think of a more appropriate, random, and obscure level crossing fact to finish out this list. So there we go. That's the whole Victorian railway crossing Iceberg explained. This is by far the biggest video I've ever done, and it has been a long time coming. I had a lot of fun putting this together, even if I probably went a little overboard with all the facts and details. Will I do another one like this? Definitely not. It took me way too long to make, and most of the info in this video will become out of date pretty quickly anyway. I might make similar videos in the future, but nothing on this scale, and I don't have anything planned right now. For now, I'm going back to my usual railway crossing uploads. Anyway, that's about it from me. Thanks so much again for watching, and thanks for all your support. I'll see you all next time.